echo Spaceman really quick. Thanks for having us on. I'm super excited, obviously, with Indie Fund to, if there's any projects looking to raise, obviously we're really glad to be part of the ICM family. And then of course with Tales of Meteora, as we get closer to launch, really excited to share more about what we're building.
Awesome.
All right.
We'll be in contact.
Yeah.
For sure.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Gonna do a quick word from our sponsor here. Big supporters of the channel. Excited to share that Viva is sponsoring the show. They are doing some really cool things, not only in Latin America, but across bringing crypto to millions, tens of millions of people. They have 1 million users, just about 1 million users. Global telco, a really cool super app. Think about WeChat for LATAM. And the Viva token is integral to that product, as well as they have a multi-million-dollar a month ad network that is driving revenue into this token at some point. So keep your eye on Viva. It's a supporter of the channel. Here's the chart up here. Chill, how are we thinking about this chart? Not looking too bad. This is looking pretty good. Good consolidation.
Yeah, good consolidation. I'll add one thing as well to the TA. In fact, I'm gonna share my screen because I got some nice levels, some key levels marked out already. But as you can see, we broke out of this range, and we were talking about this many times on the stream. We're talking about this many times on the stream where, when things consolidate for a while, in this case, this is a multi-week consolidation. And when things start to pop out, especially when it's driven by fundamental catalysts, things that Viva has coming, we know that phase 3 is coming. They're about to turn on the buybacks from the ad exchange. And maybe Dom can talk a little bit more about, potential revenue from that ad exchange. But we know it's not small, right? We know it's in the range of, in the range of like 6 to 8 figures, somewhere there. And so when a chart is driven, when a project is driven by that PA tends to be a little bit more explosive, and we're starting to see that show itself here on the Viva chart. Longer the consolidation, the more explosive the breakout, and that's exactly what we're in the middle of right now. In fact, we're about to retest the top of a multi-week range, which tends to be a great place to kind of get involved.
Yeah, I can give some keywords to wrap too. Again, this is a $1 billion company. It's no slouch of a business. When we talk about ICM projects that are really like innovating and pushing the future, and Mercy sounds like he can attest to it. Like Viva is doing that. So I have a huge company. If you're in LATAM, I'll share this screen, guys, because if you're in LATAM, they host these awesome events. And I'm sure you actually know what Viva is if you're up in LATAM. But they got an event coming up. They're going to do some big announcements here. They're partner with Solana Foundation to, film and push the word and spread the news. And so just be ready. I'll play this quick video to give you some context. And if you guys are up there during this time, you should see if you can get a ticket. Awesome. Yeah. But super forward looking, technology focused company, and they're doing some big things, guys. So please go check out Viva. And, once again, thank you to Viva for the sponsorship. Shout out Meteorite Collective as well.
Yes. Meteorite Collective, huge supporters. So we have, I believe Danny was next. Is that a good go here? I've been trying to keep track of everything, guys, but man, this has been a whirlwind of a day. So Danny, should we bring Royal LARP up as well, or
yes?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Danny, I just paid you for tech support.
Do it live.
It's good.
I've been murdering these guys this morning. I feel so bad. I've never been so harsh on a team I've launched with before, but I really appreciate how much you guys have helped today. These guys like completely rewrote some shit for us to like get some things live for us.
Well, dude, I'd love for you to introduce them, but what are you guys working on right now for Mercy then, if you guys care to fill us in?
Yeah, we're part of the DAOs.fun team, so we're part of the launch team. As far as where the raise is happening, so we've been chatting like basically every day, many times a day. Oh, small issue with this one, small issue with that one, getting them ironed out one by one. So it's been a lot of fun. It's fun to have such a fun, I've been listening to the stream now for close to an hour. It's a very ambitious vision and a very capable set of operators coming together. So it's super exciting to see this vision play out.
Awesome. You guys must be proud to be hosting this on your platform.
That's a you damn betcha. And I talked to Mercy. It's maybe like a full month, 6 weeks. 2 months ago. I mean, it's been like a while since we had our first conversations about it. So it's been fun to have it, bubbling and bubbling and bubbling. And now today is the day. The launch is half filled.
Nice. I guess I just got to ask you, you see some crazy stacked teams come through there. How does ICM run, kind of compare to what you've seen?
Yeah, we haven't seen anything like this, possibly ever, and for a very long time at the very least. It's to get the quality of like people on the party round. I mean, Luca Nets. It's tough to imagine. That's on a very unique tier, and everyone else. I mean, it's just like there's a lot of heavy hitters through here. So the thing too is like the interesting thing is that everyone has the same goal. Everyone has the same vision. Everyone wants like these outcomes to happen. Everyone wants to bring people on chain, wants to bring companies on chain. It just actually takes the execution factor to get this done. So that's what's exciting for me.
Yeah, Mercy, if you want to quickly, because we didn't get to it, give them some edification, quick let us know who they are.
Yeah. Shout out PA in the house.
Go Birds.
I won't leak who. Go fucking Birds, bro. Fucking right.
I actually am a
yes.
Steelers fan, so I can't support that. I did a fist
bump. Same.
Yeah, Steelers get a pass, but you guys have to understand.
Wow.
I'm from Philly.
We call him filthy over here.
I'm the problem you avoid at sports events in Philadelphia.
Well, hey, low key, the three of us realized randomly after we started streaming together that we all have a Pittsburgh connection. So
that's wild. Okay, hey, I'm cool with Pittsburgh. You guys get the PA pass, like, you know what I mean? We're not like New York here where we hate certain teams from certain areas of New York.
I gotta touch on something you said, Mercy. You said you're the fan. You don't want to interact with an Eagles game. Is this should the DAO be worried about this?
No, yeah. I mean, if that's the worry, I mean, like the current meta on DAOsFund is full on-chain terrorism with the agents and building. So I'm probably the least problem. We're probably the most suit and tie launch on DAOfund right now because it's straight like waifu, titties, all that, like all through DAOfund. But I fuck with the culture. It's not me. It's not my culture, but I fuck with the culture. And obviously, nobody would give it credit, but Bao and what the DAOfund team had built for AI16Z was like really ahead of its time. Good technology, really, really ahead of its time. These DAOfund team get so much fucking shit, and I always hated that because people who build innovative protocols that are new, that do break certain rules, catch so much shit from the people who are using a permissionless product. It's like blaming. I can't explain it. It's like blaming the vending machine for your snack being bad. Do you know what I mean? And I've always found that so problematic with DAOfund. I always like the technology for teams that want to accelerate, move fast, want to be nimble, don't want to go through the rigmarole and 30 legal layers of launching a syndicated DAO. This is an environment where you can take a risk on DAO and you can bet on that risk. And I always love DAOfund for that. I knew Danny and Roy too from a while back too, even before I worked on another DAO, X Combinator. I had a lot of fun helping those guys come to market. Shout out Doge, shout out JP. They're also in this DAO particularly. My PFP is a Doge Capital PFP. I love that ecosystem because they're all devs and builders. And that was like my initial start in the DAO fund was like really get involved with them as an operator, Now, as a trader, I trade anything and everything. I trade rugs all day too. Like I'll trade anything. But like as an operator, as a builder, DAO Fund's phenomenal. One of the most culturally important launch pads in the Solana ecosystem. And I really look forward to seeing ICM teams use DAO Fund to launch too. I think it's very funny. I think a lot of people, we've been talking about this whole conversation about like, creating this environment where the team can choose the best environment. When we do this AI, I'm doing an AI vibe coding hackathon. I don't even think Danny really know about this. I only told Bao about it, but I leaked it on stage, so I'll confirm it. We're doing an AI hackathon with a really popular YouTuber that has a really big Discord for AI vibe coding. I vibe code all day, like all night long. I don't get any sleep anymore because of it. And we're going to be, our goal is to like bring these launchpad partners of ours around this AI vibe coding environment and introduce. And I think like DAO's Fund is super relevant now with the agentic aspect of like how you guys are doing this agent release. There's gonna be some really cool tie-ins there. And I'm obviously super bullish on these guys, and they've been super helpful for us bringing the DAO together. I was really nervous, I'll admit, when I first was considering using DAO Fund because there's a lot of people who have this philosophy that you have like what's called like, market leader bleed, which means like depending on how well the market leader on a particular launchpad does, it will impact how successful another has. And I've decided just to break those rules and say, I'm not worried about it. Like, I think a lot of the teams that created DAOs before, they had good intentions, but poor execution. That's not the DAO Fund team's fault. That's not like a permission launchpad's fault. Their responsibility is to build good tech, and the tech for DAO Fund is phenomenal. Like it's really, really good tech. And for our use case, most DAOs do raise capital, and their value vector is using the capital to swap on chain into other coins essentially and create treasury value as that as that value vector. For us, we'll be creating it, we'll be incubating it and actually properly creating the value. And DAO's Fund made the most sense for that. It's the fastest place for us to do it. There's really nowhere else we could have done exactly what we're doing right now, and we can move at the speeds that we want to move at, and for the risk appetite too for people who want to bet on this as well. So I know I'm kind of like glazing you guys here, but I love
the glaze, and it's rightfully earned. Dude, I have a very interesting question for the DAO's Fund team. Through building DAO's Fund, you've had like highs and lows, crazy launches. What's the biggest thing you've learned that you think is going to really help you in pushing forward ICM.run with this launch and what they're building for ICM?
Honestly, what occurs to me is just sort of getting the basics right. There's like, people think crypto is like a whole new business with new rules and everything, but people do business with people they know, like, and trust, and they do business with people that like get the job done. So it's honestly just getting the basics done and things like this. We've besides like just tidying up a few things, we've had to change almost nothing about the platform to like make sure that this launch runs. And Mercy's been the best operator of the DAO as far as like running stuff outside of the platform and like up and down. So it's it's been going well.
And I would just add, like, don't be afraid to try stuff, and if something that you try works, lean into it. Like, I think that we're a pretty experimental team in the sense that there'll be a week where it's like, hey guys, why don't we just try adding this feature and see what happens? And then it's like, all right, let's do it. And then if people like the feature, we continue iterating on it and refining it. If not, then we get rid of it, And I think being able to kind of like adjust and like pivot in real time based on what your users are saying and how they're using your platform is really important. And Bowski leads the team to do that in a really substantial way, I would say.
So, Zuckerberg says, move fast and break things. Would you guys say you kind of subscribe to that belief?
Yeah, I'd say that's yeah, that's fair.
we do break things sometimes.
Yeah.
Breaking more than moving fast, or moving fast more than breaking?
This is what I'd say. The big thing we rolled out recently is sort of the GoonFi agent platform, and that has like truly literally nothing to do with decentralized autonomous organizations or DAOs. And so it's like, but it's been working though. So there's like, you got to think a little bit outside of the box sometimes.
Absolutely. Mercy, I remember you were about to say something here. So
yeah, I wanted to say that, like, I hate launchpad competition. I think it's like such a low testosterone sign that like you care about competitors. Like the dumbest thing you could do is like be like, oh, this launchpad, this launchpad, that. I've gotten some grift, and here's the grift I got. The grift I got was that why isn't Bao a mentor in this? Why isn't Bao, championing this? That exact sentiment is the same exact sentiment I hate in the Believe app ecosystem. Whenever people say, why isn't Pasternak retweeting? Why isn't Pasternak? Bao does not inherently believe in Believe app and ICM in its current state. He believes in ICM's future, but not in its current state. It would be the most wrong thing for him to do just to get some allocation and some DAO launching his launchpad if he doesn't believe in it. And that's so important to me. Bao and I have spoken at length privately about this too, because there are people that would say that like his competitors are on this, right? Like Bao's own competitors, like DAO's World, MetaProfit, like, these guys are contributors to DAO. It's not about like, launchpad competition. It's about like, we're innovating on ICM. We're creating this watering hole for it. If you want to be a part of it, be a part of it. Like you being like, which launchpad it on is like being like, like what kind of Uber are we getting picked up in? It's like, that mindset is exactly what pigeonholes like acceleration and innovation. And there's a reason why these individuals who would be deemed, Bao's competitors are signing up here, because we all trust the tech. The tech is good. We don't have to question if it works. If we question if it worked, they wouldn't sign up for it, right? We all trust DAO Fund technology for that, because they did focus on fundamentals. They didn't focus on, vanity metrics. They didn't create these, flashy wheels of like, what the DAO did this. They focus on the core things. We want to make sure that people can get into the pre-sale. We want to make sure they get one-to-one tokens at the treasury, and they need to be able to get that treasury at the end. Very simple stuff. You don't have to overthink these wheels. And I'm super stoked for it. And I'm like, obviously very bullish on like building on this. And, I've always hated this, like this founder sentiment with launch pads that they need to like back and champion. Like Bao and you guys are on a fucking run with agents right now, and it'd be like the most counterintuitive thing for him to like become a mentor at ICM that run, because it's not inherently like what he believes in. And I think that's important, right? I've always respected founders that like stand on like what they believe in, like stand on like what they believe in, because I stand on what I believe in. I'm putting my own risk on the plate for what I believe in, right? And yeah, I'm obviously, there's a couple of really good things I'm really excited for Dallas Fund. I think I like that you guys are going to continue working on like governance stuff. I was telling some of the gents up here, like, I can't wait for when we can do like the initial votes to talk about when we end the DAO. I'm excited for you guys to roll out more technology for like minting and doing votes to mint more supply if we want to be able to introduce investors, stuff like that. So I know you guys are currently working on a lot of that. And, I know you guys are murdering on the agentic side. Like what triggered all the agentic side? I'm very curious, like what got you guys to jump on that?
Yeah, honestly, mostly like, not to be cringe, but like thinking from first principles. What do people like? Like they like gambling, they like gooning, and just so I think that was honestly how it got started. Is in it was an unusual idea at first, even internally. We're like, are you guys sure? Like this doesn't really make sense. We've been working on this other stuff, but like it we kept pushing at it, and then it sort of fell into place in the market, so it ended up working out. I also think your point about the launch pads like competing against each other it's a zero-sum thing, and I agree, because I think in the 5-year time horizon, the 10, the 15, the 50-year time horizon, like this is going to be a much different landscape, and it's not going to make, but like I think most businesses are going to have some type of launch pad mechanism to them. But so then, like, to compare like a social app versus like an agent app versus other apps, it's just not going to make that much sense. You can compare them based on the trading volume, you can compare them based on this, like you will be able to compare them, but like it won't like it won't make that much sense, because I think we're going to see a real diversity of products come out around these launch pads. And we're seeing that with ICM too, that where it's like it doesn't make that much sense to compare like an ICM project to an agent to a like vanilla meme coin to this or that. So I think it's obviously everyone checks the Jupiter leaderboards now and then, but I think like overly focusing on that, growing the pie, which I know is your guys' priority, is a much more valuable proposition, and that doesn't show on the Jupiter 100% chart, where you can only win like 100% of the pie. It doesn't really reward you for growing the pie on that chart.
Dude, spot on. I think, I'd really be curious to know, how has ICM run? It has this very collaborative environment. Have you had more meaningful conversations with other, launch pads and stuff that you maybe didn't have before kind of working with Mercy?
Honestly, myself, no, I haven't been in touch with a lot of people, but I do think, like, internally, and I think across the culture too, people are starting to shift away from the PvP thing. And part of that's like driven by traders and like just general sentiment, where people are like, oh, people complain about the PvP. It's like if similar coins launch on different launch pads, all the traders start complaining about it because they just want one runner. And like this, I think we're reaching this sort of state of maturity in the market where people, I think as a whole, are realizing that it's not a zero-sum game between everyone.
Yeah. I think you guys are spot on. I know we got Kevin in the waiting room. I'd love to bring you guys up at some point, get you on MCG and pick your brains further. But right now we're moving through it. So if you guys want to come up later when we're chilling, please, feel free to come up and chat.
Hey, what the fuck, guys? Sneak us into the goddamn bundle on one of these agents, man. What the fuck, dude? You guys are literally caballing so many agents right now, bro. Sneak the MCG crew into the bundle, bro.
This is all we ask. This is all we ask.
Help us eat, man.
Dude, if you figure out how to get in them, please let me know, because I haven't gotten in them either.
Josh has a family. He's got kids. He needs this.
Yeah.
But for what it's worth, disclaimer: there's no bundles. I'm just joking. These guys are helping a lot of cool teams.
Yeah, the best move I can say is put Bowski on notifications.
Seems so.
Yeah.
What about notifications on Dalpha? When am I going to get like the on-chain notification when like an agent releases? I need that. That's what I really need. Right now I'm like following your contract and getting like an app notification when a new pair gets created.
Yeah, exactly. We have the most rudimentary notifications up for the app, but definitely will be a prio moving forward.
Well, yeah, and discoverability of new agents and that kind of thing is definitely on our roadmap as well, because it is somewhat tough at the moment. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for having us on. We're really excited for ICM, and I'm super pumped to see how this goes. I think you've done a great job curating your mentors and your list, and it's gonna be sick.
Let's run it up, boys. Guys. Really appreciate it.
Let's go.
Thank you. And I just want to announce here on stream, this show and ICM.Run channel combined, we've hit over 5,000 viewers, 5.3 thousand viewers. We are bigger than Real Vision, and we were bigger than Mario Nawfal like an hour ago. But Mario, his stream jumps up quick. So, but
soon.
Some good tech.
Good tech.
Let's get some of that,
I just want to say I'm getting a lot of my alpha on Dallas Fund. I'm following a really important account. If you want to see who I'm following, it's just me on Dallas Fund. So if you guys want more alpha, follow me on Dallas Fund. I'm following the only important account there. It's me on Dallas Fund.
There we go.
Hell yeah, guys. Thank you.
Of course, man. Talk soon.
Appreciate it, guys.
Peace. There, guys.
Beasts.
Should we do a raise check-in here real quick?
Let's check in.
Yeah. And for those that don't know, NFTs go live in T-minus about 42 minutes. So lock in. Let's walk through the Magic Eden page as well when we get a chance.
Yeah, we'll hit that next here. But we're at 50% to goal here, 206 SOL. I got my soul in there. But yeah, so you can't overcommit, right? Like I can't pile in.
Not yet. So what I'm doing right now is there's a VIP round. There'll be a public round. I did some contributor shakeout. There's a lot of times when you launch these DAOs, a lot of people are goodwill and like, oh yeah, I'll support it. I'll support it with some soul. I'll support it with some soul. I'm not looking for support with soul. I'm looking for contributors to an incubator. So I did a bit of a shakeout. We'll have some extra supply. I'm likely just going to end up giving that supply to existing contributors and mentors. At this stage, there will be no public community round in this DAO. There is no the community round will be the NFTs. Pay attention to the NFT drop if you're a part of that. The main thing I want to say is like the way we give out allocation to the DAO is just by what's who's contributing to it, right? So one of the fun things I did is I started like a war room chat just to see like who really was about it. You know what I mean? Like if you would support ICM.run launching, like it's a good sign if you'd support other launches, right? So it was a really healthy way for me to kind of figure out who we're going to give extra allocation towards. And before that chat grows by 80 people, but yeah, we'll be prioritizing people who are supporting the DAO and helping to incubate the DAO essentially.
Okay, well, let's answer some questions then, because there's no way for someone to get public access to this. The token's gonna launch publicly tradable. Where is it gonna launch? Do we have a brief time frame? Like any ideas on that?
Yeah, so it has to complete the VIP round. I would anticipate the VIP round might not even close out fully today. The truth is, the mentors that are on here, they are busy people. They don't have all the time in the world, even if it's just 20 SOL to allocate towards this. So it's looking like very possible that this could be a multi-day race. Here's how you can know what's going on. Go on our Luma, subscribe to our calendar. The moment this thing migrates, email blast is going out, plus an event will get created on the calendar, which will add it directly to your calendar, which should also maybe give you another push notification. We will announce it also on X, so just make sure you have your notifications on everywhere, from Luma to Telegram to X. We will keep you in the loop. We will also try to give a heads up when we're on the final closing, last few contributions. This migrates the moment the last contribution migration occurs, essentially. So the moment that last contribution goes through, we blip over onto the best DEX in the Solana ecosystem. And I will not be at this stage announcing which side of Meteora DAO's Fund launches on. There's some sort of predatory smart people that know how to game that really good. So we won't be announcing if it's DBC or DAMM, but if you know, you know, and that's that. I've been getting a lot of DMs about that.
So can I ask a couple of quick questions? So there's the ICM supply is then going to be tradable. Is that what I understood?
That's absolutely correct. Yes.
Okay. And is it the same 1 billion tokens? Oh, it was probably says supply here somewhere.
It does. So essentially the information should be there on your screen. If not, I'll find it over the next 2 minutes. But essentially the way it works
somewhere, we're definitely going to go through those at some point.
Yeah. What I was going to say is it is also it will show up with flags on different platforms like Dex Screener, different trading platforms, because it's a mintable DAO. That does mean that this token has a mint address where more can be minted, but it's managed through the smart contract on DAO's Fund. And the only way more mint can be essentially created is, one, I actually don't even think it's possible yet. I think they're still building the technology to make it feasible. And two, it'd have to go through a voting round, essentially, where the entire DAO would have to vote if more mint would get supplied. Right. But it is a DAO. And the reason for that is because you have a tradable token and you also have a DAO token, one-to-one. Essentially, the DAO token is what allows you to claim what's in the treasury, essentially. So when the DAO comes to a close, your DAO, the public tradable DAO, is no longer tradable, and you'll receive a one-to-one DAO token that will only work natively on DAO's Fund for you then to go acquire your percentage that you own in the DAO tokens in the treasury in the DAO. For example, if you own 1% of the supply on public, when the DAO ends, you'll have 1% of DAO tokens of the treasury, then you'll be able to claim 1% of the treasury, very simply put.
The DAO token will always be tradable. We're seeing from Royal LARP. Thank you.
Correct.
And so, also, what's the best way to follow this? You said it's going to bond as soon as the last contributor comes through. Is the best way to follow this just looking on DAO's Fund and waiting for that last soul committed to start ticking up?
Ooh, almost just lost my internet. Just saved this in time. My cat almost messed up my router. I didn't catch that last question. Founder rugged, right? Imagine. Just joking.
Live
what was
on
that
stream?
last question?
Like Gainsey. No. But yeah. The question is, what's the best? Josh, like that.
Yo, did your cat accidentally sold some tokens for Yay there?
Oh yeah, dude. I didn't know he knew my seed phrase. There's
so smart these days. No, but
my God.
So yeah. My question was, and I had Ollie's tweet pull up. So firstly, when are we gonna know? You said it migrates as soon as the last mentor commits their piece of the pie.
The last contributor, the last party round. So it'll go VIP first, which would be all the mentors and VIP contributors, and then it'll go to the public round of all of our contributors essentially.
Got you. And that will be and we'll be able to track that through DAO's Fund. That's the best way to do it.
That's correct. I would say the best place to probably track it would be on Luma. The reason for that is the moment we know, we'll add it to your calendar and send you an email. So like you kind of get like a dual party notification. I'm going to prioritize the email too, because I know it's just going to like break through the attention sphere that Telegram and X probably can't. Then we're going to follow it with an X post, a Telegram announcement, all that good stuff.
Cool.
All
And
right, I
one
just
last
wanna-
question from Ollie. I got you in a
Sorry,
sec,
yeah.
Josh. Because it's kind of on the same topic. He said, so public once it launches is like 500K market cap, or is my math wrong?
It's fluctuating on the price of Solana. It's somewhere between 420 and 500, depending on where the price of Solana is. I don't have the exact number, but I could probably verify that with like Roy or Danny.
Yeah, if you guys crunch the numbers, that's still pretty cheap from what I've done the math on. But okay, let's pull Kevin up. Or unless you had a question, Josh, is that what you're
No,
gonna say?
I want to wrap this up here. So De Niro got his allo in. Chill, bro. You know, you got some signing to do.
Whoa,
Kevin got his
whoa.
pencil in.
whoa.
Yeah, we're calling out everyone live. We're trying to speed this up for you. So
We're trying
every
to
single
speed this
person we're
up.
gonna
Jonah
solicit.
Blake, where are you, bro? You know, let's see. Web3 Adams in.
Done. Beast.
Soju is in. Dead Song
Beast.
is in, obviously. Expat is in. As Flynn, you know, Tony, get it in. Vesper, come on. It's, you know, 10 noon on Eastern time. Kitty,
I think she's not on Eastern anymore. I think she's flying around.
She's
right.
traveling quite a bit from what I've.
She's
we
moving
got
around.
a number of contributors. We got Wenzel. Wenzel's you know, doing some real
Dude,
life.
God bless Nick, man. He's going through it. I don't want to
know.
leak his situation, but he is moving across an entire continent at the moment.
Yeah. We had a call
and-
with them, and it was like in between rocks in Arizona or whatever. So
Just
Dude,
dropping
yeah.
through the Grand Canyon.
yeah,
Dude's a legend. Dude's an absolute legend, man. I can't tell you that we probably could not have even facilitated Pasternak getting involved with this DAO if it wasn't for him.
yeah.
Even though I built this community, believe big brands, even though we had all those things in place, Ben is ethereal. Is that the right word? Very ethereal. He almost is like an idea. He's not even like a real approachable person because he's just.
Has anyone seen Ben in real life? Are we sure he exists?
Right. I'm almost like
Maybe
maybe the psyop.
Maybe the DAO's fun guys set something up there, and Ben is, you know, an AI that they trained on Elon Musk, you know, intelligence and put out to launch Believe.
Yeah,
It's a theory.
of course, it is so important that Ben is involved here. It is so incredibly important because he is a big cultural component to why this is relevant. Many people would want to throw stones, and all of his competitors would want to tell him that he's not. But the truth is, as someone who is like building in the ecosystem, he's very important, and he's very, very important. His ideas are important. A lot of people love to throw stones. But has anybody else built an ICM launchpad that's done the volume Believe has done? Has anybody who's thrown the stones at him that are his competitors done the same? If the answer is no, and they're saying that the way he's doing it is bad, there needs to be a comparatively better way to do it. And there isn't. So at the moment, he's at the top. And
founder-led
like it or not.
Founder-led support is important. I mean, love him or hate him, Alon at Pump has been supportive of key tokens in his ecosystem. The Bonk guys have been really supportive of their launchpad tokens. Yeah, you have to be in the game. Like 20 Sol to someone like Ben, who's done really well, is nothing, but you're in the game, right? You're in the game with people that care about you and that are championing your product. And it's always important to support them. So just so we know, the 6 days, like, you know, I'm not trying to put people on blast by sharing. Everyone has the 6 days to make this. Or like, how do you see kind of their timeline? Like, at what point do you say, you know, people dragging their feet, you know, let's move this thing forward to redistribute that allo?
Oh, that's already been done. So all the contributors had until Tuesday, actually this past Tuesday, to claim their allocation, or they forfeited it. So unless they contacted me, it's very possible that they have forfeited their allocation, and that you know, that might ruffle feathers. That might upset some people.
Hey,
but
gotta be plugged in, man. Opportunities there. This amount of time, I've had opportunities come and go. So,
Josh, it's funny you say that, man. You were you almost missed it.
Hey, put that man on blast. Put that man on blast.
Well, you know what, Tom? You're my quant, and I have you in here to make sure we're making things happen. So I appreciate the nudges to get things done. So
No, we're busy. We're busy. There's a
We're
lot
busy.
going on too. It's low-key a little hard to keep up with all the ICM run stuff.
Where's
But-
Kevin at? You had Kevin on here. We wanted to give him a quick. He popped in, but I don't know if he has meetings. If you can ping him, Kevin's your guy, right? That's your homie, right, Mercy?
Boyfriend.
Tight.
Yeah, man. Kevin. So I'm reading the most craziest chat you could probably read like while you're on a stream. I'll send you guys a private screenshot of like what I just read. You guys will
Please
like
do.
It's okay.
crazy stuff I wasn't even expecting. But
That's what
yes,
comes with launching, right?
Yeah, I mean when you launch on a launch pad that's building GoonFi agentic stuff, the group chats get strange. But I was going to say, jokes aside, Kevin is to Douse to ICM.run. Kevin is the most important founder in ICM for ICM.run, and I mean that with all intents and purposes. He is literally, in my opinion, what is a gold standard for a new team joining the space, tokenizing. I still can't leak what he's doing. You'll laugh. I know he's watching this laughing. I can't say it, and it makes me so mad that I can't say what's going on with what he's doing. But let me just tell you that when we finally can say it, it's going to be one of those like really powerful stories of Web2 founder building an amazing Web2 product that optimized their product for Web3 users, acquired Web3 users as customers, found a way to tokenize where the traders were also a user vector. A lot of the holders of Inbox app, formerly TweetDM, helped the product acquire so many customers and so much attention, so much so that Inbox app was able to acquire some really industry specific attention that was really important to them. And yeah, they're I would say the unofficial ICM.run incubated project, the very first you could say.
Awesome. We do have Royal. I know we had, I guess Kevin was supposed to come up, but I'm not sure what's up with that. Do you want to just pull Royal back on, or is he? I don't know if he wants to come back on or if he's just chilling.
Let me ping the homie Kevin real quick and see if we can get him in.
We'll pull Royal up in the meantime just to shoot the shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, dude, I've just been hanging out because why not?
Whoa. Let's see the cat. Hold up. Let's see the cat.
Oh, Oliver, come here, buddy.
Oliver, who's going to launch the token?
Oh, no.
Yeah, someone make an Oliver agent.
He
Dude.
put it out there.
Hey,
Oh,
Oliver.
Oliver's cool.
He's like the coolest cat ever, dude. Like he doesn't care. Like, look, I'm rubbing his belly. He doesn't give a shit. Like,
Yeah, boy
something
cat
like
energy for sure.
yeah, he's chill. He's
Have
mad
you-
chill.
I got a question though. Have you been seeing any bad luck recently, or your luck?
No, dude, I've had Black Cat. I've had him for a while, and it's never been. Can you still hear me? Good.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
good.
All right, cool. It's never run into too much bad luck. So, I find myself, I consider myself pretty lucky to work for DAO's Fund. So, yeah.
So here's a question: as someone, as a part of DAO's Fund, how do you see Believe kind of innovating? Because we were just talking about Believe. How do you see Believe innovating this ICM space? What were your first thoughts when they kind of came in and got all that mind share originally back a couple months ago?
Well, to be honest, I mean, I think that the ICM narrative is a very strong one. I think that you have a lot of smart people kind of working to push this. Mercy and the entire team with ICM Run included, as well as the Believe team as well. I have not used the Believe app a ton. I think that the things that I look at it is like from the DAO's Fund perspective, at least for me, is like the thing that was crazy to me is that Believe took so much market share from Pump Fund right off rip, because there was literally like a week or two before Believe launched, there was like so many conversations on Spaces and just on the timeline I'm seeing from people saying that like Pump Fund is never going to be dethroned. Like Pump Fund has solidified itself in the space as the premier launchpad, and then Believe comes and takes like a huge chunk. And then not too long after that, Let's Bonk did the same thing. And so, I kind of look at it from that perspective, right? And like, what did they do that helped them make such a splash when they launched? I think one of the features that was really cool was their Twitter, like how you could tag like launch coin on Believe and then just say the coin and it would launch. I think removing friction for launching a token is kind of like the business that all of these launch pads are in, right? Because
Mhm.
before Pump Fund, it was hard to create a meme coin, right? Like you had to know a dev, you had to like know what you were doing. And then Pump Fund made it super easy and standardized everything. And so I think that, with Believe, Let's Bonk, there was another one that just came out called Bunt.fun.
Mhm.
Heavendex is really interesting. And one thing about these launch pads is you're seeing like Heavendex, I'm pretty sure you can like select that you're like an ICM token rather than a meme or
Yeah.
like you can kind of categorize it, which I think that is interesting too. And so like to Daniel's point about how like are these launch pads competing? We're all kind of doing like a different thing. I think it's an interesting point, and I think that there needs to be like 100 more launch pads on Solana. I know there's a lot, um, but yeah, I don't know. I hope that answers your question. I'm not super tapped into Pasternak or the Believe team myself, but that's kind of how I looked at it when they launched.
No,
So
yeah.
quick follow-up question on that. Like, so you said you think that there should be like more launch pads on Solana right now?
Yeah,
Why
I mean,
why?
because I think that like I'm still kind of like developing this thesis, and I've
Mhm.
talked to Daniel about it a little bit, but like I think that like launch pads on blockchains will be a very like I think a lot of businesses are going to have some kind of mechanism like that, and I think that um, when there's more competition and more launch pads on a chain, like that's the reason that I think Solana is the best place to launch a token is because like there are so many different options and we're constantly like um you know like battling each other for lack of a better words for being the best launchpad, right? One of the biggest things with Pump Fund was that their fees were not good for creators. Like creators could be making so much more if they chose a different launchpad to go with, but Pump Fund has just completely changed that now. And now Pump Fund has like super competitive creator fees that all of the rest of the launchpads, DAO's Fund included, or we're gonna have to figure out how to kind of handle that. You know what I mean? And so yeah, I think there should be more launch pads. Just because I think that it's so early and like the best hasn't really been figured out yet. You know?
I think that's a pretty interesting take because I read a tweet the other day that kind of had a interesting kind of thought around launch pads. It said launch pads are the new centralized exchanges, right? And instead of centralized, like what centralized exchanges do, they import tokens, whereas what launch pads do is they export tokens. I found that to be pretty interesting because even guys like CZ, they've acknowledged that, look, like centralized exchanges are going to be extinct one day. Like there's going to be infra that, basically like makes what they do obsolete at some point. And I think launch pads, kind of listening to you talk about this, it kind of puts us a step in that direction in my mind at least. So I found that pretty interesting, but you're right. I mean, competition is good for the space, right? We saw what happened when Pump Fund, when they were the only ones kind of dominating the launch pad scene. But now that things like flywheels, buybacks with revenue, all this other stuff gets introduced. Now we saw with Heavendex, what I thought was interesting was they were able to generate more fees and revenue with like less cost on traders. So I found that to be kind of interesting. So there's a lot of different ways that people can innovate in the launchpad scene. And you're right. I mean, Solana is the best place for it. It's a place where apps are getting built, and a lot of I mean, Solana is where the users are right now. So best place to be for sure. I know, Dom. My bad. I think I cut you off, but I wanted to get that little piece in there.
No, dude, I think these are all great takes, and I love hearing them. So, I guess my next question would be, is there anything DAO's Fund has taken from any of these launchpad that they've seen that they like? Obviously, competition's good, right? You want competition, it elevates everybody. At least I believe so. Is there anything you saw someone else do really well? You just mentioned Believes, easy onboard by tweeting. Is this like anything that you guys at Thousands of Fun have taken and like started to build out because of something you've seen?
Yeah, I mean everything. Like I mean Daniel is like our resident like researcher guy, so like he'll do like an entire new deep dive on the new launch pads, what features are good, what features he doesn't like, blah 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 blah. And so yeah, I mean a lot of features that we have, like we've gotten ideas. We've gone especially like with the create token process. Like we really try to focus on creators, and so like we've gone through like the create token process on a ton of different launch pads and like find what we like, where the least amount of friction is. And so yeah, I mean specifically like I'm trying to think of something specifically. Something that we're looking at now is just like the way that the liquidity pool is actually set up, because the there's like there's like Pump Fund has kind of standardized this, right? The way that they do it, and then all the other launchpad has kind of copied that. We've kind of worked backwards from it, and so like our launchpad is set up that it is a little bit more volatile than what most traders are used to because of Pump Fund. And so like that's something that we have to kind of consider, is because like in order to get volume on tokens, like you need to make it like accessible and comfortable for people that are like on Axiom all day, right? And so when our tokens trade a little bit differently than what people are used to, that can be a problem, right? And so there's obviously like a factor of like, okay, well, we're doing it this way because we like it better, but then there's also a factor of like, hey, we got to build what people want, so yeah, that's one thing that we're looking at right now, but I don't think that I can't think of anything specific off the top of my head that I'm like, oh, we saw this feature and took it or
Well,
anything like that.
So as for the volatility, is there, does it have to be again one shoe fits all feet, or can you make it to where people have optionality and they can kind of choose? I'm assuming you're talking about the volatility is based on like liquidity pool size and whatnot.
Yeah, it has to do with the liquidity pool size and how many tokens are paired with the Solana. Because I think it's 66 Sol on Pump and 66 Sol on our current, like on the agents. But I think that we pair less tokens with them. I may be saying that backwards. I can't wrap my head around it right at this second, but I think we pair less tokens with the Sol than Pump Fund does, which makes it a little bit more volatile.
And so you're thinking maybe just give more optionality on that, and
yeah, well, I don't know if we'll leave it up to creators. That's another thing too, is like, because I think it's really cool when there are like different options, right? Like I was messing with Bunt Fund, which is one of the newer launch pads, and you can like change the I think you can do this on Heaven Decks too, but you can change like the token supply, you can change a whole bunch of different things, whereas you can't do that on Pump Fund, you can't do that on Let's Bunk, and you can't do that on DAO's Fund. And so it's the question of like, does this create more friction, or is this what creators want, right? Or do creators not really care? And I think that
I don't mean to interrupt, and I love your thought process. It's an interesting conversation, and I bring it like it has me think about something that's completely off topic, but when you go through the Cane's drive-through, Cane's has set it up to where you have one order and that's it, right? You get the box, you get the toast, you get the coleslaw, you get the chicken. There's nothing else to think of. And so you can kind of relate that to launch pads. And I think it's kind of what you're saying here is like, we could add extra functionality, but does that then cause more user onboard friction? Is that actually going to maybe scare away and turn around users rather than onboard more users? And that's like the question you're struggling with a bit.
Yeah, I think that sums it up pretty well. And I think that back to like the whole like I think anybody that criticizes Pump Fund, whatever, you can have your criticisms of them. You can not like their price action or token, you can dislike Elon, whatever, but you cannot argue that Pump Fund has standardized what people expect, and what that is 1 billion tokens, right? And so like, is launching at 420 million tokens really, like, what does it do for you? Does it matter? Like, I don't know. So yeah.
Good thoughts. We gotta keep it moving. And again, Royal, you're free to stay in the chat, and we'll pull you up maybe again if you want to just chilling.
No, I think I'm gonna hop off, but I appreciate
Awesome.
you guys. Much love and good luck today, and we'll talk soon.
Thank
brother.
you.
Thanks, man. Thanks for coming.
Also, spam Ben Pasternak as well, everyone.
Let's get Pasternak.
Like,
on the
honestly,
stream,
not to put him on blast, but hey, I don't know what time it is in San Francisco, but it's cooking time here in Eastern Seaboard, and we need him up here, so it's got to come through.
Yeah, see, Mercy can't leak the alpha, but Ben can, so we can press him if he comes on.
Right.
Speaking of coming on, though, we got Kitty. Man, Mercy again can edify Kitty, but Kitty's been like super prominent in the ICM space. Like, again, I just put out a tweet talking about how valuable it is to, network and really champion a specific idea. And Kitty's been one of those people to champion ICM. And I would like to believe that's what's kind of landed him this new role as like head of ICM at Meteora. So it's a super interesting conversation. I've been wanting to get Kitty on for a while. We talked back and forth. But Kitty, are you with us? Oh, he's muted. My fault. There you go, Kitty.
Hey guys, how
What's
you
going on?
guys?
Here we go.
Excited for the launch day today. I know Mercy's been cooking this up for months logistically. And yeah, it was pretty funny. Like I think I saw Mercy start creating this, and I was sort of just going to be an observer, but a whole bunch of people pinged me to be like, "Hey, go ping Mercy and join this thing. He'll be valuable." So I reached out to him, and I fully bought into his vision. Clearly.
The rest is history. And Mercy, maybe you can fill some people in on who Kitty is to you.
Yeah. Well, Kitty, can't talk about what you've done with ICM or no? You tell me.
Yeah. I think Meteor told me I need to be more public with what I'm doing these days.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure I'm not like leaking anything.
No, everything's.
You and I have a few things. So Kitty Cut and I have a few things in common. For some reasons, I can't leak yet, but I'll say that Kitty Cunt is somebody who I've been blessed to meet in the space. That is probably the closest person to me that I've met in the space. Who's just been
You guys
here,
like cousins or something?
Dude, he's just
your
an
uncle.
operator. He's an operator, dude. Kitty Cunt's a smart operator. He's a smart founder. He's worked with a lot of different crypto projects, and he spearheaded a pretty important ICM project, the Believe app ecosystem. He would never take public credit for it because that's not the kind of person he is, and I give him a lot of respect and flowers for that. But he's behind a very, very, very successful ICM coin on the Believe app ecosystem, and he would never claim all of their success came from him. But after spending some time with him, I could tell that he is a powerful lever, and I'm really stoked to get into the incubation stage. That's why he's a mentor. Mentors in this DAO don't need to be 400, 500K, 2 million follower people. Mentors in this DAO need to be able to help projects come to market successfully, period. That's it. Like we're not, not looking for much else.
Let me emphasize that last point. Like a lot of ICM founders, like they're really crack devs. And I was like, just give background history on me. Like I'm a founder from the old days. Like a 10x founder 10 years ago is not a 10x founder now. Like I would consider 10x founders from a decade ago being washed compared to like how smart the founders who are building now are. But a lot of these founders, like they're really good. They can build the best product, but going to market is like there are a lot of different components of building a sustainable business. A lot of experimenting, hypothesizing, and all these different parts come together. And what the mentors are really going to do is help some of these founders really piece these things together to really make your product successful if it has that chance of being successful, right? Like not every startup is going to succeed. Like I advise startups in real life, angel invest, and everyone says there's that stat. Everyone says like 90% of startups do fail. But the best founders will push through the ups and downs, and that's what ICM.run is going to be doing with their incubator products.
So yeah, give us a little bit of insight as to kind of what you're working on here for Meteora and like how you help projects, what your role is, talk about how you got that role, because I think like that's a really interesting question. Most people would love to get some insight on.
Yeah, so I mean, I'd say like a year ago, I was just trenching out of curiosity. I've always been in crypto, and I got into Chainlink, like, when it was in pennies, and stuff like that, because there was always this idea of utility in ICM, but it's really having its iPhone moment. Like we're really now in the first inning. Um, and then as ICM started growing, let's call it January forward, I started paying attention a bit more. Started like chatting with founders, and it became an ego thing for me. It was like I really want to help a founder I think has high potential, like not get paid. It was more like, okay, succeed in Web 2. I want to have a victory lap and succeed in Web 3 and help one founder become one of the biggest ICM projects on Solana. So it sort of it's it really came out of passion. Um, so it's sort of like me advising two ICM projects, and that was after me like sort of vetting them and sort of meeting my criteria, like from the views of like how a VC would invest in a startup, like founder market fit. Are they here to build over the long term? You'll see a lot of founders building, giving up because like pretty quickly because their token went down, which is the mindset that the type founders I would never work with. Like you need to be laser focused. You got to be thinking about many different things. So Polycule, like Top G, he was one of the founders I met pre TGE. And I saw like what a great.
Did you just leak who you're working
Yeah,
with?
yeah, but I think that came out publicly
Okay,
last
cool.
week.
Cool,
Um,
cool, cool.
so I saw like, okay, this founder's like he has the right mindset of like a 10x founder.
Mm.
So I sort of told him like before he even launch, like, hey, like I'll help you through right to the end. And that's been a fun journey. Um, Start to finish, like just being on the ground floor, like and basically I got to relive the glory days of when I was a builder. Um, so Soul Cipher was the other project I'm helping. I basically flew out to meet them to vet them because I was like, okay, if I'm going to give my time to you guys, I
Wow.
need to make sure you're a very committed founder and that you guys are you guys are leaning into something unique in a saturated market. So I think over the past months, I interacted with Meteora a lot, just to be like, hey, this is like what these guys are doing. And they sort of saw me involved in the ICM space. They know my background as well, um, even though it's not like publicly known, my background. And it sort of just came like they gave me a call one day and they were like, hey, um, we want to really push and be in front of ICM. And we love like what you've been doing in the space, your background, and they were like, "Do you want to just help run like our ICM side? It'll be like a pseudo incubator. Um, I'll be like, okay. First of all, there's gonna be a lot of ICM projects building on Meteora, and my role is trying to pick out some of the best ones that I personally think the high potential, high TAM, and work with them, give them guidance if they want it, and try to give them a lot more resources than people think. Um, so it's a matter of me. Like I started reaching out to some founders, and it goes down to like I want to get to know them, how things are, see what their mindsets are like, um, like just sort of seeing like are they what their hypothesis is, how they've been experimenting, what's been going well, what hasn't been going well, and it's gonna be a balance of me like doing. Firstly, I don't want to be pushing you to go in any sort of direction. That's always going to go down to the founder. Like I hate like VCs and stuff who like basically force the founder to go another direction. It has to be like the founders deciding their own path. But if the founders want my advice, like I've built and exited my company. I've been at least in Web 2, advisors for startup stuff gone to $1 billion exits right from day zero. So it's sort of what I've always been doing. And if these founders sort of want that support, um, keep open communications. I'm happy to give them significant resources to help them succeed and show that really Meteora is on the forefront of ICM, and they are. The
Meteora
best IC
absolutely is.
the best builders will be
100%.
building the best ICM builders will be building on Meteora. And I sort of told like Soju and all that, like we want to be like San Francisco on chain. I want to see an ecosystem, and I think there's a gap right now. Like there's all these builders building, but I sort of want to start creating a vibe like SF where founders are like always like conversing with each other, chatting with each other, helping each other, like basically like that San Francisco vibe, right? Because that was very pivotal in SF for builders. Like they loved meeting other builders, chatting, maybe to discuss a problem. There's a lot of different things in that ecosystem that make SF such a tech hub, and we sort of want to do that with Meteora, and then eventually meet, as a highlight product gets built, and there will be an ICM project that comes out of Believe that will have that unicorn sort of status. Whether people are going to believe to hold it to that point, I think that's the whole point of Believe, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, my role is really to be like that advisor, guidance, pick out some of these best founders, and if they really, it'll be up to them if how much advice, guidance they want, and give them resources as they go. But that'll come down to me really understanding what they're doing.
And if I can just jump in real quick, I love that. I love that. I think that's really powerful what you just said about just kind of creating San Francisco on chain, basically. What does that look like to you? Like, obviously, this is all online, right? We all connect via CT, Twitter, Telegram, what have you. Where would all these builders come together to meet? Are you, what does that look like to you?
Yeah, so it was funny. This sort of thought came to me like last week, like as I was thinking, like, okay, outside of supporting some of the best founders, like how else can we improve this ecosystem? And on our end, like Meteor's end, like we've already like, and this is bare minimum stuff, and it's gonna be evolving, but we've created a group chat with like all these ICM founders and myself, Soju Vesper, to start chat, discussing with each other's on like with anything on Telegram, really helping telling these founders like, hey, if any of these founders have a big milestone that they just pushed out, whether it's a product, whether it's a win, like, go support each other, engage with each other. It was funny. I was on a call with Tales of Meteor like a month and a half ago, and I met one of the main people on the teams in person on this Solana yacht party, which is funny enough. And I sort of talked to him like, and this is a good example like how they're engaging with other token communities, like, and that's sort of how I want to see other projects doing.
Yeah, I think. Oh, and we lost him. Well, with or without Kitty, I think like that's a really great thought. And the question is like, how can you make? I guess Believe would be the hub for this, and ICM Run is kind of working on that as well. How can you make a culture that sort of is like Silicon Valley, sort of like San Francisco? Like these startup hubs where you just have these, people that kind of put everything on the line and just go all in on a product or something they're building. Again, you kind of think of Facebook and that story. How can Believe be that? And I think if Meteor can't foster that, and they have gone so hard in doing this, they've supported so many projects on Believe. It's been incredible. And so like, it's a really cool thought and an interesting thought and like vertical that Kitty's kind of heading up here, because if you can bring that culture to life, not only do you just have a launch pad, but you have a full ecosystem around it. And I think like that's one thing Believe has also done well is like they have the builders fund. They have the funds for, people who need credits and stuff like that. So really interesting. And, Kitty, you're back. I wanted to touch on a thought you mentioned pretty early in your when you were speaking. And it was, I don't want to help a founder that's going to have a token go down and then just kind of leave and never come back. We had this conversation with Nick from Believe a couple days ago, where it was like, would there be more value to, and I guess I'll give some context before I get into this. People were asking, we want this fund where each project or a few projects are working with a mentor, and this mentor can help them and like help them adapt to Web3. And the question is, can you bring more value to these projects enough so where they don't leave? And does that actually churn more value for Believe in the long run, by giving some of these people that maybe would otherwise leave because they just don't understand Web3, that hands-on experience? And it almost sounds like, Kitty, you think those people are never going to make it. It's not even worth like putting attention there.
So I'm a very principled, like when I invest in startup, like, and a lot of VCs do this, like the first thing they check is like how committed a founder is, like, do they have founder market fit? So when I talk to founders, I really try to assess this, right? Because in the end, it's their own personal motivation. Like there's some people, there's a difference between someone launching a project because it's a hobby for them and a founder who actually wants to make a real startup, commit to building, potentially building something like generational. And those are two very different mindsets that you can almost like sense from when you actually have like a one-on-one conversation with them. And your gut may not always be right on this, but when I chat with founders and the ones I do want to sort of bring into this, like, let's call it like media incubator fold, those are the sort of founders I work with or want to work with. And like you said, there's no you won't, it's never a guaranteed thing, right? It's really a matter of you trying to assess the founder, what type of person he is. It's all these little different personality factors that go into, okay, this founder actually wants to build a real company. And these things take time, right? Like startups take like a lot of time. Like, you're building your MVP, you have a hypothesis on, is there demand for this? You experiment on that, validate your idea. If the conclusions are wrong, maybe you switch up your approach, maybe you pivot. If you think you're onto something, like these are all motions you got to do for your product, your go-to-market, your profit formula, all these sort of things. And the 10x founders do think about these at some point, and that's really like the difference between like the founders who are committed to building and the founders that I personally just buy and hold and don't care about short-term price action. And the ones I want to work with versus founders where I'm like, okay, I'm really not sure if this is just a hobby to them, and if things go down, they're just going to call it quits, right? You need grit. Grit is everything in startup building.
I think that's a great message. The whitelist mint for the NFTs just went live, so I got one more question, and then you can leave us with that.
Yeah.
And Kitty, we want to, again, we've talked in the DMs plenty of times. I'd love to get you on the show to really pick your brain further because your thoughts are like, I love it.
Yeah, we would love to know more about your background too, in terms of what you're able to share, and if you're open to sharing more, like what those businesses were that you worked with and projects, etc. So
so I'm not going to give the exact names. I don't want to dox a bunch of strangers, but the people I work with do know. But really, it was a fintech SaaS, and it was a $250 million exit, which, like, they're bigger businesses than me. But then I sort of shifted into doing like basically angel investing to startups and guiding them. One went to like $1 billion, another one, some went big, some failed. That's really the the background context I'll give on a public stream. But that's sort of what led me. That's sort of what ignited my whole passion on Web3.
Absolutely. As a journalist, I gotta peel into the layers there, and I won't call myself a journalist at all. So,
well,
no, don't worry. I'll definitely plan to book a time on your show.
Cool.
I'll say there's some really cool products being launched in ICM next week. So literally, it's all hands on deck with me.
Hey, we got some alpha, boys.
Alpha on the stream.
That's actually huge, bro.
I think like ICM is looking really good, and there are a lot of founders who are working really hard in the background, and I also see it in Telegram groups and stuff. Like, people are very impatient, but they gotta realize, to have a well done product made and a well done launch, that takes time, and it's a very fluid and dynamic situation, right? Because you might plan for like a set date, but things in the background are happening where the date needs to change, the date needs to push, and you'll see that with a lot of different founders. To be fair, like even Ben's flywheel, like, he's getting a lot of hate for it, but if you're a real builder, you understand that things are always dynamic. Things take time to do it right. People just need to be patient. So, like, obviously in crypto, there's that whole idea of the short attention span, but it's mostly because people haven't like released a proper product or built a really good company. Things take time. You got to give these founders leeway and just be patient. And it really goes down to believing, right? And that's going to really be the big shift that Ben's leading, Meteor is leading, Mercy if ICM.run is ushering in, and I'm sure there's obviously others, right, that are like spearheading this. So the believers will win in the end, and we will see some of the best products come out in the ICM wave.
Absolutely. Kitty, brilliant,
Wow.
brilliant mind, man. We'll be talking to you more.
Thanks
for
so
coming
much.
on.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
thanks,
Kitty,
guys, and I'll
Kitty
be
and I will
tuned
be
in.
leading this a lot. I think I'm really looking forward for Kitty and I to start setting up. Like, I think you guys will be seeing a lot from me and Kitty working together on the incubator process stuff. There's a lot of mentors. There's a couple idea guy mentors too. Kitty Cut and I are going to be the rolling sleeves up guys on this one. So
Yeah.
I'm really
Well, and
stoked to be working with you.
it sounds like Kitty's a culture guy too, and ICM has built a culture. Like I'm so excited for ICM Run because you've built this culture where I haven't like gotten excited for a PFP cult in so long, and you guys have like successfully ignited that in me. So
Yeah,
looking forward to it.
No, Mercy's good, and I think the last bit I'll add for I tune out is like, yes, this is like, see, whatever Mercy's aligned with this thought process. If he wants to be a 60-day DAOs, I'm going to be aligned with that too. You know, I know he's doing this whole voting thing, and you know, the voting thing is needed, but you know, the people that we incubate, like what I'm looking forward to is like selecting some founders post incubator and bringing them to this Meteor, let's call it incubator fold, post this incubator, and really help give them more resources, guidance, and really help them create an amazing product. So that, you know, that's going to be post incubator of like how my roles can be involved with any projects that may be going through this. So it doesn't end just at the ICM.run. There'll be some people I want to pick and, you know, help give resources to after the fact.
What a huge mind. I mean, Kitty, I can't wait to have you on stream to really like dig into a lot of this. But we appreciate the alpha. I mean, I don't know if you guys on in the audience, I don't know if you viewers caught that, but if you didn't, I'd say go back a few minutes. Go back about 5 minutes and rewatch that.
And I'll clarify. I'm talking about like multiple ICM projects here, so it's a good week for ICM.
In many ways.
Now, dare I throw this thought experiment out real quick? You know, we know Ben is like 95% done with the flywheel. We thought he's been holding back launches till the flywheel is ready to kind of kick it off. So next week, could we see flywheel paired with launches, paired with ICM Run? Could be huge. Could be
Wink
huge.
twice if that's true.
Kitty, we don't know if Kitty's weekend right now.
All right, guys, I'll be tuned in rest of the day, and I can jump in once it's an open space.
Awesome.
Sounds good. We appreciate you for coming on. Thanks, Kitty.
Get it together, chill.
See you guys. I'm sorry. Like, bro, you threw that out there, bro. You just threw them like, you know. That was huge.
Mean,
what?
Do the math,
clips
right?
All day. Yeah, clips all day.
40 chess.
Was good, brother.
Oh, boys, I can't wait to get through this phase, boys. I'm like biting into my chair right now, not with my teeth.
Well, the mint just went live. Should we mint some live? Check it out.
Yeah, pull it up real quick, just so everyone can see it.
Yeah.
Welcome, Adam. Good
Adam,
to have you back.
What's
up,
happening?
Adam?
We just went from kitty mode to splat mode. Let's get it.
Whoa, wait a minute. Where's why am I not whitelisted on here?
Adam, I think you
How
are.
How do I get it?
I'm not.
I'll leave some.
Don't worry. We have a team supply. We'll hook up mentors. But if you grinded, so we had like 7 or 8 different partner communities. Like the MCG team full grinded those, and that's how they got access to.
Oh no, they deserve them. I'm a big NFT guy. I want like 100 of these things.
I'm not gonna lie. There is a utility, like for what it's worth. Like we're not just gonna, you know.
All right, here we go. I minted 5. Let's see what I got here. View items. All righty. Let's
drugs?
Brand new wallet and
thanks,
guys. Thanks for your money. Mercy dip.
The Axiom drainer worked.
Yeah.
Are they all alien? Mercy?
Basically, yeah. So except for the one of ones for the mentors, all of them have like the alien believe app color skin for it, essentially.
Dude,
I tried to keep the, and then there's a couple shark guy things going on. Like if you catch those, there's like a couple like cultural pieces there,
let's
like
see.
different like integrated into it.
69 shark silver. Let's go, man. The
Yeah.
art on these is so well done. Like you guys
I appreciate it.
crushed. You guys
Yeah.
crushed.
I don't want to also pretend like the art on this is like the best ever for NFT art. I'm not gonna like fucking glaze myself like that. But I will say, when I went to choose an artist for this, I chose somebody that generates one of one art, and I had him do the whole collection. So normally he would charge like $300 for a one of one. I went to him like, brother, I really wanted something that's like high def, really high quality, really really crisp. And we paid him well, and I'm so happy with the quality that's come out of this too. We do plan to do an art upgrade. It's just completely optional art upgrade. I love pixel art. A lot of people hate pixel art. Okay, sue me. If you want to upgrade your art to pixel art, you'll be able to like December, January. I had another artist I was working on doing the like a complete carbon copy of this fully pixel stuff. Because one thing I love about like vibe coding is you can like create sprites and pixel art. So like I can like use these NFTs like within some type of environment instead of them just being purely art on chain. But for now, I'm obviously very happy. I'm glad people really like the art. I'm not gonna lie, like that was probably the thing I was most worried about, was if people were gonna like the art direction that we went with. Like it's either like you either love it or you're gonna hate it. And I thought both was bullish. So shout out like the most hated NFT collections out there in the world. They still get all the attention. By the way, called RIP VC before this. This was integrated in the PFP collection before those 50K twaps that went into this coin. No involvement in that whatsoever. But
Something to think about. Something to think about. Let's see. Web3 Adam has posted his one of one. Let's share this tab.
Mine's gas. Mine's gas.
Fire.
The background
Yeah,
is gas.
Shout out Splat. Shout out Splat.
That's fire. That's fire.
We redid that, just so you know, we redid that like 8 times, the guy on top of your head. I was not happy with like the first few versions. I'm like, it has to be like melting and it has to be like high fidelity.
I missed that. That's so cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fire. You're looking
Yeah,
handsome today, Mercy, and your one of one looks sick too. I was just looking at it.
Appreciate that.
Okay, yeah.
And
Let's see. Is
also, 1.7 bill on the coin right now because people are trying to buy it when there's no liquidity. So I look at it looks like I got 57.
we made it.
Yeah, $59 million.
We're out this.
So if anyone wants anything, Rolex is on me or
Oh boy.
Mind you guys, Adam turned 10K to $500,000 on Milk.
Oh, yeah.
So this guy knows a thing or two about good
Hey, I
tokens.
got $69 million in ICM that run right now. So
We blasted him on that clip too. So
Okay, so we got some questions. Vax, where to mint? Guys, this is the whitelist round. So if you guys got whitelisted, we gave away 120 here. Mercy obviously has been giving away like a ton through ICM Run. So if you're whitelisted, go ahead on Magic Eden. You can mint it. You should have gotten an email or text message. You can also go through the link tree through the ICM Run account. And yeah, get into it. Again, it's all through Magic Eden, which, by the way, Mercy, I'm so glad you went directly through Magic Eden rather than just like some boofy thing.
I do like launch my NFT. Like I do. I bought some Bonkios. You know, I don't hate the game. Game is game. You know what I mean? But yeah, I was happy Magic Eden was able to do it. And I'll admit it. Like they came with a pretty expensive ticket. I let them know like, hey, this is like a homegrown like project. Like we're obviously we're a derivative art. They gave us a really great rate to work out this with, and they've been so supportive. You know what I mean? They've been really, really helpful. And I also, the other thing too, is a lot of people who don't come from like NFT culture, they don't realize that a lot of people who are, especially in NFT culture too, don't realize that like this whole ICM space of traders, these are not NFT traders. They're not going to go on and launch my NFT and connect their wallet to some new platform they've never heard of. So it was really important to me that we use something that people have heard of, like Magic Eden, because there's so many Web2 normies here that are in the space. And I know maybe normie is a harsh word to them, but like, the truth is they're just new to the space, and they need a way to be able to get them. So I'm obviously very happy with what it went. I guess we have a 0.53 soul. I don't know how that works, but
that's the insta sell. Someone has an offer up right now. I could
someone
just
has pulls. Oh, there's pulls already.
Nuke the 5 I just did right now on your head, guys. I could use UZL. It's not gonna happen. Though, don't worry.
Bro. All on stream.
I see, guys, and again, this is live. This is a mint. I see some people say should have been whitelisted. If you guys have issues, is there a support ticket they can raise? Mercy, obviously macro. I
X,
think
Yeah,
you
it's
guys
on
have
the
called
these.
X.
skill issue.
Go on X
Damn.
at ICM.run.
Jeez.
There is a general manager of the DAO. Obviously, I'm not going to be sorting out whitelisting while I'm on the stream. Go
course.
DM the general manager. If there was a genuine mistake, and there have been a few, we have a team supply and a promo supply. I've already airdropped to a few people where they just were like mixed up in the whitelisting process, or somebody, like a wire got crossed. A lot of 99.99% of the people that fucked up their mint wrote yes in the wallet field. So I just want to say, like, even those people, I threw them some love. You know what I mean? I'll throw them a mint. We have a team supply for this type of stuff. So in the event where, these things happen, we'll hook them up. The goal is to build a community. The goal of the NFT supply is to build a community, but there is a public supply. I know a lot of these mints typically have like zero public. I did want to have a public supply so people can to mint these out. I did speak with Magic Eden. Their anti-bot stuff's a little better than it's been before. So I felt comfortable enough, because that's usually a big issue when you do NFTs. Like, you gotta be careful, like Cybele would just like max mint out with bots, basically. I feel pretty good that we won't run into that too much here. And yeah, I really, one of the things that was important to me with the mint is that I built 2 communities in the NFT community. And one was like this big bag worker ecosystem from DAO's World and DAO's Fun. A lot of these guys are just so fucking used to getting dunked on. For what it's worth, the guy who makes almost all of our art for this project was some random like guy who was just bag working the community. I loved his AI art so much, or I'm like, I just started sending him like 1 to 2 SOL every 24 to 48 hours. I'm like, brother, you work for me now. Like, you're coming with us. So yeah.
Someone said, I will PFP this. Yeah, I'm PFPing this as soon as I get it going. Wait, where are the 101s? Can I see some of these? I heard
It's on special on the bottom left when you look on traits.
Okay, traits bottom left.
Open up that, and then all the way at the bottom.
There we go. Let's see some of these. And Mercy, I want you to give us some. You said there's a lot of little things you dropped in on these in the art that's like teasers, and can you tell us some of those when we see them? Obviously, these are 101s, but
yeah. So I think the 101s are funny. So the very first one, top left corner, is Imran. He had massive cultural impact on the ICM ecosystem. He also took a lot of risks by incubating post TGE teams, which in crypto is unheard of. VCs are the biggest bundlers in crypto. Like, we want to like talk about on-chain terrorists. Like, VCs are on-chain terrorists. And Alliance DAO is like literally, there's a reason why they twap out the top high revenue protocols in the space, because they're culturally relevant. They understand the space really, really, really well. And he was important to the space. And the reason why we get it, because like, this is like, when I built this PFP collection, it's just to kind of create a timestamp of ICM, of like people who built in the space before. It was kind of cool. It's cool now. Everyone loves ICM, but like, I was getting dunked on for months, like while doing this, and getting joked on for months. So yeah, that's Imran. There's a few others too there that I thought were kind of funny. Obviously, Pasternak. He got obvious 101. There's some funny ones in here. I actually got one for his girlfriend Evelyn. You just passed her. She's like,
no way.
Hell yeah. So that's Pasternak's girlfriend. 101 for
Why is there not a Birkin?
Yeah,
brother, I know, but I want her to have it. I want her to take it. Not like I was thinking it. But if you go into the art, the Hermes and Birkin art is all through the collection. 100%. I thought of that, but I was like, I kind of want her to want it. You know what I mean? Too, like, type shit. Like I don't want her to hate it. You know what I mean?
Where can we see the Birkins? Hats, hair, mouse, overlay. What trade would that be?
It's a background. It's actually a background. So you're actually looking at one right now. If you scroll down to the NFT that's on the bottom left corner there, right there, to the right of that one.
Oh.
Actually, yeah. If you click on that one. Oh, the one to the left of that one there. That one.
What are we talking?
That one. You had it. Leftmost one. One more over. So this is like where we incorporated that, like, another Hermes bag for like, just kind of snuck it in. You know what I mean? Not crazy.
I love that. For the culture.
Yeah, culture. Just snuck it in. I don't want to over dunk on cultural and shit, but like, I think for the people who find it, they'll see it, like they'll laugh a little bit.
Dude, that's
don't want to over dunk. Meanwhile, in the background, literally dunking.
Literally.
Another Hermes. That's hilarious. Dude, I'm so glad you did that. You got the shark chain, you got the Hermes bag. Any other?
Yeah, there's some Meteor references in there too. There's a lot of different like meme references in there. I wanted to be careful like including coins from the Believe app too much integrated in the art, because honestly, this ICM space is going to move around a lot. That's going to change a lot. The DAO will be there to serve the projects on there. The main purpose of this is just to document people who've been building in the ICM space, and obviously green for Believe is like the ultimate player. I also know that nobody's going to PFP a PFP that has a bunch of crypto projects all plastered all over it. So I didn't want to like go overzealous of like dupe and Cled and like all that stuff in there. Cause like, yeah, like I don't wear too much branded clothes myself or like anything like that. So the only stuff I include otherwise, there's a, you guys probably recognize them. There's a Rasmer PFP. There's a Frank PFP. They're on the left-hand side. Those guys were really culturally important to ICM.
That's
those
awesome.
two there.
Oh, the Raspberry one's fire.
Yeah, I thought the Raspberry one came out pretty good.
That one is fire.
Yeah.
Josh's is pretty fire too. Not gonna lie. I gotta I like that one.
Is my Wi-Fi booth chat? What's going on here?
No, you're good.
All right. Yeah, that's a sick.
Is
I love the background.
Is he involved in ICM.run?
No. I mean, we texted on X a few times, but no, he's not. I think for the PFP, it's just like to honor the people who like he pushed Clet. He 100% championed Clet. I give flowers to anybody that's got the fucking balls to back a coin in 2025. I'm so over like the shame and stigma. Like I'm at the point where I'll even back teams that have launched coins that are trying again. I think like we need to get out of this mindset that launching a coin is like your commitment for life. You're going to fail at things. People are going to launch coins and fail. It happens because startups fucking fail all the time. So for ICM teams, I'm very forgiving. I really want to see more people try to ship coins, and I want to see more people try to back these projects.
Got you. Yo, look,
500 holders, and not a single one is listed in NFT.
That's bullish. By the way, bullish.
Dom, is that you there?
That's Dom right there. That's Dom
guys,
right there.
Bear with me. I just right-click save. Think I got a new PFP coming in soon. If I can figure out where I saved it to here.
Oh my
brother, you right-click saved it? No.
That's crazy.
Cardinal sin.
No, he screenshotted it.
Yo, but for what it's worth, on some real alpha real quick, Soja just put out a really important tweet.
Here,
people forget Meteora is fucking TGEing soon.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Yes.
Like the biggest fucking DEX in Solana is TGE. And like you guys are over here fighting for pump swap fees. Like, guys, don't be stupid. The best opportunities in crypto come from being a part of massive products that have massive revenue and backing them before TGE. Like if we're talking about opportunities, like that's probably the best one right now, in my opinion.
Dude. Absolutely. We were talking to Soju a while ago, and we were like, we want to get you on for a rollout leading up to the Meteora airdrop. So I think now's a good time. We got to talk to him again, but got to get him on the show soon. What a beast, man. Soju's the GOAT. But
just getting a message.
Hopefully we hit 1 bill in airdrop value. Talk about a stimmy check for the trenches.
Wouldn't hate it.
Wow.
Yeah. People keep sleeping on Meteor. Look, Trump chose the chain for a reason. And like another thing too is whenever people like get really judgy about like, oh, this DEX did crime or that DEX did crime. It's a permissionless DEX, guys. Anybody can launch on here. Like anybody could have launched Libra on here. Anybody could have launched Melania on here. Anybody could have launched Trump on here. Like anybody could have done it. Like this DEX team is not this like cabal team. This team is just like a really base high tech team. And I'm really looking forward for ICM.run to be an incubator to support the projects that approach them. Obviously, it's a pipe dream, but of course, I would love if, like, when really cool ICM teams approach Soju, that he thinks of ICM.run as a place to incubate those teams on chain. And, like, obviously, going to do everything I can to get as much exposure for this DAO for that Met airdrop. I can't leak anything. I can't say anything. I can't say what will happen. But let me tell you, like, my mission is to get ICM.run set up, that treasury set up for an airdrop. Let me tell you, like I am going to hard grind to make sure that happens.
Yeah, dude.
I see Base Dan there with the top eyes there. He was on the show a few weeks ago. We actually are wanting to get Soju on, but we said, why don't we wait closer to the airdrop so we can really get this conversation in the narrative when it's exciting. So I'm sure he'll be on at some point.
Yeah, man, can't wait for this. This is gonna be absolutely huge. And the good thing is, I like that no one's talking about it. It's just gonna come out of left field, and it's just going to be boom, and only the people who are actually, paying attention, contributing, are actually going to benefit. So, yeah.
Real quick. Dang, bro. Why is it not updating, bro? New PFP. I'm not sure if you can see it, but got the new PFP up, man. Loving it. Gonna rep it. I need a new banner for Twitter is what I need next.
We'll get that for you.
Yeah.
We'll get that for you. If anybody needs like banners, stuff like that, we'll whip that up for you ASAP.
Shoot, drop me a banner too then, Mercy. What?
MCG, ICM run, throw Splat in there. Put it all, man.
The whole gang.
Yo,
gang is
someone
crazy.
someone just DM'd me. They got their PFP from ICM.run. They're a fan of the show. We made sure that their wallet got into the MCG Allo, and they're thrilled. Like, they're blowing up the DMs on the MCG account, just saying thanks so much. So we're so glad that our show supporters and contributors were able to get in on this mint. So shout out ICM.run, shout out MCG. That's a huge collab.
For what it's worth, also Adam kind of popped in right when we did the mint. I
sorry, Adam.
I kind of owe Adam. I definitely owe Adam some flowers. I just want to say a couple of things, and I know, Adam, you're gonna get mad that I'm giving you all this flowers, dude. But I just want to say, Adam is also a massive pioneer in ICM. And one thing that a lot of like your academic right curve academic think boys will think is that they're going to get around understanding traders by building perfect product. Not the fucking case. Traders are the utility. They're the only reason why ICM is fucking possible is because a bunch of fucking on-chain monsters decided to break rules and trade these coins prior to there's any type of framework, of any serious framework at all. And when it comes to like understanding that, dude, like Adam, I've been following you in this space, following you in this for a minute. There's not many people that like I feel like I have followed in the space that have been fucking right often about really good projects and good teams. You have fucking killed it when you're choosing your picks. And I think one thing I'm really stoked about working with you as a mentor in the style is when we have these teams approach us and you being a strong litmus test to be like, guys, there's no shot these guys are going to fit within this attention framework, right? There's no shot like these traders are going to eat them a fucking live, like, and I think like that's an important perspective that a lot of people think they have. A lot of people think they have that perspective and think they know what that is. And then there's people who actually bet on it and have success from it. And that's you, Adam. You've bet on that multiple times. Have had success with that multiple times. And for better or worse, your opinion, a lot of people may know who are in the know. And if you don't know, Adam's opinion in this space matters. He is what you would like. I consider like a fucking Degenomics fucking like sommelier. Like he's not like a random guy with a random opinion with a fucking alpha FNF group. Like this dude has picked winners and people trust him for picking winners for a fucking reason. And one of the real things I'm excited about, man, is like as we start incubating these teams that are trying to build these attention flywheels by using the token, we really need somebody who's going to be a part of this mental data to be like, guys, like this is way too fucking right curve. Like this is just way too, like you're overselling this. Da, da, da. I think the one thing I notice most when I interact with you is to be like, it's like you literally like to take anything that's very serious and like fucking dull it down 30 steps. You know what I mean? And I've always liked about working with you. Because when you work in an incubator, you can't like be playing fucking bureaucracy. You know what I mean? You want to be working with people who fucking believe in what they believe. And obviously leading now with Splat, perfect alignment. When I started paying attention to what you're doing with Splat, fun fact, one of my favorite traders I trade with, Yol, big holder of Splat. One of my favorite traders I love trading with. We trade on Vector app a lot together, me and him. He's actually the first person to introduce me to Splat. I didn't even know you were involved with it until I did my DD. And then I was like, oh yeah, I fucking put some fucking bread in that. I'm very happy I did. but jokes aside though, dude, I'm really grateful for you to be on a mentor. And you have closed the gap for some really important relationships for this incubator. And because of you, the projects we incubate might have the potential to work with some of the most fucking important people in crypto. And that would not be possible without you. So you're very critical, important to this. And I just want to say again, a lot of gratitude to you. You're taking massive risk by jumping into this new type of like environment with us. And I don't take that for granted. But again, I just wanted to give you your flowers, bro, and a proper intro.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, I think he's in Japan right now, so probably low odds he jumps on. I think it's like 2 a.m. in Japan. I bought a coin earlier that I thought about and I wanted to talk about on here. I'm not gonna like show it or anything, and I'm not by any means saying I want to buy it, but it's just an interesting concept. So there's this big meta going on in Pump Fund right now where creator fees are a thing. And so people are like making coins where like 100% of fees go to this, and like one shot to like 10 mil, where all the fees went to donating subs to streamers. And just because they were donating all their fees to subs to streamers, they went to like 10 mil market cap.
I saw that.
Crazy.
I saw this yesterday.
Streamer coin or whatever, right?
Yep.
So then yesterday, last night, there's this guy named Resell Calendar, and he's got like a group of resellers. Like I've known about him for years. Sports cards, everything you can think of. And he dropped a coin called like Pickle Vault. And basically he's got this thesis where pickleball's growing like crazy, which we all know. Like every time I'm in Miami, someone's like, play pickleball. And I'm like, what the fuck what are we talking about? And he like found this guy who's basically like Michael Jordan of pickleball. And there's like 4,000 of his rookie cards. He owns 500 of the 4,000. So he has like 10% or whatever of the entirety of the supply.
Supply control pickleball cards.
Dude, and it's like the rookie like best player, by far best player in pickleball. So he dropped a coin, bought 50% of it, burnt the 50%. He's made like 15K or something on fees, and he's using all the money on fees to acquire all of the fucking like to
his own
the hell out of this thing. So I was like, oh my God, this is hilarious. So I bought 3 of them for PSA 10 ones. I bought 3 PSA 10 ones for $97 each on eBay last night. Now, just in 24 hours, they're going for $400. And I'm pretty sure his vault has like, I don't even know. Like, I mean, he's got so many of them, and he's talking about like, it's very like ICM. He's like talking about like, he made a tweet saying something along the lines of like, if only I didn't have to store all my cards and I could buy into something digital and own a percentage of them or something like that. And
that's
I was like,
actually alpha.
ICM goat right here. It's just hilarious, like just absolutely hilarious.
Dude,
so,
pickleball's popping.
Dude, yeah. So like I own 3 of the Michael Jordan of pickleball cards. They ship here in about 3 days. Hilarious. Like
do you guys play?
That's the shit that I love. No, I've never played pickleball in my life.
Dude, yo, pickleball's fun. Don't hate it till you try, bro. I've been getting out there. You know, it's something I do with the lady here and there, bro.
Same.
Would recommend. Oh yeah, Chill, you're on that.
That's what I'm planning. Like we got this whole pickleball league.
Oh man,
down the street, like that's down the street from us. So it's like, all right, like maybe we get involved here. You know,
you want lady. Ben John's rookie card Leaf 2023. Only about
beast.
Do
you want to tell us a bit about Splat? We had you on earlier, but you got a whole new audience here right now. So, you know, tell us about Splat.
Yeah, and how's the rollout going? Because you were saying end of week. Well, here we're Friday, man. This is
Friday. It's Friday.
Friday. How's that dev?
What the fuck, Dev?
Hey, guys.
I want to interfere with ICM Run.
Yeah, dude, I can't drop on the same day as my brother Mercy, dude. Are we serious?
It's like Drake and Kanye dropping the same day. You just can't do it. You gotta,
right, fuck up my
humble Chad,
bro's Drake. Bro's Drake on party, bro. Like this is like a homegrown situation here. I don't want to like
function.
No, we're aiming for Monday. I mean, Monday's like actually gonna happen. We have like a lot of big accounts that are gonna switch PFPs, so like customs that we made them. I got a bunch of guys hopping on today, tomorrow to record content using it. So on Monday, they could push out the content that they made and like show their ref links and everything. I want like when we go live to have like a huge marketing slam. It's like what we did at Pudgy. So kind of same vibes there. Ran into a few bugs. I had a good buddy of mine like battle test the shit out of it, and he like sent me like a whole list of things. I was like, holy shit, only you'd be able to find this. Easy stuff, like nothing game changing or game breaking or anything. So fixing all that. TLDR on what Splat is, it's basically in launch in a few days. It's basically Hyperliquid, TradingView, and Jupiter in one place with an AI that helps you trade. So if you don't know anything about technical analysis, but you want a long or short Bitcoin, you don't know where to put the lines or anything, you can just ask Splat to put the lines on there. If you don't know what RSI is or MACP, you can ask Splat, what is this? It'll explain it to you. You can ask it to explain it to you like you're a wizard in Harry Potter. It'll explain it to you in Harry Potter terms, whatever you want. Lower fees than anywhere else. So Like obviously we have low fees on top of things, but 100% of those fees go back to you. 50% buyback splat, 40% go to staking, 10% go to points. If you're sick of earning points on Photon, Axiom, Bullx that are worth nothing, well, we have a token out already. So at the end of every month or two, depending on when we decide seasons are, finishing that up in the next 2 days, you'll be able to swap your points for a token. And yeah, that's the quick TLDR. What I'm really excited about is the extension. So if you're a trencher and you don't ever do perps trading, or you don't ever buy coins on Jupiter, you just are raw dogging on Axiom low cap coins, we're dropping an extension that you can toggle on and off. Changes nothing of your UI. Use whatever platform you like. If you like Photon because it's simple, use Photon. If you like Bullx still for some reason, use Bullx. If you like Axiom, use Axiom. But no reason not to use our extension. You'll save 25% fees buying, 25% fees selling. So you're basically saving 50% on fees. Every single time you make a trade through it, it'll tell you how much money you saved. And that's my quick pitch for what I'm working on.
Splat mode. No, huge. And if you guys want to check out the full interview, I don't know, Josh, if you want to link it in the comments. So
yeah, I'm trying to find
really...
it, but X is bugging a little bit when I'm trying to search our feed. But I'll get it out of our TG, and I'm going to pull it up because I thought that the AI, you basically prompted it to put basic like support and resistance live on stream, and then it just overlaid it. Like, I feel like that's a really cool clip, and I know we have it, so I'm just going to search for it.
Cool. So we'll link that to you guys, man. But hey, Adam, man, like huge product, bro. That's like a massive unlock for a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people kind of like burn themselves because trenches on chain and like perps degens, like two completely different places to operate. Like you can't do what you do in the trenches and think like the skills are going to, you can't hold memes for like 30 seconds in the trenches and expect to go 100x leverage and be successful there. So I think that's going to be a cool tool to bridge the two and kind of act as this kind of way of being able to do both. And I think Splat's pretty important. So goated tech, bro. Can't wait for it to launch.
Another thing that I want to do that I think all these platforms fumble on is like partnerships. Like, when have you seen Axiom, Photon, Bullx ever do a partnership with anyone? Literally never.
Yeah.
Because of our point system actually existing, because of our fees going 100% back to users, it's really easy for us to like do partnerships with existing things. Like, for example, give an example this isn't alpha or anything. This is just an example. So say I wanted to do a partnership with Pudgy Penguins Pengu. I could say, okay, anyone who buys Pengu on Splat gets 10 times point multiplier for this duration of time. Also, Luca, if you guys want to use this ref link, we'll juice your ref link to where it's 50% of any volume that comes in you get. And then the other 50% still is going back to you or the users because of the flywheel where 100% goes back. So it's really easy if you build something that's not just extractive to do partnerships. I think it's probably harder for these other platforms to do it. But it's going to be really easy for us. And I think no one's really tapped into that in terms of like these trading platforms. So I'm really excited for that. That's like my unlock for the next few weeks that I forgot to mention when I was on here yesterday or the day before.
Got you. Huge splat mode. So guys, go check that out. I think you mentioned coming on Monday. So huge weekend for you guys.
Oh, I thought you said I was on stream on Monday. I was like, no way, that was 4 days ago.
No.
Holy shit.
And quick side note. I wanted to mention this because we are approaching 5-figure viewers on stream live on MCG.
Congrats,
today.
Guys, by the way, like you guys are goats, man. Like the MCG show, probably like the most culturally important stream to ICM. A lot of people don't know. You guys, the MCG guys, like you guys were covering this when it was not cool. You guys were helping new ICM teams find an audience. As someone who's shipped a few ICM coins, it's a long fucking line in the fucking Thread Guy stream. It's a long line in the Frank D God spaces. It's a long line in Erasmus space. And typically it's a highest bidder game. Not saying those guys particularly, but in most cases it's either highest people capital, like how close you are, or if you pay, right? If you pay to play, right? And I just want to say, like, you guys covering these projects, despite not even getting like huge, like crazy, like upside from it, working with sponsors to cover the cost of this kind of stuff is like important. When I launched this DAO and I knew what I meant to this, I knew I wasn't going to just go on my own stream and do this. The whole point of the DAO is to like create as massive of a watering hole for ICM as possible. And it's a lot better to bolster what you guys are doing than for us to try to build out something brand new, you know? Like it's, and that's what the whole point of like, you know, connecting it.
Yeah. And if you go to our highlights, we actually
people.
pinned a tweet of all the calls on stream over like the last 2 to 3 weeks. And we had nailed the whole prediction markets thing. We had nailed like hegemony and just a ton of tickers that had, you know, crushed it. Some of them 10x. So, you know, good calls combined with like really analytical information, you know, chatting with founders to see what they're about. I think I like Thread Guy, I like those guys, but I just think our stream is more focused on the business and what matters to people that are wanting to make money in this space, basically, rather than like, oh no, what's the cool kind of smooth brain clip I can throw up on X that gets, you know, 20,000 views.
I got to give Thread and their Frank their flowers though. I mean, they're also friendly, you know, for what it's worth. I really followed a lot of Frank's stuff when he was doing D-God's Industrial Complex, if anybody knows about that. Like way back when ICM was at its earliest phase and he was running like a little micro trading crew, people looking for these like utility coins fair launching, like
totally legendary, like, not to like stomp on anyone. Like it's a winner. It's everyone can win in this space.
And let me say this as well. I think when you consider the size of the space that we're in, you know, I think people like Thread Guy, people like Rasmer, you got your Gainsy streams, like those kinds of streams are necessary. Yeah. Those are like high level, you know, they appeal to a wide audience. They're very kind of normie.
Wide audience. Yeah. Definitely wide audience. I don't know about like
I don't think Gainsy's a wide audience.
Oh yeah, you're right. More Rasmer.
Shout out Duke for keeping that
right. Stuck with those. Hey, Duke got a lot of publicity when Gainesy's cat found out his seed phrase and accidentally full stacked his clip. So shout out to
you know, it worked.
Shout out Duke.
Shout out to the homies. Shout out to Bobby. But yeah, no, I think overall, like there's a lot of different ways to skin the cat when it comes to streams, right? Like there's some that there's a combination of information, entertainment value. There's a combination of bringing on like different minds and different people together. And I think every stream has a different combination. Some may have like more entertainment value than others. Some may have more like informational value than others. And sometimes maybe it shifts around each stream. Maybe each stream is different as well. But you know, I think on a much on like a much smaller scale, you have this small niche in ICM that's kind of emerging. It's really important. It's probably going to be something that changes the way that we view utility projects or projects in general. And I think that the gap that we fill is there's no one specifically focused on that. There's no one specifically focused on pushing forward the conversation, defining what this is, what this means for us, and where this is all going. So I think that's the gap in the market that our stream fills. And I think overall our audience, they just derive a lot of value from what we cover. I mean, shout out Dom, you called this dip on our stream on stream last week.
You know, one thing I'll touch on, if we think back to when Kitty was on, Kitty made a great point. He is very selective with the projects he's working with. I want to hear who Adam's really excited to work with when it comes to ICM.run. But you know, I know for us, when it comes to getting projects on, the best way I could actually digest and understand and then pick projects that were my favorite was hearing the founder speak, right? It's one thing to have the founder say something on Twitter and then hear him speak on that in person. And so it's been a huge unlock for me, at least when I get founders to go on live, I can listen to them talk about their product, hear their passion, hear it in their voice. And I think that's what this show is really like set out to do. And I think it's been very successful because that's what the ICM trenches really want. But Adam, talk to us about the projects you're kind of looking to really help and handhold to some extent when it comes to incubation through ICM Run.
Yeah, I had I think literally yesterday, I have a buddy who I've been invested in his like Web2 real world startup for about a year. He's building this I don't really want to dox who he is because I'm sure you could probably find him because they're intertwined with crypto a little bit, but he's building this really cool app that's targeting probably the biggest group of people in the world. And I think it can do really well. I think they're having interesting raising money right now is kind of difficult if you're not AI. So he has this. They tried raising through Echo, which Echo does a lot of crypto related fund, whatever, blah blah blah. But the thing with Echo is you need to raise up to 80,000. They got up to 60,000 because they didn't get up to 80,000. It got cut. They didn't realize that. Adam has two. Dude, the comments on this, by the way, are hilarious. By the way, I've been like reading these comments, like trying not to die laughing. Like the fundraise says this much money.
Yeah, skill issue.
Oh,
Adam had two different glasses.
Yeah, a lot of it. I'm like dying laughing reading this. I've been laughing the whole time. But I reached out. I was talking to him on the phone. He's like, yeah, I think there's a reality where maybe we figure out like doing a coin or something. And I was like, oh, hey, well, lucky for you, I'm working, doing a mentor for this DAO that's doing this, blah, 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 blah. So I put him in a group chat with Mercy yesterday, and I was like, let's touch base in a week. And my conversation with him, where you do this, like, this is probably the group of people you'd want to be having in your corner. Like, I don't want to force people to drop a coin because I think I can cook 100x on it. I think I want people to drop a coin if it actually makes sense. Like something someone was saying in the Frank, Pasternak, Rasmer, whoever else spaces the other day or a week ago, whenever it was like, oh, well, what's the point of owning the coin? If these companies raise money, we get screwed. It's like, well, that should never be the case. Like if you're building something and you have a coin that's integrated into what you're building, like it should actually have a purpose. Like if they raise money or they sell the product and the coin gets nothing from it, chances are there never should have been a coin in the first place. Like for example, Splat, like when we do these buybacks, that's now a treasury that we have that adds to the value of if we ever were to get acquired by like Kraken or someone crazy. It part of what they would be getting by acquiring the company would be our coin. And our coin is literally the backbone of our entire infrastructure of what we're building. So again, with what he's building, I don't know. Like that's why I wanted to get him on a call with Mercy and like get multiple of our brains from different angles, kind of like looking at what they're building to figure out if it makes sense. But if there's a way, because again, their goal is to target tens of millions of users a month. And these are normie people, like from all different countries and all different demographics and net worths, et cetera. And the last thing I think they'd want is to build a headache built into their platform to where now these people have to figure out managing a crypto wallet. Even with Privy, like it would probably be kind of a headache. So I don't know. I think I'm mostly excited to like brainstorm making it make sense. I think a lot of these people have moved backwards, especially that have launched through Launchcoin and like Pasternak's platform, which that's no shade at him at all. But I think it makes no sense to launch a coin, make 100K and then open Twitter and you have 400 idiots with animal cartoon PFPs demanding you create a utility and you're kind of moving backwards. It's like, okay, well, I just raised 100K. Now let's figure out how to make my coin make sense with what I'm building. Like, no, you should launch the coin and raise the money after you have an understanding of what the coin does for its holders and how it integrates with your product or what you're building. And that's what I'm most excited for with ICM run and just all this stuff, honestly. Specific projects, I don't know. Like, I think I don't really have like I've invested in literally anything you can think of. I have 3 PSA 10 pickleball cards coming. So, I don't know really. I think like shit that's new and shit that I think can disrupt the space and that hasn't been seen before, if it makes sense, like excites me. Like I like being early to shit, you know? So I don't know.
The cool thing is you'll get a chance to vote on it all, you know, like, you know, the nice thing is like as a mentor, we're going to, you know, benchmark projects when they apply to the incubator, we're going to put like 20 together in a benchmark. You'll get to vote on the ones you like. We also, you might vote on ones that you like as well, that the whole mentor crew says no to. But if you're like, yo, I fucking like this team, like connect me with them. We're just going to connect the mentors and contributors with those teams. The goal of the DAO is not to like max capitalize every relationship that we possibly can. Like that's the traditional institutional crypto space. Like as soon as you got like a deal, you get it under contract. Like, you know what I mean? Like you lock it up, you know? Like the goal of this DAO is just to like, we want to create an environment where Adam wants to fucking work on something, like where he's excited to work on it. It's so fucking lame to put people together and force everybody to work on something if they don't want to work on it. Because the results, like 2% of Adam's time where he cares to be working, like 2% of Adam's time where he cares to be working on something is worth way more, like way more valuable than 90% of Adam's effort where he doesn't care to work on it. And I've seen that in myself, and I've seen that in other founders too. That's why that voting mechanism is important. That's why if like Adam, everything gets through and let's say all the mentors vote yes and you vote no, no one's gonna be following up with you to make sure you work on an incubated project. We just want you to help the ones you vote yes to. And that's it. And that's the best way you can build these types of environments where things can be successful. And dude, I'm excited to see what you say no to. I'll be honest. Like, I think that's like what excites me the most is like to see like why people want something, why they don't. Because there's a variety of opinions here with these mentors. There's like a lot of different backgrounds. I didn't just go after, you know, just the one guy who had a billion market cap one time and some VC backing. I really try to pick like very different edge cases of tokenization, you know, and with experience. And I'm so stoked, man. Like the projects we got applying. The founder you introduced, brother, like perfect fit. When you introed him, you said something really, really good. And I like it hit perfectly, which is like, we're going to see if it even makes sense to tokenize, because some of the best revenue generating products in crypto do not have a token and do also not need a token at all. Like, don't launch a launchpad, everybody. Like, don't do it. It's not what you think. I'm probably the best positioned out of most people right now to launch a launchpad. I'm probably the best positioned, honestly. I could get the Meteor and tech on board. I probably could line up projects to incubate. It is the most hard Web 2 job you'll ever choose in Web 3. And if you like working on projects, it just makes so much more sense to work in an incubator or an accelerator. And if that's like what you want to do, you want to be actively working. If the thesis is good, the fund will also get created after this, and we'll invest and work on projects too, you know. But first, we got to push the thesis through. And dude, it's going to be a fucking awesome work.
Man, the thesis is good. That's for sure. The thesis is good.
My buddies
Hell yeah.
spam texting me. Like half of my friends in this space are the most professional people on Twitter and everything, but then like 15-year-old kids, and I'm just being spammed every single time. He said the fog painting in the background, blah blah blah, like just shitting on me right now. And I'm trying not to laugh, and I'm like, I gotta put my phone and do not disturb.
There we go.
But you just tell him you're on stream and he isn't. So.
Oh, he asked me if he could come up Anon. I said no.
Anon.
Come up Anon, just shill a 20K market cap token and
yeah.
I'm kind of down to play ball.
little roulette, Russian roulette. Yeah.
Oh.
We got Sander in the.
Yeah.
We want to pull him up.
Sorry, Sander. We kind of
waiting.
got lost in the sauce here.
Yo.
No worries, man. No worries. So good. How are we doing?
Doing electric.
Doing good, bro. Doing good.
Yeah.
Brother, welcome to the stage, man. I'm so happy you decided to pop in with us. Dude, shout out, by the way, Dread Song, who's out there right now doing like the hardest job here out of all of us. We all get to hang out on stage here, have fun, mint some PFPs, wait for the DAO to finish raising. Dread Song is back there right now, like actually doing the real work. Brother, if you're watching this, you're the most handsome Romanian man I've ever met in my life. I love you to death. You're absolutely killing it, brother. You do not get your flowers. The only reason why we could even organize this type of lineup of the mentors and contributors is because of him. I assume, Sander, you were here because Dread Song helped make sure you got here.
He was spamming me, man. He was spamming me like all the time, like 2 hours back.
That's what you want.
You gotta come on. You gotta come on. Yeah, so, bro. I'm gonna go.
Well, you need no introduction. But if we're talking about somebody who's generated IP in Web3 exclusively from IP, Sander has. If you haven't heard of Killer Whales, you must be brand new to crypto. This guy proliferated the crypto space from like the most memeable content with some of the funniest mentors, but also some of the best mentors you could pick. This guy understands game when it comes to like IP and media. Like the way you played everything, even with selecting Thread Guy as like the host at like all-time low crypto sentiment, like you're a genius when it comes to IP on chain. That's why when we were launching this incubator, Sander, you're one of the first people I approached. Sandra and I also have a work history before. In my previous startups, I've been blessed to be able to potentially work with Sandra on some previous projects of mine that I've brought to market too. And I'm so stoked for having you on as a mentor. So when we start onboarding new ICM teams that are joining the space and they have some form of entertainment approach or some type of IP angle, it's going to be really important we have a mentor that votes no,
Yeah.
and says it won't work. Because most people, when they hear entertainment or I know this guy or that guy and they'll do this if I ask them to do Y, most of that people who aren't from an entertainment background don't know. Like that's more than 9 out of 10 times complete horseshit. And most IP on chain has failed tremendously. And there's only a few edge cases where it succeeded, and you have. And so again, I'm super stoked to have you on as an incubator mentor. Also running your own successful incubator as well, Hello Labs, incubating some world-class products on chain too. And dude, it's been a long time coming, but it's time to get to work.
100%. Excited to be here. 100% dedicated to what ICM is doing. I really love the space. It's very degenerate, and that's what I like about it. It's like ever ongoing, like 24/7. Everybody wants to run it, and it's a welcome change from what we are doing.
Nice.
Yeah. So what's the stats? How do we get on killer whales? I was just joking. joking. You obviously running an incubator. I'm sure you're also now building a DEX too as well. I think you're past the building stage. You're in rolling out stage and iteration stage, which is crazy. As you on the outside right now, you're building this platform that allows you to like organize trading on chain. Mm-hmm. So you've gone from this like very entertainment institutional crypto background, and you're moving fully on chain yourself. And that's something I noticed from you. A lot of the legacy builders from like 2022 and 2023 that use institutional off-chain crypto capital to see what they're doing to build stuff on chain, a lot of those guys aren't here anymore. A lot of people, a lot of the IP entertainment brands from that era that would have called themselves a Killer Whales competitor, they're no longer here, and they're no longer also catching up in the meta. So you clearly caught that we were moving heavily on chain, and you started building for that as well. Obviously, ICM is just that, startups and tokenization meeting the on-chain space. What excites you most about ICM? What gets you excited?
I think that you guys are, with ICM, we are touching like a segment in the market that we are not touching, right? So if you look at like our reach, we work with a lot of L1s who work on projects that have great funding, that are looking to go into Binance, but they're lacking some type of like acceleration. And typically this is a little bit more like retail and VC focused. So sometimes it's even a little bit boring, right? So that is completely different. And that's why we looked at the meta and we saw like, it's incredibly expensive to build the IP that we do. But there is also a problem in the space, right? And that is basically that even the big projects that come to market, at a certain moment in time, they need to sell tokens to finance themselves, right? And this whole matter around internet capital markets and creator fees, is able to create the shift. And the cool thing is that once we make that shift, all these projects all of a sudden are making the money that now, with all respect, the exchanges are making, because the trading volume is where the real value is, right? So we saw this last year, and we said, it is really cool for us to work on this, on anything else beyond Solana, because Solana is filled with this meta. So let's pick up like the other big exchange where we're going to do this and find a collapse. And I think that ICM is actually probably positioned to be the best one in Solana to actually run this, because the culture is there, the people are there, the right mentors are there, and I know what you build and I know how you operate. So for me, it was a no-brainer too. If we're going to commit to one project, it's this one.
I really appreciate that, Bruce. And I want to say too, as a builder, when I first started, for everyone context, my last startup that I was building, really small total addressable market, really early stage type of startup product. And Sander, despite us never getting a proper deal across the table, was a huge supporter, really drove us a lot of supported traffic, even though we never got anything across the table. But that's also the type of person he is as a person, as a founder. Even if we can't get a deal done, he's the kind of person who supports. And that's what the design of the incubator is. I really will judge the success of this incubator by how many people get value from it that aren't mentors, contributors either. We really want to build like this watering hole for this. And the concept of ICM is going to attract a lot of the people from the entertainment space, and it already is. I already got approached by multiple entertainment brands in LA or wherever they are in the world that are looking to tokenize certain types of IP because they see that there's this appetite for it. And frankly, I feel like I have like a good judge of like good pin of judge but I know that when those projects come across your desk, I know the due diligence you're going to do. I know you know how to see through, like, does an entertainment IP have legs? You know what I mean? Will it actually have legs? Because it's very easy in the entertainment space of Web 2 to create this black box and make it seem as though something is better than it is. If anybody's done it good, it's entertainment in Web 2, and only followed by Web 3 and crypto, you know? So I'm really stoked to have you on board to help us kind of like sift through these projects. And beyond the entertainment brands too, you've been actually helping on-chain startups too, and protocols on-chain come to market too, very successfully, might I add. Many of the brands that I saw you incubated, I had never heard of before ever in my life, but I have seen them proliferate the timeline and seen them break my attention sphere just from your work. And I know the kind of quality work you put into startups too.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You know, I think it's very, very important for the big brands to capture the meta at the right moment in time, but also with the right people. And we're luckily enough well connected to do that. And it helps to have a show on, Apple TV, Amazon Prime, wherever we are. And the cool thing is, that is one thing that I do want to drop is, I'm probably going to give you the alpha on this. So we are going to drop Killer Whale Season 2 in the next couple of weeks. And this time around, it's not only going to be on Apple TV, Amazon Prime, Tubi, et cetera. Our reach was always 1 billion people reach. With the streamers, we're getting to 800 million. So we need to fill in the other 200 million. And what we're going to do is we're going to release all the episodes on X and YouTube for Web3 first, before we drop it into the Web2 space.
Banger.
So, legendary.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun.
I think we got to do a stream party for that one. I think we got to do a stream
Absolutely.
party for that one, boys. We got to do
Dude,
it.
you got to, man. That'd be awesome. Legendary. But
yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
When I think of ICM.run, I want to gear this there a little bit. If you had to say, add one trait or skill set that you think is going to be most beneficial, where you can make the most impact to some of these new founders, incubating and accelerated through ICM.run, where do you think you stand with that?
I think I can really add a lot of value for the projects that are coming on, and that might go in with medium or high success, and then kind of dwindle down, and then think about what are the next steps? How can we make this for the next 3 years, like a very profitable product, right? And we can add the strategy and the tactics to that, the reach, the media as well, if that is needed to go beyond the the DGen ICM crowd. So that's definitely where we can add a lot of value. We're really well connected to a lot of big exchanges, a lot of bigger L1s who are connected to a lot of more retail focused KOLs, but also growth capital and all of that stuff. So when a project comes in and it's a success and they want to grow and build on that, that's what we're here for.
That's a fantastic answer. What we see so often today in ICM is you get, the initial hype launch, maybe you get some snipers, whatever it is, and you have this long period of just sideways consolidation where they have, they lack attention, they lack direction. And so I think for you to be able to step in and really help guide these projects is a huge unlock, and you'll have no shortage of projects that need that skill set. So fantastic answer. That's gonna be huge.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm 1,000% sure there are going to be some unicorns coming from this, right? So, it's bound to happen. It's bound to happen to ICM, and it's also bound to happen to all the builders out there and all the creators that are looking. They have this bright idea. They want to have some fun. They would just want to go and they create a coin and they launch it. And they're going to be overnight millionaires again, right? And this is the most exciting space.
Yeah, I have a quick question around killer whales.
Yeah.
How did you get started doing that? Because starting a show is really difficult. You have to convince people that the platform is big enough to come on. Your mentors, you have to convince them that the quality of startups coming through are great. But how did you just get that going?
I have no idea how we did it, actually.
luck and hard work.
Yeah, bro. It was just we had the idea. And basically, the first thing that we did was we pitched CoinMarketCap. And we said, hey, guys, we really think that there is this need to grow the space. It was a bear market, right? It was terrible. Bitcoin was $25,000. So we pitched CoinMarketCap. We said, we're able to do this. We have the connections. We have the experience. Are you willing to come in? And they gave us a pencil signature. And they said, you can use on A, but go out. And then we knew through, so Snoop Dogg is on our equity board. So he's an equity investor. And they knew Altcoin Daily. So we approached them. We had a good conversation with them. They were down for this as well because, you know, the way we do it is like there's no insider trading. Nobody has a bag. You know, everybody that's watching it, you know, everybody has a fair chance, right? And we're pretty strapped in that term. But then basically Altcoin Daily said, you know, this is a great idea. We need this. We need more attention. We need like Web2 people coming into Web3. So how do we do it? Make a television show on a Hollywood quality production level. Nobody is able to do it. It's incredibly expensive, but it is very, you know, very positive for the space.
Yeah.
And then after that, it was just like, I needed to fly to Dubai to meet Mario. I needed to, you know, run to Iran. And it just got like, you know, at a certain moment in time, it's like name after name after name.
Yeah, and I remember seeing like the clips of it, and it was like this massive room, and then like the chairs sitting there, and people are standing kind of in this like the void almost, you know, sharing their life and getting, you know, I don't want to say criticized, but getting critiqued on their business, which's got to be pretty powerful. But like that set, like what is it like to build a set like that? And do you think the set plays an important role in the show's success, kind of like how Shark Tank has an iconic set itself?
It's by far the most important thing, right? You need recognizability, right? Everybody recognizes the set of Shark Tank, you know, these big chairs with people sitting back and these tables in front of them and this pitching corner. And we said, you know, if you really look at Shark Tank, it's really slow. It's really boring. It's like old man, you know, looking at projects, and then they are having all the upside. And we said, let's make it raw. Let's make it flashy. Let's make it like, you know, 2024 back then. And let's make it entertaining. And so we came across this studio. And it's actually the easiest studio to work with because the ceiling is there. We only need to clean it. We only need to put in 5 chairs and that's it. And then you have like, but the studio is not that big, right? So it's also used for I believe, one of the Batman movies, The Dark Knight. But this,
I recognize it.
Yeah, but the studio isn't that big. So there are actually like, I think at least 40 people standing on the sidelines, like 16 cameras, you know, assistants, producers, makeup artists, all of that stuff. So when we recorded the first season, we only had that studio. The second season, we did it a little bit different. We used that studio, but there was a second studio next to that. And we basically threw a VIP KOL party there. And that like blew up, right? Yeah. So there's a lot of behind the scenes content that you guys will be seeing.
Yeah, it's kind of like the way the lighting of the ceiling. I mean, if you were to add one optimization to this, you could put like a Lambo or something, or like exotic cars around it. Like, I feel like that would do really well. But yeah, no, it's sick.
We actually had that idea about doing a Lambo and just wrap it like, you know, the Killer Whales is always, you know, it's attached to the Hello token, right? So we had this idea about putting it in a Lambo, but we were like, you know, it's a little bit too much, maybe, you know, maybe for next year. So
the production is awesome. This is super cool. Can't wait to see it on X natively. That's gonna be huge unlock.
Is there any sorry, I cut you off there. Is any like notable kind of success stories coming out of the show in terms of like businesses that did really well?
It's really interesting that you asked that question because we were discussing it the other day. And if you look at like Shark Tanks, right? So Shark Tank ran like, I don't know, 25 years, and only in like season 4 or 5, a couple of the companies actually blew up, right? There is like one very like Nested Doorbell, right? Is one of the companies that was on there. But if you look at season 1, we had 22 projects. 3 projects raised multiple millions of dollars from being on the show. We had 8water, raised $2.5 million on a $20 million valuation. We had Wallet Guard. They were actually acquired by Consensus, MetaMask, Michael. Massive success. And then we had one other project that was building, they were building an L1, but they pivoted to an AI type of tool, but they raised like $17 million, something like that. It's like crazy insane. So yeah, you know, there are really some really cool success stories. And it just shows, you know, it's very easy to raise capital in this space or be successful if you have a good product and you have, you know, a little bit of momentum. But you do need a platform. You know, ICM is something like that. Killer Whales is something like that. And then you need a little bit of help and a little bit of luck, I guess, as well.
Incredible. I love that. I think we need much more of what you guys are doing for crypto. I think it like further helps just make it more, you know, it takes it away from that meme culture and degenerate culture to more like an official, you know, cap table where informed investors go to watch. And so I love what you're doing, and you're really pushing the space forward.
Yeah, appreciate it.
People also
we're
learn
really
about investing too.
Yeah.
Like this is
Yeah.
another thing. The core premise of the show to start was like, say, hey, there's something other than meme coins out there, and stop giving your money to meme coin promoters. Like, start looking at businesses that are using this technology now that the laws have changed in the U.S. specifically. But yeah, I mean, I want people around the world who are like, look, I don't have a business school. I didn't learn business, but they come on here and they learn about how we look at revenue, how we look at supply, circulating supply, the founder unlocks, all this kind of stuff that make and impact a project.
Yeah, 100%, and that's also why Tread Guy, is being brought on board, right? He wasn't there for season 1, but he's doing all the narrative, right? If people start talking about, you can imagine, like, I don't know, your moms and your pops, they're watching this show and they're like, blockchain, token unlocks, what the hell is this, right? That's how we got started. So Tread Guy is narrating that and making sure that everybody understands. But it's one thing that we're also going to offer everybody is, like, if you watch the show, you can now download an app. You can buy a little bit of like crypto, and you can get an airdrop from all the projects that are on the show. You just need to buy a little bit of Hello and lock it in like a wallet mechanism. So we also try to take that next step so that people can actually download a wallet,
right?
Buy a little bit of crypto, stake it, understand what staking is, and then get the airdrops, and then be like, oh wow, I just, this is how this space works.
Yeah, make your viewers almost be part of the projects as well.
Correct.
In the same way that Seeker Phone with Bonk kind of put Bonk on the map, but also Seeker on the map.
That's it.
Well, yeah, we appreciate you for coming up. We're excited to see the impact you make on ICM Run.
Yeah.
Like, super cool ad. I'm glad that you could get this to happen, Mercy. This is a awesome collaboration.
Sorry, before we let you go, I have to ask though. So you're on MCG. This is a live stream show. We started basically April, May because we thought the bottom was in, and just luckily we were right. And we wanted to highlight ICM, so that's been the focus. But like, do you have any advice for maybe us and MCG, which has grown incredibly fast? Like, we've gone 0 to 1 million impressions on X in like 30 days. Like, what are your thoughts on how we can work, how we can grow our show, basically?
I think you already have like a concept and you have an audience, and I think it's double down on that, right? Create content, make sure that you're on the alpha, you're in the meta, making sure that you understand what is going on, share the successes, share the losses, but take everybody along on a journey. Even when we work with like, L1s or L2s that we incubate, we always say, it's 70% storytelling. So make sure that you have your story lined up, and be disciplined. Tell it all the time. Tell it over and over again. And if you say we're going to do a daily shows, stick up every day, right? Just do it and have some fun.
That's fantastic.
And I think that is 99%.
Thanks, Sander. That means a lot, really.
100%.
I'm putting out some fires in the background. That's why I'm kind of like back and forth. You guys. It's like new issue day on the Wolf of Wall Street right now. So I'm just like, back and forth thing. But no, we have to do like one thing I know that I'll definitely do with you, Sander, is as we get like past this raise and this campaign phase, one thing I really, really look forward to doing is like doing some like founder education stuff with you. And I think like one of the things I really want to do is like work with teams on how to like best like present and pitch themselves.
Yeah.
A lot of people have hard opinions, especially in the decentralized space, about VCs, exchanges, all that kind of stuff. Let me just tell you all, like the viewers, listeners, like for the right teams, you should consider it. For the right teams, for some teams, this is like the right pathway. And being anti-VC and anti-institution isn't as cool if you've never like actually learned about it. It's only cool if you've like we're able to not use it, essentially. So, our real goal is to be able to like, one, when we take in projects that have that potential, Sander has gone through it. It's not like a cakewalk to bring something like Killer Whales to market. We're very serious crypto players. We're in a highest bidder industry and a finance industry at that. You know what I mean? An online finance industry at that. It is a highest bidder space. And it's not easy to get IP into that conversation. You know what I mean? And I'm really stoked for how Sander will be able to help founders position themselves if they're the right teams. And I think I already know that when the votes start coming through I'm looking forward to the ones that Sanders says no to. I think I'm going to learn a lot more from those than the ones that he says yes to. I think for sure.
I appreciate you giving me too much credit, but I will take it. It's all good.
You deserve it. You 100% deserve it. That's why I wanted you here, my friend. And more to come. Absolutely more to come. And I think I can't wait to get over this campaign trail and actually start incubating projects and like start bringing stuff to market. Like a lot of this stuff is fun, but yeah, it's like I can't wait till I'm in the background and the projects we're incubating are maybe on this stage, you know what I mean? Or maybe we're able to position them to get onto Killer Whales season 3, you know? And
Why not?
Like stuff like that really
we should actually create a funnel, because Killer Whales is also about the culture and the alpha, right? So, you know, season 1, we didn't have meme coins. Season 2, we have meme coins, right? So we just need to be with the alpha. So I will love to see some of the projects that are coming through the ICM incubator make their way onto the show. So we're going to create a route to that.
Would be legendary.
We will live stream the live stream of the show.
There we go. 100%.
Hell yeah.
Cool. Okay, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming up.
Appreciate you, Sander. Man, I've had so much pleasure working with Sander over the past year and a half, 2 years. I built a Twitter Spaces product for organizing X Spaces.
Yeah, I was literally like putting his name into X, and I looked and I'm like, oh my goodness, this guy founded Killer Whales or that show, and I'm like, all right, sweet.
Dude's a smart guy. He's a very humble, smart guy, though. Like, very fucking smart.
You can tell, man. Just, I mean, the way he speaks, he's very thoughtful with what he says. And I think, like, that's, again, a huge unlock for you is just, like you said, having that advice on how founders should be pitching, what they should be prioritizing when they go to get in front of investors is, like, humongous.
He's my mentor, guys. Like, he's my mentor. Like, a lot of these guys are on the mentor. Is I'm not a mentor in this now, guys. I'm a DAO.
I cannot believe you put this together. This is nuts. You put.
Dude, I'm the water boy on this team. You know what I mean? But like, I've learned one thing in life. Like, there's people who are really successful. The reason why like Elon is successful isn't because he owns 100% of everything he touches. He takes his 3% and brings the smartest 97 he can bring on. And when I thought of this incubator, that's what I did. Sander was mentor 3, you know what I mean? Like mentor 3 right after Miko. So he was a pretty early person I approached this with. And this is me like also like pilling him on ICM back in like March, April, May. Like, hey guys, something's happening here. Hey guys, something's happening here. Something's happening here. Like, I'm going to do something with this. So pay attention. And was really lucky that they were able to come on board.
We got Tony in the wait list. Real quick, Mercy, I don't know if you know anything. There's a couple people that are having some issues minting. Just any housekeeping notes you want to give just to update people who might have questions or anything?
I'm going to repeat what Dreadsong said. We have a war room chat. I'm just going to read it off. Just some suggestions until we get a response from Magic Eden. This is what Dreadsong says. Disconnect your wallet. Close your browser entirely. Reconnect your wallet. Try minting again. If not, restart your PC. See if that fixes. I would say clearing your cache, probably a smart move as well. I don't think it's a traffic thing because we've been hovering around 40 to 60% for like over 40 minutes. I know that there's a few people right now, like, for example, we gave a healthy supply to Meteorite Collective. They'll be, I think, minting out 400 or 500 PFPs that they'll be handing out to new ICM founders as they join the space. So we have like a good supply to like Meteorite Collective. So as they onboard new launch pads, as they onboard new founders, we wanted them to be able to have something to give out to these founders that, maybe isn't always like these $5,000, $1,000 grants, right? We wanted to have something that we could kind of give away to everybody as they join the space. But yeah, I would say just reconnect probably is your best bet. We will be doing giveaways. There will be a healthy public mint. I think the public mint, if I'm not mistaken, is pretty soon. We got about less than an hour left until the public mint phase opens up. So keep an eye on that. I think they're going to go pretty quick. I think it's going to be like a blink on the public route.
And once that public goes live, if you didn't mint your whitelist, you're probably cooked, right? Like, it's not reserved.
It's not reserved. That's correct. You are cooked.
Get in there and mint. Simple as.
Yeah. 100%. I'm not into the cabal stuff. I whitelist people because they're relevant to the space, but they also, in some way or another, kind of have to want to be there. You know what I mean? First, and I'm not going to force anybody. One thing about me, I'm never going to be going begging on anybody's door to care about what I'm doing. I just want them to want to. You know what I mean? And speaking of people who are like early mentors into this DAO, we have on stage, I think, one of my current longest running Web3 crypto colleagues, friends, one of the few people I know doxed in this space. He wouldn't tell you this, but he's played a hand in some of the top, 100 coin market cap companies. He's a really key player. I would say he's like Mr. People Capital. He's probably the harshest contrarian opinion I have in my network, which is really good. He says no to most things, which is good. Tony Wu has been a really close friend. He's supported every product I've ever worked on. And I've been probably pilling him on this ICM stuff for a long time. I think Tony, I've like pitched you anything and everything I've worked on over the years. Is that right, bro?
I'm pretty sure every single thing, given my memory. And that was a awesome introduction, but I definitely am not as all you hyped up to be. But I very appreciate the gesture. And hey, to be honest, all of your ideas are good. What can I say?
Yeah. I'm so stoked to start incubating together, brother. And I know you've been around in the space for a little bit, but I guess to bring you in, what are you thinking about, brother? What about ICM interests you? Internet capital markets. You've been, by the way, I mean, Tony's no stranger to tokenization. Hedge fund equity on stage. He's been on chain. He's been doing this stuff since like 2022 and involved with teams on like a lot of different edge cases for tokenization. We're now seeing this legal clarity, Tony, or from Project Crypto, giving this kind of free runway for projects to start building in the gray zone in the United States. Building the gray zone in the United States for a long time was like bad news for most of us. It's now become good news. What do you think? What do you see?
Yeah, honestly, since 2020, there's been this shift towards, hey, look, how are things going to be more democratic? How are things going to make more sense? And I think we're just seeing that shift solidify into policy nowadays. I think, Kalen, when we first met in, I want to say 21, 22, I remember one of the earliest conversations we had was around how all of the tokens that are coming up, they're all insiders, as in literally controlled by a circle jerk of people. And what excites me most about ICM is I really hated that culture where a few people in back rooms controls everything. The retail gets completely screwed, half of the VCs get completely screwed. And if you're not in the room where it happens, you're not making money, you're not getting opportunities, you're not accessing any of that. And to be fair, I personally don't really like the meme coin version either, where it's a lot of luck, it's a lot of scamming, it's a lot of people who are just profiting off of other people losing money. It's really a zero-sum game. And I think that's what a lot of this has been. But what excites me about ICM is it's the best of both worlds. It gets that actual utility. It's an actual thing that you're building. It's actually something that's a product. It got the benefits of a utility token. And it's not secretly controlled by a cabal of people who are sitting in a back room trying to dump on you. So what excites me most is this combination of democratic factor and still the utilization of actual tokens, the real things behind it. Like I worked at exchanges, I've consulted on some of the larger token launches. Most of the times the small guys gets fried, or it's not an actual project, it's complete vaporware. But when it comes to ICM, you get a chance to really eliminate a lot of that. You get to give the actual project a shine, and most importantly, you get to bring in the Web2 people. You get to bring in the masses. You get to actually bring in the next 100 million people. And I think that's what matters. That's what excites me most.
Yep. And I think, what's interesting is like, as we get through the campaigning phase of ICM.run that we're in right now, and we get into the incubator phase, Tony's going to be probably one of the people I really go to a lot for people capital when it comes to finding talent, like the right talent for the right teams. I'm talking people that can really move levers. Tony's been someone that is like behind the scenes, the best people capital guy you can know in crypto. If you need to fill a COO role, a CTO role at a very high function team, Tony is the guy who knows the guy. It's been that way my entire time. I've never ever thrown you a ball that you didn't like like half court shot for me, like easily each time with easy swish. And like, that's something I'm really excited to work with you on as we introduce these Web 2 teams that are joining this space. And some are outspoken. There's some new Web 2 teams that just tokenize on chain that are very outspoken about tokenization, right? Many of these teams are going to need some really smart individuals on their board, on their advisory board, or just in their ear, helping to guide their strategy. It probably doesn't always make sense for a team that's doing maybe $100 million per year, $20 million per year, to twap a coin on chain and just twap it out, just launch a coin. It might make sense to build better token design. It might make sense to pull in advisors to that team that can help them distribute their idea on chain beyond just adding launch coin or heading on Believe app and twapping it out into the market. And I think one thing I'm really stoked to work with you on a lot, Tony, is like work with those teams to help them find their on-chain, their on-chain guy who's going to help them like guide them through the whole process. While we are an advisory, we are an incubator, we won't be working for the projects we incubate. We'll be supporting them. And one of the ways we're going to need to support them is like people capital. I'm really stoked, Tony, to like work with you on that. And you've also made some phenomenal contributor suggestions for the DAO too, which I'm stoked to get started on, man.
Yeah, well, thank you. And to be honest, that's something I'm very excited about. There's so many really smart builders in this space who, if given the right chance, has such a far, they're just going to go so far. And I think, Kaylin, one really interesting thing is you yourself being a very much that right person to lead this. I've seen you do things in Twitter that has gone far. I've seen you do project launches. I think you've got all this knowledge. So I'm very excited to support you through that whole process. I'm actually very curious, like, throughout the time I know you, you're always on the edge of what's going to be popular next. And what initially drew you to ICM? I'm very curious about that.
I think I'm just an indie startup guy. I've always built, bootstrap startups, and bootstrap startups weren't really valued in crypto for all the whole time I've been building them. Last year, I noticed that things were moving heavily on chain, and I was mostly doing stuff off chain. So I got really active on chain early last year. Even though I've been in the space for so long, I never considered myself a trader. And thankfully that changed. I suddenly was seeing teams that were building kind of products similar to me, or maybe not similar, but not so different from me, or maybe not any better that I could build, that are issuing tokens for their utility product on chain. And I thought successfully. And I was like, okay, I should probably pay attention to this. It's probably early, probably it's not going to stick around, but we'll see. I always had this idea for like this incubator for B2B MarTech. I know it's such a lame thing to say, but like B2B MarTech in crypto is like almost non-existent. B2B MarTech marketing technology would be like Cato, Cookie. These are B2B MarTech products for the most part. And I always had this idea that there probably should be somebody who should build that. What sped run this was Believe app, and them rebranding from Cloud.me to focusing strictly just on startups. And when that transition happened and focused on startups, that captured all my attention. Because for the longest, I've been a Web2 startup guy, and there never really was anywhere where I had some trading edge. You know what I mean? I was over here buying the 50,000th Mind Bath issued on Pump Fund last year and like crying over it, right? And now we have Believe app, which just gives you this broad flavor of different types of startups where I now have an edge in trading because I'm a startup builder. I can easily tell if someone's lying about their site traffic, lying about lying.
We'll grill them
I had that
on
edge,
the show for an hour too to really find out. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
that would be a fun process.
And I kind of finally had that. I finally had that edge. You know what I mean? And that's what I think really captured me towards it. So I started this around like April of last year. I was telling Kevin while I was incubating his product Inbox app at the time, where I was like, I think I might start an incubator. It probably won't happen until fall. Started putting the pieces together, then bam, Project Crypto drops. I probably invited 100 people to be a part of it. Tony, you're one of them. One of the earliest ones I sent it to. One of the fastest responses too, for what it's worth. Nobody responded for the most part. Like 6 or 8 people were like, sure, sounds cool, let's check it out. Project Crypto drops, all those people hit me back. Like all of them go rushing my DMs back.
And Project Crypto
yeah.
is ICM.run. Is that you just called? That's what you just called it, right?
No, it's actually litigation from the Security Exchange
Oh, okay,
Commission.
okay.
So the SEC. Yeah, so I have a lot of exposure to that because I started crypto in the XRP ledger ecosystem. So the people building on chain at XRP. So I was very close to like the armchair lawyers of that ecosystem.
One up is
like
Kin.
shout
Kin was earlier even than XRP's issues.
It was funny, man. And I also happened to be working in Animoca's subsidiary section when Sandbox was getting their letter, you know what I mean, about them being considered a security. So I just
thing of the past, baby.
I got they did, thank God. I got a lot of exposure to that. I also got a lot of exposure about how that legal costs. I got a lot of exposure of like what type of situation that is. So a lot of times when people like shit on Pasternak for like not tweeting out Flycoin and like, you know, like fucking like Flywheel and getting it done, right? Like crypto legal on the edge cases moves for the highest bidder because there's so few legal teams that can actually even do this or willing to take the risk in the United States. So the ones that do charge exorbitantly for the smallest things.
Yeah, there's like
and
four.
the ones that can actually do, you know, like literally, and one of the like the second or maybe the biggest one's a part of this DAO for a reason. You know what I mean? Literally, I won't say anymore. But all I'm trying to say is like the shit don't move fast. You know what I mean? Like especially in the U.S. Like come on, we're talking like $200,000 a month, $300,000 a month, upwards $500,000 a month for some of these legal teams to get this stuff done. It's not some little cheap cakewalk. You have to imagine Coinbase, which is doing lobbying right now. They're putting out millions per year, millions to the top legal teams for this type of stuff. So like a brand new launchpad like Believe app, you know, maybe they made all this money. For them to get something legally done is like not going to happen in a month. It's going to be 4 or 5 months if they really fork the bill. But they did, and they stayed consistent. And at least that's my take on the Believe app, Flywheel, legal stuff. You know, I'm very patient when it comes to that type of stuff, you know. And in the end, in the future, we'll look back and be like, "Fuck, you know, bullish FUD. You know, we didn't realize then, you know." But you know,
we're headed in the right direction, and that's what's optimistic about the future. You know, I want to touch on something you said earlier. You said Tony, you know, gave you a lot of suggestions that you've implemented into ICM.run. Tony, between you and Mercy, can you guys let us know some of those suggestions that you made that just, you know, kind of changed maybe the trajectory or things that are being done in ICM Run, if you guys can remember?
Oh, we talked about quite a few actually. Anything ultra specific? So this is kind of the iterative process, right? You talk about an idea and you talk about it so repeatedly that it becomes something completely innovative and something that's completely new. But it's not really completely new. It's built based on what's built before. So I think one of the big things we talked about was how the contributor system's set up, but then honestly, it's a good amount of time ago. I can't remember exactly how that conversation went. All I remember taking away from that conversation was 3 major hits, which is number 1, well, this thing is going to be big. The reason why this is going to be big because the narrative is going to hit. 2 is with the contributors, it's not really about the number, it's about the quality, and it's about how you best reward these. And number 3, I remember, Kaylin, Mercy, if I'm right, we did a whole section on how diligence is going to work and how Web2 company is going to be onboarded. But if you ask for everything specific, I actually can't remember. We kind of touched on a little bit of everything.
I figured that's how the answer would kind of be. And something we've been asking a few of the founders too, or a few of the mentors, excuse me, would be, what do you think your biggest quality trait is when it comes to how you're gonna be able to really help these projects that ICM Run's accelerating and incubating?
I think 2 things. Like Kaylin kind of mentioned before, by the way, I just want to mention, I'm not too much of a public figure, but the second I registered my wallet, I now have a literal box full of DMs wanting the allocation. Like, it is crazy. I'm sorry for mentioning it just now, but I just saw 2 more DMs come in the last 2 minutes that you were talking. and going, "Hi, sir, can we have more allocation?"
Dude, people are hungry to get their hands on this.
Yes, people are hungry. So I think the two things is, first of all, I am pretty much no bullshit. I diligence my things and I don't drink the Kool-Aid. I think this has been a consistent theme, and I think Mercy did a really good job curating a group of people who are very critical. And I think that criticalness is very needed.
Yes.
Without that criticality, you get a section where people are just really pitching to themselves and to their small collective,
Mhm.
and that small collective brainwashes itself, and then you get a situation where, I won't name names, but a lot of people believe in something will happen, put ridiculous amount of money, time, effort into it, only to have the rug pulled out under them because there were never a product market fit, there was never a need. Paul Street, and there's never really a real product behind it. So what I think I bring to the table the most is whether or not a project pitches well, whether or not a project mentioned that there's someone they know, whether a project dresses up whatever they're doing with fancy language. Uh, Given my background, which is in VC, I do a lot of diligence into what the founders actually like. Who are they? What do they do? What are their theses on life in general? How are they working with their co-founders? Is there actually a product market fit? Are they actually building something? All of that is something that I take into deep consideration, and that diligence element is huge.
And
Uh,
and I
Number
don't want to
two,
interrupt Tony, but real
go
quick,
ahead.
you touch on the founder, and I you said you had a VC background, and I think this is a great takeaway, and I want people to understand it. Would you say the founder, their work ethic, grit, maybe name some other traits, is the most important thing when it comes to the success of these projects?
200%. As in, if you look at 10 successful projects, you'll realize all of the founders have done great work. All of the founders have the same grit. All of the founders share kind of the same six traits. If you look at every failed project, almost every failed project, the main issue comes from the founder. The fish rots from the head. I've
Mm,
seen great founders who basically doesn't raise money for 3 years, and suddenly boom. One of my friends actually just raised, I think, a 7 million round led by Plantera, and
nice.
that is huge for them. But that's because the founder had the grit to keep on going. Like those six traits I was mentioning, the founders who are the most successful tend to be the founders that have grit and can withstand failure, which I've seen Kalen do time and over time. He has a bunch of ideas and knocks them out of the park sometimes, run into setbacks other times, but he just keeps going. Which is also why when he pitched me the idea, I was so excited to get on board because I know he has all of those traits. But all of the successful founders have that grit to keep going. All of the successful founders have that bigger vision. It's not just, hey, what's going to happen tomorrow? It's, hey, how are what I'm going to build affect the world? All of the founders who are very successful have that practical methodology of, okay, I have big vision. How am I going to practically implement it? What are the actual next steps? They're not dreamers who just dream, they're doers who actually do. All of them look at the overall market instead of their specific segment. All of them look at how their segment is actually going to grow instead of what the hype is. They don't focus on narrative because they're building the narrative. They don't focus on hype because they're just producing what's actually needing to produce. And lastly, all of the founders are focusing on an issue, an actual issue, something that people are actually struggling with. Like internet capital markets, for example, people are struggling getting access to early deals. People are struggling not to be dumped on. People are struggling to try to make some money in a horrible financial market right now, and that's not institutional. So I think like that whole six elements is shared across almost all of the successful founders you see. Take the founders of Shrapnel, for example, takes the founders of Ethereum, Optimism, all of them have the same qualities. At least those six are what I've seen across the board.
These are fantastic takes. Tony, you're another one we'd love to get on the show later and just have an hour to sit down and pick your brain because there's so much there, so much that everyone can learn, including ourselves. I think you're muted, Josh. I don't know if you just tried to say something.
Yeah, no, but also Tony, I see that you're from Toronto. I'm also from Toronto, so I may have ran into you. I feel like your PFP is recognizable at some sort of Toronto event, but yeah.
That is very possible. Yeah. I mean, most of the Torontonians have run into once or twice, so I'd be surprised if
Yep.
we haven't run into each other. Actually, when I was coming on, I was like, huh, that guy's face looked familiar. I
Yeah.
just couldn't put my finger on it.
Yeah, I mean, he's so handsome; it's hard to forget. Maybe
I
you saw
know.
him on
Like,
the
look
cover
at
of
his
like.
beard.
No, let me not get. Let's not go there because I'm gonna really. Sorry, it's not about Josh being a supermodel, but and you know, Kalen, this is a testament to you and your process when going through these mentors, right? You found some of the biggest names in crypto, Luca, Ben, etc. And then Tony mentioned like he's not very prominent on Twitter, right? He's just kind of in the background. He does great work and he gets recognized through those sorts of situations. I love how you did a beautiful combination and intertwined both of them and got someone like Tony on because he's got a huge value add. And like he mentioned, especially when these projects are coming through the pipeline, when it comes to voting, due diligence, critiquing, this is someone you need on your team. So I love that you seeked out Tony for this. Super cool.
It was an easy choice. I mean, honestly, he was mentor selection number that was in the first three, and there's a reason for it too. Frankly, I wasn't expecting as many of these mentors to want to jump on this as quickly as they did too. I was expecting this to be me, Tony, a couple of my other friends that I've built great business with, just to incubate a few projects, and I felt like the incubated project would be the attention sphere that would bring eyes to what we're building. But we've also just been blessed that there's timing. Crypto is all about timing. I don't want to pretend like I'm a guru. I was going to do this if we weren't here on this stream with all these people tuning in. I was going to be here, just lowly old me, doing it with my crew of people, and until it caught on. But it helps a lot that this happened the way it did, because it's going to allow us to have a really great initial watering hole for the projects we incubate. It's very clear people have appetite. It's very, very clear people have appetite for this, and they want high quality.
Yeah, and Tony,
Yeah, I remember for.
Sorry, go ahead. We want to hear. Well, I was gonna say, like, dude.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kick him off stage,
Go for it.
Tony, and you can answer.
Please go, Tony.
You actually kicked them. No, I was just about to mention, I remember when Kalen first mentioned the idea to me, he was like, okay, maybe in September we'll get something going, and by the time in October, things might be ready to launch, and in November, things comes out, and then project comes out, and then just accelerate a timeline 100%. It's amazing what timing does sometimes. It just makes things
100%.
so much more fluid.
Yeah, it definitely. I don't even want to pretend like it wasn't a lot of luck for timing. I really don't think we would have been here if ICM season 2 wasn't just happened to be loading right when it did. Sometimes you catch the falling knife. You know what I mean? Sometimes you buy the dip and it works. I bet the dip and it worked, and I've bet many dips that didn't. I've bet almost exclusively dips that didn't work. So I'm very happy that this is the way it went.
It's a testament, and I think a testament to ICM right now too is, again, we're not seeing a lot of chatter on the timeline about it. It's starting to heat up. We're starting to see consensus form. But if you really go into the ecosystem, we'll talk Believe, since that's mainly the ICM hub. Lots of these projects have bottomed out and been trending up really nicely. And so for those paying attention, there was like a lot to capitalize on. Obviously, this show is dedicated to that, so we know about that at a high level, and I've caught some. But I know, Mercy, you've seen it probably firsthand. Just so many of these projects have been slowly creeping up. Charts are looking really good, a lot better than a lot of other crypto projects right now. So you did definitely strike when the iron was hot at like perfect time.
Yeah, I think I'm obviously really grateful for the way things went, and I think there's gonna, I don't think it's just gonna be easy right ahead. I've been on enough teams that have tokenized, done everything right, and there's still FUD, there's still challenges. So we're prepared for it. The most important thing to me was making sure the people that matter to the space know me, know the mentors we're building with, know the people we're building with, know what we're here to do. So as those challenges come, I'm certain when we launch ICM.run, there's going to be a lot of price action in the first 3 hours that make my heart skip beats and make me sweat. I'm sure we're going to go through those rides and those waves, but those things even out, those things calm down, and then we can get to the real catalyst on chart, which is incubating really good teams, deploying fundamentals, creating value for the mentors and contributors, creating value for ICM at large, and we can focus on like the fundamentals. For now, we get to ride the roller coaster of speculation. We'll go through that. We'll go through that phase. I'll grow a few gray hairs because of it, but I'm excited to get to
when are the first projects for ICM Run coming through?
Good question.
I think the first batch will be next week. First batch
Next
will go
week?
first batch will go for mentor voting, starting mentor voting next week. We have about, I would say, 10 that I think, like out of the 80, 10 I just know when these mentors see who they are, they're like, oh my god, they're gonna be hyped. So I have a good initial benchmark of projects that have applied that really fit like our mold. Timeline, probably won't see or hear about this stuff until about like week 2. But if we're talking about like what's going on in the black box of ICM.run in the incubator next week, mentors will begin the voting process, essentially, in the V1 of voting process, which
And
we
was
will.
that what Kitty was alluding to?
I actually have no clue what Kitty's talking about, but I'm really grateful I've heard that too. I'm so happy to hear. I'm so happy to hear that's happening. Honestly, I miss it so much.
So much.
Oh God, guys! Like, what an awesome time to be alive. I wish I could just go back to that little era with like a lot of soul, man. Like, oh my God! Like we did not know what we had then. You know what I mean? Like, it's always that way. You know.
I will say I haven't been watching the pulse on Axiom super closely, watching these migrations. Next week, guarantee you I'm glued. We'll be on stream all next week. We stream every day for those that don't know. I'll be on stream every week. And if I just stop talking, it's because I'm literally watching my other monitor, watching Axiom migrations and doing DD live. So I'm excited. Tony, dude, I want to ask, you mentioned as soon as you put your wallet on the DAO.fund site, you said people started DMing you, they got your Twitter. Why aren't you more active on Twitter or building up that presence? Like we need minds like yours to, be thought leaders in the space.
I'm so sorry. I caught the first half of that, but it just blanked out for the second half. Do you mind repeating that?
Yeah, all good. Briefly, it was just, we know you have some great takes. People would obviously love to hear them. Why don't you consider building out that Twitter and putting your thoughts out there? Because we need more thought leaders like yourself.
Well, first of all, thank you for saying that. I really do appreciate the compliment. I think it's two elements. I never really wanted to be too public of a figure. I have helped certain people build very large Twitter presences. Worked with Kaylin on some of
Yeah,
those
I
actually.
mean, yeah, you have. You have.
Slightly,
Yes, we have met. I remember having this exact conversation, by the way, Tony. We have met. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Dang.
Yeah,
the lore.
Tony's that guy.
Yes.
Tony's that guy, no doubt.
Slight contribution. But what I've always done is I've always worked with founders in the background. I'm not too much of a public figure. I don't really like to be directly out there. I like to more be in a room with a couple of guys who I can really talk to, really influence, really give the good ideas to. Because I realized that when I put my ideas out there, I get a lot of publicity, and I don't enjoy that publicity. I enjoy being able to have more of a genuine connection, a more of a real conversation with someone, sitting down, having that coffee, having that tea, chatting about exactly what to do, exact things are going to impact other people, and just have that more personal connection. When I'm posting on media, when I'm putting things out there, it feels a lot more artificial to me. And I guess this is a result of having built some Twitter presences, is once you see how a lot of the sausage is made, like a lot of the bigger KOLs in this space, they don't write their own tweets. They don't write their own thoughts. They don't even write their own narratives. That's all pre-written by a team, pre-done by a team. And because of those things, I found it to be less authentic, and I found it to be less of a connection to people. I'd rather make influence in the way where I'm talking to the people who are making influence, helping them direct things a certain direction, and making sure that they have the best information they need to achieve what they want, and preferably in a direction that benefits the wider public. But yeah, I just really don't enjoy the active attention. And I guess when you see how the sausage is made, you don't tend to like to make sausages.
That's great. And I will say, Tony, the account you helped grow has been great for news distribution around the world. So flowers there. It's been wild to see that success story happen. So
Mario Newsfall?
Yeah, maybe.
All right, not gonna say.
Yeah.
Not gonna say.
It's done a good job. That account, a few others, they all done great things. And yeah, that's basically why. One day I do want to be more public, but I guess that day will come when I feel like I can really add a good amount of value to a lot of people very quickly, in a more aggressive manner. But before I get to that point where I think I'm knowledgeable enough, where I have all of the proper tools I need, I think I'm still a student of other people. I want to be able to learn more, really get a almost ultimate thesis down. I know this is probably unrealistic, but really get an ultimate thesis down before I go a lot more public with some of my views and some of my stories. That and like half of the interesting things I would say are somehow under NDA at this point. So sadly, uh, you know, my lawyers advise me not to.
That's a really interesting, really interesting thought. Tony, we got to get you back up. We're going to be in contact. We'll have Mercy berate you to get on our
Yeah.
show because there's a lot to unpack there. But we got Nick waiting, so we're going to pull him up next.
No, absolutely. All right, see you guys.
Thanks for talking.
Peace, Tony. See you soon.
Wow. Tony's awesome.
Yeah, and I totally met Tony, so I know exactly who he is.
Tony's a legend, man. An absolute legend in this space.
Is he going through the canyons?
Come on, Nick. Where?
Bro, yo, what's up,
your
guys?
cat's in the car now?
My cats are still in the car, and I'm in like the middle of Tennessee, going through the woods. But I have 5 bars right now. But like I've lost service at a couple points here, so if my connection rugs, just like kick me off, you know. But
you've actually been driving for like 3 days.
Dude, yeah,
right?
8 hours a day. I think yesterday I drove 10 hours. So for anyone who doesn't know, I'm moving across the country from California to Tennessee. So. Yes, sir.
How long is that drive total altogether?
33 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Beastie.
So it's a hefty one.
Please be safe
been
driving
nice.
on the stream, my friend. Please be safe driving while we're on
Oh,
the
yeah.
stream. Like, if I hear a car crash, brother, I'll never forgive myself.
I
I literally have a rule when I do like meetings, like Calendly meetings. If I hear the person's driving when I'm on the meeting, I cancel the meeting because I literally can't live with it. If like they like fucking smash their car up while they're on a meeting with me. But
nah, it's all good. I'm just going straight on the highway, 2 hands on the wheel. It's all good.
Nick, you're probably hoping for some human interaction.
Yeah, I've been listening to the stream for the last hour or so. It's been really, really nice to listen to. So thank you guys for putting that on. Something really interesting to keep my attention. Yeah, I get bored.
How do you think? What do you think of the show right now is like 5-figure viewers between the two, and then the mint and everything's going really well. Like, what do you think of everything going on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited for what Mercy has put together here. Like, it's honestly crazy. I feel like it came out of nowhere. Like, it was an idea that he like ran by me. I was like, oh yeah, cool. Like, we'll see how that goes. And then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, I need you guys to come on as mentors. And like, this is all happening. And then it just happened so quickly. And like, there's a ton of attention on it. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, it was an easy choice, honestly. I you know how I feel is this is like, I hope maybe Ben will see this and we'll have a laugh about it one day. I've never ever had a one-on-one conversation with Ben ever in my life. Just so for like public stance, for public stance sake, right? We've never actually had a phone call, never had a meeting call, never had it like to check. The text conversation between Ben and I has been like a one-off and a here-off there type of text. So for me, when I was positioning ICM.run, I really didn't want to knock on Nick or Ben's door until like they had something worth looking at. You know what I mean? Like really worth looking at. I mean, when you ship a protocol that does billions of volume, probably is not good to distract yourself with things unless it's worth distracting yourself with. And I felt that way about you, Nick. I remember I almost didn't approach you guys with it because I felt like you guys would be turned off. I'll admit that a lot of the ICM ecosystem of like Web 2 specific, not you particularly, Nick, but like founders in the ecosystem, the concept of DAOs, the concept of like putting Sol up to get access to a DAO is like really different, like really out there. You know what I mean? So I was a little antsy about approaching you and Ben with it, but I was really met with a lot of positivity because honestly, the purpose of the DAO is to create a watering hole for ICM, and not just for Web 3, but for Web 2 too. It's not just for like Web 3 builders, ICM.run. Our actions that we take with ICM.run will mostly be about grabbing Web 2 builders, right? But presenting them with all the different ICM builders. I think people are going to select who the winner is naturally. And that doesn't create this competitor landscape. It creates an innovator landscape,
I think it's very important, like everyone to come together and form this new concept that we're forming, which is ICM. Like, it's still pretty new to a lot of people and people don't understand it. And we need to make sure that like the concept is really well thought out and that the tokens really represent that in a positive way. Because, you know, you can launch a token and it doesn't really have anything to do with your company or whatever. And then is that an ICM token? I would say no. You know, I think for it to be an ICM token, it has to be really something, a meaningful tie to whatever it is that you're launching the token for. And that's one thing I'm really excited for the mentors to help influence, is so that we don't have these like meme coins for startups. So instead we have really meaningful token integrations and like token designs.
I really like what you just said in terms of token design. I think a lot of like something we've been talking a lot with a lot of the mentors is like, you know, we needed an environment where someone could just twap a coin out and it could do okay. We needed that to start. But truthfully, there are teams that have built really cool businesses that have unique forms of revenue that it might not always make sense just to launch a coin. It might make sense to plan how you do it, you know? And the other component of that is like the different edge cases. Like the term startup just describes an entity that exists in the federal system as like as a non-SSN. You know what I mean? Startup is that. It's just a startup. It's just a legal document, right? So what that gets put on top of in terms of what type of startup it is matters a lot. What if the startup is like a franchise pizza chain? How do they tokenize? Do they launch a coin? You know, do they just go launch the coin? We don't know yet. And I think there's a lot of these edge cases right now where we don't know how they should tokenize just yet, or maybe we do, but the mentors all have a different form of background where they have either direct experience or indirect experience with these different types of startups or asset classes that are looking to tokenize. And Nick, you know, I'll say that from our conversations, you seem to really get that too. You know, that it's not all just Silicon Valley startups that are going to tokenize, you know?
Yeah, I think there's room for everything here. And I really like that point of like, not everything needs a token, and to be really thoughtful that like, someone mentioned it earlier in the stream that like these people will launch a coin and then figure out the token integration after. And like, that's not sustainable. That's not ideal. You know, I think what's definitely ideal is someone has the idea like, hey, I want to launch. How do I do it? And then maybe they come to the mentors and we help them figure out different designs that they can have. Because what I see as a big issue is right now, I think a lot of the mind share for ICM is untapped because of the token quality is not high enough. As in, like, traders are not stupid. The market is not stupid. They would be more interested if they got it more and if they understood it more. And you know, it's our fault that we're not describing to them or not the narrative of these tokens isn't super clear. Sometimes there's a convoluted token integration of like, you know, how does the token accrue value isn't super clear. And I think us making that clear and making it really like defined will destroy any narrative of like, oh yeah, Believe is just like meme coins for startups. Like, that's not what I want it to be. I don't think that's what everyone wants it to be. And that's what a lot of CT sees us as now. And it's our job to change that. And the only way we can change that is through making better tokens.
Dude, I mean, you're absolutely spot on.
I caught that.
Hyperliquid. No, you're absolutely spot on. And obviously, for those that just caught what Nick said, it's a little bit of alpha. I think maybe ties into Believe, Flywheel, kind of the vision you guys have. But Dupe, you know, Bobby from Dupe has been really incredible at like kind of trailblazing, you know, the value behind a token, right? He's started to stand on the fact that he thinks, you know, maybe equity is not for the Dupe token, and we actually would like to base our token based off of, you know, product usage. And, you know, I think that's really powerful. How does that conversation look, Nick, when projects are coming to you at Believe and they ask, you know, we want to integrate a token, we want a meaningful integration. Like, what's some advice you're giving them? What do you think people should be doing to make a token valuable rather than that meme token you talk about that no one really wants? Like, what is that to you?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple ways to do it. To me, what gives a token value is like, what's the buy pressure coming from? So for Hyperliquid, the reason the Hyperliquid token has value is because it has so much buy pressure from the protocol's revenue, right? And for Dupe's integration, for example, like how many customers are buying the Dupe token to use it for discounts, or like Paragon is another good example of like people buy the token for discounts on the service. And like the question of how valuable is that integration is a question of math of like how much buy pressure is coming from the integration. And so when I advise people, I try to give them different ideas. First of all, connecting them with different token designers. Like that's why I'm really excited for ICM.run. So that we can connect them with people with different views than I do. Because I'm not saying my view is right, but I think that like tying it to revenue or product usage is definitely a good place to start. And maybe I really like what Cled is doing and what Avi's trailblazing with the equity model. I think it's funny that they're doing that because I've had very similar ideas as well, and I'm really excited to see where they go with that.
There's a four-way kind of discussion we've had on the show around tokenized equity. So Cled is one. We've highlighted some of Soju's thoughts. We've had Vibu on to talk about his theories. And then Bobby just ran train on our account last night about like tokenized equity, which was kind of crazy. So
he did what on our account?
Yeah, I just ran the thing. He like
Okay, sorry, I didn't know anything about Bobby doing something with.
Your minds are all. But anyways, the four different viewpoints that we've kind of been circling around this have been really interesting, and I think one day we're gonna have to kind of clip up all four and put them together. But yeah,
see which one ages the best.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, what's beautiful about this industry is that we can like have four different projects all experiment, and then if Cled does the equity model and like they their token does really well and the market clearly is bullish on it, like we might have our answer, you know what I mean? So 100%. We can, and then if Dupe wants to try their idea of like product usage, that's great, and eventually we'll come to the right conclusion. And at that point, when we found kind of what the market wants, I feel like ICM will go like parabolic, and that's like the time we're all building for right now.
100%.
Yeah. No, and I think what Mercy's done so well at doing is, I think, kind of leaving it open to all sorts of ideas, suggestions. Actually, Mercy, have you talked to Vibu at all about joining up with ICM.run, or has that conversation happened?
We did actually. He's I'm not trying to flip these around so I can. You guys still hear?
By the way, I'm trying to pull Nick up so he has a face to the voice. So
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say
we got your picture,
for what it's worth, guys. The public mint is live, by the way. We did just transition over. I did just had Dread Song go ahead and submit it. So it's live. It's fully minted out. It just finished.
My gosh.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh my.
Congrats, Mercy.
That's
Good job.
huge.
Thank you.
That's huge.
We're live. We just did it. It's done. That was fast. I even connected my wallet. Holy crap.
That's nuts. I got people in my phone texting me like, dude, I'm hoping I can get some more public mint, who got some whitelists. Literally 1 second. Yeah. Congratulations.
We had a pretty massive newsletter that we had built with Luma, and I've been kind of like edging them about the public, like the public side of things. So I think it went live. I'm pretty excited. I'm seeing some comments about bots. The truth is, when it comes to these public mints, there's really not too much that we can do against that. I do think there are some people who probably got some supply of this for sure. But I can also tell you, like, pretty dang sure that most of those were just people. And yeah, well, what I was going to say is we are going to be doing giveaways too for the people who try to get into the public round. I know it was very over allocated in terms of like over demand. So we will have some giveaways. Stay attention, pay attention. And I guess the other thing too, I would say is like, let's go check out the page itself.
Yeah, let me share this tab right here. Okay, so floor price 1.3 SOL right now, and it's. Oh wait, let me share my screen. All right, it's not loading. Josh, maybe you want to pull up. I'm not sure if it's my Wi-Fi or if it's just like everyone's here.
Try refreshing your browser there. No,
it just did.
It might be loading, to be honest with you. It takes a bit for these images to cache.
Yeah, I still can't even get mine to load.
Yeah. I mean, this is what
I haven't done anything with NFTs for so long.
Me neither.
This is okay. 1 sec, guys. I am not on. I was in my wallet.
Realistically, Magic Eden has to have the anti-botting stuff, right?
They do. They definitely do. But I would not underestimate at all that like there's some people who are smart enough to get some supply of that for sure. I'm absolutely certain some people, I don't want to like live in this like, oh no, there's no bots. There's definitely bots. There's definitely people who did it. But I can also tell you that there's like 3,000 people waiting at the gates at that.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is people use software to buy these things at launch. So there's a lot of people who probably use software to be able to acquire it.
Okay, here we go.
I'm excited to see it.
I'm struggling here. Maybe one of you guys can share. It's not showing up the collection. It's showing my wallet. It's only
I think
showing
it
what I hold.
might still be loading. Let me see what like the on the ground chat. Let's check with the war room.
We're dealing with this. This is literally war room situations.
I mean, though, the demand speaks for itself.
Dom, how many did you bought? No, okay.
I had like, oh yeah, I bought it a lot. Bought as many as I could.
I was like, oh, is that not the full collection? Looking at your wallet.
Yeah,
like,
he's like, yeah, it's my wallet.
No, dude, I was like running it up early. I'm like, whoa.
Is this bullish? Is this like is botted bullish? I was gonna say like, I can't really tell. Like,
I would say to some extent, right?
Yeah.
Oh, here, I got it up. Okay. Let's do it, guys.
Hell yeah. Well, it looks like we're live.
Dom is the botter.
Yeah, damn. I am the botter. This is actually my wallet.
Nice. Only 33 listed. That's pretty surprising.
It's not surprising, dude. Everyone wants a piece. Though, you know what? I guess that goes to say maybe it didn't get I mean, the chat is clearly saying it's botted here. They at least think so. But for only 33 to be listed, I think that maybe is telling about like the level of botting that happened. Right? I mean, you'd think there'd be hundreds. Yeah.
I do want to say too, like there were like a ton of people listening to the Twitter space too, and a ton of people like kind of just like sideline watching this. There's like I'm certain that there's a lot of people watching, but look, guys, if you're watching this for what it's worth, you can't have successful launches without public supply. We have to do public supply. We whitelisted a ton of people for that reason. If you're nervous to swoop in, engage with the MCG show. We're giving out NFTs to the people who engage with the stream. If you're retweeting the MCG show, if you're engaging with their show, you'll get access to the free mint. So don't get caught up. Like if you're worried about buying secondary, just stay around the culture of the DAO. You probably will get some supply,
Yeah, I think there'll be some giveaways for sure. I'm not even gonna lie. I forgot to include my own wallet, so like I missed out on it too. But that's all right.
Hell yeah,
my community got it. So
yeah, I got a good little supply from the team supply too. I held on to them because I just knew this would happen. Really important people were going to miss this, so I have some supply that I'll be also giving out to. Meteorite Collective has some supply as well to be giving out to founders in the ecosystem, but. I just want to say again, welcome everybody aboard. I'm so stoked to have everybody here. And again, engage with the MCG show.
Yeah, this is bullish, man. I actually bought it as bullish. So
bought it as bullish.
Sorry to those in chat, Ripper. We'll, again, stick around the show. We'll try and figure out how to get this. I mean, it's inevitably Solana's fast, and algorithms and software are faster than humans clicking buttons, unfortunately.
I'm so stoked. I just want to say free. It's a free mint.
$3.99, baby.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think Magic Eden took like a 0.01 fee or something.
Just small. But floor is 0.6 Sol, so not bad.
Yeah, I'm seeing there's about 1,900 holders. I saw Free Soul Dev in the War Room chat. Shout out Free Soul. Distro looks decent, is what a lot of people are saying. I don't really know how sophisticated these bot networks are, and I don't want to pretend. Honestly, I hope we could get Adam back up on stage to tell me, like, give me the synopsis here. Like, how much fun do I need to like prepare myself for here?
So we also have Mo on stage. Nicholas, maybe let's finish up with you so you can get back to focus to driving. Any kind of like overarching thoughts, last questions from Mercy or Dom?
For Nick, no, I think you guys are on the cutting edge. I guess I'm not sure if you really answered the original question. When it comes to like founders, what when they're discussing, tokenomics with you guys, I believe, what do you guys kind of gear them towards? Where do you direct them, and how do you suggest they implement a token that's like useful and has a use case? I think he's dropping out.
Yeah, the tree.
Yo, it looks like my connection. I can't answer your question, Dom. Sorry.
It's all good.
Thanks, Nick. All right.
Nice.
Love having Nick on though. Appreciate that. That's great.
Ave, you had a whitelist, dude. We gave you a whitelist. I'm not sure how you
bro,
missed it.
I made sure personally you were on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, the team supplies in one wallet. I'll probably put the wallet out there soon, but you probably already found it. We are going to be just using that for promo and also the team supply. If it comes down to it, if people really want, I'll throw that shit in the DAO treasury. You know, we can handle that shit out at the end of the DAO. You know, and I put this PFP collection out there to round up like the ICM aligned individuals. The Telegram is going to be dropping soon. Keep eyes out for that. We'll be leaking that out for everybody. You'll be able to connect through like Collab Land essentially directly to be able to join in. And again, I just want to say like I'm like so stoked everybody's here and involved with us. And dude, I felt that. I don't know how to NFT. Dude, I just want y'all to know, for me personally, me too. It took me a lot of learning, and I knew that if I didn't trust a platform that wasn't Magic Eden, most people weren't either, and that is why I went with it.
Yeah, look. There's a lot of salty people in the chat. Guys, get over it. It happens. This is how it goes. Get used to it. You're in crypto. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You should have tried to get a whitelist. We were handing them out like candy earlier. So, if you really want one bad enough, there's a secondary market for a reason. The market will dictate a fair value. But hey, it is. It's the culture. It's a cult. It's supposed to be fun. And you know, just because you don't have a PFP doesn't mean you're extradited from anything. So keep that in mind.
Yeah,
I think it went fantastic, right? You're going to see a lot of people maybe saying otherwise, but again, these are just people that didn't get their hands on NFTs. So,
yeah, of course, you know, I want everybody to win, and I want everybody to get access to it. Oh, I think I just got an important DM back. 1 second.
Mo, what's up? How you doing?
Hello guys, nice to meet you
Mo.
all. Nice for having me on the stream. Of course, I used the whitelist to get my hands on the profile pics. Yeah, and I'm happy it minted out so fast.
yeah,
Me too. Of course, guys, I gotta admit, Moritz, I saw your DM, brother. How bad is it? How bad's the botting? You tell me. I don't know. Like, I don't have a frame of reference. How's the distro on this? Be honest. Like live TA this.
Well, we can't really tell because it's a 1 per wallet limit, right? And I don't have the right tools to tell it, like which wallets are connected to, you know, what cluster. But guessing from the speed, I can say there's probably a few people who got in. But obviously, a lot of the bots are ready. Some of my friends just sent me a message that some of the bots cooked. About 200 of them, which I don't think is too bad. 200 is for a public one. That means, you know, over 1,000 went to real people, which is great.
I hope so. You know, and for what it's worth, like we have a lot of different things planned to integrate these PFPs. We have a whole content series we'll be dropping for what we're going to do with them too. If you're tuning in and you're on the fence, a couple important things to know about these NFTs. 1% of the DAO will be fractionalized and claimable against all of these NFTs. We also, for every project that we incubate that's pre-TGE, we will be airdropping to these to this collection. So we got some pretty cool stuff in the works.
That sounds amazing. And the floor price, you know, obviously when there's people, you know, having a lot of them, they're trying to sell them and trying to make their money back, trying to make back what they spend on transaction fees. They probably spammed the contract a lot. So say it's a pretty good time to pick some up as they're trying to make their money worth. So
is that financial advice, Mo?
It is not. It is not. But you know, just a thought. If you missed out, it's a pretty good price.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to get to the phase where we're fractionalizing the DAO. Once the DAO goes live, we're going to work with StreamFlow to set up like a claim system. If it's not StreamFlow, we'll work with another platform that allows anyone with a PFP to claim that PFP's allocation towards the fractionalized 1% of the DAO. And I'm just really stoked. Like, I'm really stoked to start like working with this PFP collection crew. I'm pinging like my general manager, like Dreadson right now, because we got to probably get this investor center community open ASAP. But dude, I'm obviously so stoked that we were able to get this out live. If you were tuning in and you didn't get one, all you have to do is engage with the MCG show. You probably will get an NFT.
Bro, we were begging people to get on whitelist for a minute.
Literally, like it's no nuts because we're here now. I literally have been like, guys, please don't fade this. Like, don't come to me if you've been around. Like, don't come to me like the day of this thing. Like, you had it all. You know what I mean? We did it that way for that exact reason. But I'm kind of like, I'm gonna like jump back and forth here a little bit, Josh, just to like check in with the team. You know how that stuff goes. I'm gonna be here though.
Yeah, no
All
worries.
good. We're gonna
Mo,
chat with
like,
Mo then.
feel free to give us like background, what you're stoked on, and just kind of what your skill set is for ICM.run, what you bring to the table.
Sure. So I cannot go into much detail on what we do at our company, but giving you a general oversight is what we do is we focus on liquidity, we focus on trader safety, we focus on OTC deals and whale deals, and liquidity that is used or created with these OTC and whale deals. Mm, just all around this topic. Um, because where we originally started when we founded this was in a like Mercy said before, the state of the meme coin market was in shambles. It was pretty bad. And just as said before, I don't know who said it though. There was a small amount of people who had a large control over the market, and the people were playing by unfair rules and making their own rules, and were playing with foul market makers who set themselves, revenue targets, and who dumped the chart, brought it back up, manipulated all kinds of sorts. And we saw we need to go against this, and so that's what we do. We went with the liquidity route. We went with Meteora. Um, I personally use Meteora daily. It's a beautiful platform for founders, for users, for anybody who thinks they you know they want to have they have an edge. It is a beautiful platform.
Do you have
And
specific examples of this activity? Like, is this guys like Wintermute that are going out and, just kind of crawling through on chain and extracting? Like, or is this the promoters that did Libra that are extracting? Like, what are tangible examples that people can point to and be like, yeah, that group of people seem to extract more than they should have?
I'm not going to point my fingers at certain parties, but there's many examples who are actually public. Some people like Gotbit who are publicly, well, you know well, praising their work on manipulating charts with like WhatsApp chats. They even posted in replies and comments until they got busted by I think they got busted by the FBI, if I'm not totally wrong. Um, there's parties like these, who who are playing around too much, who decided that they feel like they can do anything on chain, no ethical background whatsoever. And we're standing against that. We're standing this against this entire narrative of, well, doing anything that they feel like they have the power to.
Yeah, there's been previous runs like 2017 where it felt like, all the basket of ICOs or different projects seemed to have their turn, let's say, and things ran, and broadly the distribution of returns seemed a little more fair. Whereas now it seems the typical retail investor who's playing around on Deck Screener is at a massive disadvantage, whether it's they're not using, wallet software like ICM, or they're not any sort of automation, or they're not using AI. Like, what is retail traders like? Are they cooked in in this kind of market?
Well, it's definitely a hard market for retail traders. Like just look at how people used to trade 4 or 5 months ago is a massive gap to where people are trading now. And then look back even further when Bonk and Whiff, came out. That was a whole different story. People didn't even know how to deploy tokens at that point. Um, and now we have all these different launch pads that give more insight, all these different checkers that give more insight. They get better at basically analyzing anything. When bubble maps came out, they had, and bubble maps is like the basic tool for anyone who went into meme coins. I think even Deck Screener has them involved. And when they came out, they only had a couple of bubbles on which wallets were obvious. Now they went on and And I think you couldn't really refresh it if you weren't a premium user. Now they have implemented some change. Now they have implemented like magic nodes. Like even now, the starter trader can now see that somebody transferred tokens out through two middleman wallets into the next one and try to destroy the link and try to destroy the bundle. So they aren't essentially cooked. It just takes a lot more learning to get to that point where you can analyze a token in a decent way. Obviously, though, you're still, if you're playing on Pump Fun, you're still playing against other people and against stuff that are not easily analyzable. But I think with what we've seen, we've evolved in the how people trade, but we've also involved in how much insight are people given when trading coins and what kind of tools are available to the broad public to identify rugs.
Yeah. And I kind of coined this actually, so I'll take a little bit of credit for it. But there's PvP, which is you're basically trading in low market caps. Your liquidity goes in, someone takes it, kind of situation. There's PvE where a token gets to critical mass, like Fartcoin. There's so much market participants and trading venues that flows in the market feel a little more natural and organic. And then what gets me kind of excited about ICM, and I don't know how much of this is true, but I look at it as the emergence of PVR, where you're trading against the revenues of a company or the kind of network activity of a product that a business is incubating. Like, do you think that, does that resonate at all for ICM as a potential narrative where there's, revenues of real business or real value versus like just the next meme coin house of cards?
Oh, absolutely. Me personally is not a financial advisor or shill, but I'm a massive fan of Dupe, of Bobby, in particular as a founder. Really solid work. His platform is making a lot of money, a lot of revenue, and his coin is relatively small to that revenue that he makes. And I think that just the revenue enough is a driver at some point to get the token to a fair value, right? Maybe not right now. Maybe there's needs to be some stuff done in order to price this in. But I think Bobby knows what he's doing, and I think that definitely has a very big influence on the token. I mean, you can see it. Yeah, nice that you're streaming it. 8.6 million in market cap, and Dupe is a major player when it comes to buying furniture and any other stuff at a discount. And they're also making a lot of money from it. So I feel like that will have an influence at some point, but the right eyes need to be on the news, right? So definitely
Yeah.
needs to be some more communication maybe, but that is for Bobby to decide.
Yeah, I think Dupe has already bought back like at least seven figures, maybe multi seven figures into this chart. So like, I mean, you're spot on. It's kind of like people are missing this here, and once it kind of gets picked up, and I think people realize the rate that they're kind of twapping at, you get a similar mechanism to the hyperliquid kind of mechanism, right? So yeah,
Exactly.
I love integration of token, and Bobby says it perfectly. Integrating a token with your product's usage, right? And if you can tie that one to one, you're betting on growth of a product, user base. And again, this is budget that he would otherwise be using for marketing and other things. So he's happy to give it away or give it out in form of dupe tokens as a business expense. I guess to clarify real quick, he's not giving away any dupe. They're burning or locking all the dupe they give away. So it's not.
Yeah, 21% they have currently in the treasury. The first time they're on the show back in May or June, they were at 17%. So he's accumulated, I think he said like 14 million in kind of like the last few weeks. Maybe a question around this is like, in public markets, we have quarterly earnings where shareholders get to price in the performance of the trailing 3 months and then full year. Like, how do you feel like, I guess, we get the same type of pricing in, the dynamics that we're talking about? Like, do those reflect at all at some point, or is it just pure, like, when Dupe buys, like, people are going to track the wallet and be like, okay, the business is good?
That's a difficult question, especially with how Pasternak even approaches these coins, he always makes sure to tell the projects that your coin is not a share, right? It's not equivalent to any share in the business. But I feel like, just the thought, from a trader perspective, just the thought that the business is running smooth and I can see the wallet, the public wallet, buying more and more tokens gives you, you know, that kind of confirmation that the business is running great. And it also gives that confirmation that the launcher, Bobby, believes in his token, right? He doesn't do it for show. He actually believes in his token. He wants to acquire more of his token. And I think a massive commitment from Bobby was putting up his own LP. I think he just spotted $500,000 out of his own pocket to bring up another LP for, making the token more liquid for buyers and sellers. So great, great, great work here.
Question,
Um,
Mercy. I gotta direct this to you. I'm not sure if you're busy or good. Did you talk to Bobby about coming on? Because he's got a lot of outspoken opinions. He's very vocal.
You know what's funny, man? Like, oh, dude, how did all, dude? It's good when the smart NFT traders, bro, they're getting some supply too. That's so bullish. There's like this guy named Ollie who I like deeply respect. He's a popular NFT trader. You know Ollie, right, Mo? You guys know Ollie?
Yeah.
Someone's tracking his wallet and found out that he bought something. That makes me honored, man. Like if the smart people are buying it, that's like, oh, I'm honored. I'm deeply honored, man. But I was gonna say, I haven't really had much deep conversation with Bobby. We've shared a Twitter Spaces before. I've watched his content. We kind of missed each other, I was busy with ICM.run, bringing it to market. He was busy doing what he's doing. He's very obviously busy and outspoken what he's doing, but I have a lot of respect for him, and I look at him as somebody who cares, and I respect that a lot, that he cares so much. And I do disagree with some takes. I agree with most of the takes, for what it's worth. I agree with most of his takes.
What do you disagree with?
It's not like what I disagree with. I think it's just there's things that we're philosophically misaligned with. For example, Vibu, another example of someone who maybe I'm philosophically aligned with in regards to tokenization. It does not inherently mean someone's right or wrong. You know what I mean? If somebody was right, everyone would just be doing what's right. But the shit flinging, and I'm not saying this is Bobby or Vibu, but the shit flinging, the rock throwing at people who are trying by the people who aren't, I'm so removed from those people. That's why I started a DAO, for a working DAO, so we wouldn't have so many armchair opinions. We'd have people actively working opinions, and I'm excited to explore what that looks like. And Bobby, if you're watching this, brother, I'm a DM away. You know what I mean? You weren't not included. We just never connected. And for what it's worth, the DAO has less than 100 people in the DAO. It's just people I know. Someone this morning who I knew who worked at Animoca when I worked with Animoca contacted me this morning because of Studhome, found out that I was doing the DAO. I almost didn't let them in because my requirements, they had to get on a call with me this morning if they wanted to. And I kind of didn't think they were going to. They did, and we had a really great conversation. And they're an example of someone who I onboarded, to our DAO last minute. But other than that, unless you're founder facing, unless you have a lot of experience coming to market, I only selected people like that, like Mo. God, Mo, how many projects have you brought to market, brother? I know you can't say it, but you have some experience.
You
know what I mean?
A few, right?
You have some experience. You know what I mean? Like when people see you on the contributors, they say, "Who's that?" Right? But they want an inflated DAO like AICC with 50,000 contributors, and they're all A-listers, right? This DAO's got less than 100 people in it. But let me tell you, Mo's the top 0.01% of token issuers in terms of volume, size, and seriousness. And I don't care how many followers Mo has. I care that he can help our projects come to market, and that's what matters most to me.
I really loved the take from the guy before. I believe it was about being private, not being too public. Same goes for me. I don't need the public eye on me. I don't need the public opinion on me. When something doesn't go its way, I'd rather much focus on fixing it than issuing a public statement on it. There's a thousand things I can do instead of replying to Twitter comments that feel like they need to issue their opinion at me. And so I think there's a certain benefit in it, and that's why I there's not a lot of Twitter presence for me. But if you know, right? It's
right. And what's
Thank
the
you.
value for you for people knowing you, right? You know what I mean? None. You know what I mean? Like the people
Yeah.
who you need to know, you know. You know what I mean? For what it's worth, so everybody on this call understands, I got connected to him through one of the best mentors in this DAO who hasn't even been up on this stage yet. Somebody who is easily one of the most important people in the Solana ecosystem behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Like he's the type of person when he intros me to somebody, man, he doesn't fuck around. You know what I mean with an intro. You know what I mean, Mo? Like, bro does not
I
fuck around
know.
with an intro.
I know. He's great. We've had a lot of fun past, and just smart people. And everything he does, you want to make sure you're in that or listening to it, because he definitely has a wide connect, to anybody that you would want to connect with.
Yeah. I'm so bullish that he's involved, and I'm so bullish that we're going to be able to work together with him more closely. He's already helped onboard some really great projects applying for the incubator. Mo, you also have started suggesting projects to apply to the incubator too, and you've started doing some intros for that as well. So it's an optimistic future, brother. It's looking good.
Of course, of course. It was such a, it worked so well with him texting us and me having the project that been texting me for months, that we've been working on for months, and reviewing the app, reviewing everything about it. So it just, it was a fit, and quickly discussed it and went to a chat.
Yeah.
Mo,
Guys,
you're
I gotta
another
step
one.
away a little bit. I gotta step away for just a moment to handle some stuff. I'm still here though. I just gotta
Do your thing. Do your thing. Mo, sorry, Dom, did you have a question for Mo?
Not a
to
question.
maybe wrap?
Not a question. Just saying,
Yeah.
Mo, we appreciate you coming on. I don't have another question, Josh. If you do, I'd love to ask it, but we got to get you for a longer chat because again, you're one we got to peel back some layers on, and pick your brain.
Of course, of course. I'm glad to bring my partner up as well when he's off the plane. He's the better talker of us. He's the native English speaker, so he does all the speaking, and we do the thinking together.
Your speaking is fantastic. I would have honestly thought your first language could have been, English.
It's not, but I'll thank you for bringing me up here.
Sounds good.
If you're trying to connect me, just message Mercy. He'll forward it my contact, and we'll get into talks.
Yeah, we got a lot of people to message Mercy about. Thanks, Mo.
Thanks, Mo.
All right, bye, guys.
See you, bud. You want Believe Capital, the squad.
Yo, is this the inauguration of Believe Capital on MCG? I think
it is. Long overdue. Yeah, good to meet you. Thanks for jumping on.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. These PFPs are looking fresh, guys. I really like the aesthetic, this zombie Milady aesthetic with Gordon Gekko or Moneyball Jonah Hill kind of.
Yeah, you got it.
Just the references.
I see you. There's some thought that got put into this. You know what I mean? Some thought.
that illustrator, your designer, is goated. Like this is. I recall.
He already shot me the text. He's like, "Oh, if it goes good, he already hit me with
that." These are awesome. We're like celebrating this launch over here with our squad. So this is sick,
dude,
man.
I'm so glad you guys are grabbed some PFPs, man. There are few ICM trading communities, and I know you know. And they're hard to keep up because the volume is low sometimes. And brother, it's been a grind. It's been a grind. It's been a grind since the Tweet DM days. It's been a grind now. It's the grind's not over. We haven't really entered ICM season 2.
No,
man, I gotta give Fishcake a proper intro, guys. So for what it's worth, Fishcake gets probably the most FUD of a lot of the Believe app projects out of everyone. They're not a real VC. There's no treasury management. They cabal coins. Fishcake and the Believe Capital team have supported more Believe project launching for free than anybody else, even more than Believe team themselves. And that deserves to be stated. There's a reason why he's a part of the DAO. There's a reason why we whitelisted their community. There's a reason why I'm a big believer in Fishcake and what he's doing. People love to shit on first movers. It's just this constant thing that I always see over and over and over again in every single industry. And Fishcake had the balls to start an on-chain VC to back Believe Capital, Believe app launches way before it was cool. They built educational frameworks before it was cool to build educational frameworks for these founders. By the way, every founder we incubate will go through Believe Capital's education courses and content. Why would we recreate a wheel when they've built the gold standard? So Fishcake, what they've built and like the community they've built, the whale community they built are like hardcore Believe Capital guys, which I deeply respect. You're one of the first people to build a very easy to understand tokenomics model where owning a percent of supply got you access to the best information. And that wasn't your opinion. That was the best information. That's the opinion I hear personally from the people who are a part of that community. So I just want to give you the flowers, and I'm so stoked. I was me and Fishcake were texting all last night, like incubated by Belief Capital and ICM.run. Like it's going to be nuts. We're gonna run it up together. I really can't wait to start connecting and working together on incubating projects, brother.
Bro, hell yeah. We were doing that since day one. I don't know if you remember this, but when we first launched, and this was without, recognition or engagement from Ben yet, you were on a live stream, and the first thing I did was just come up on that stage and just pummel you with questions. And just ask you what's the roadmap behind this project? And I realized this is what I'm here to do, is just learn about projects, get involved, get hands-on, understand what they're up to, and figure out how I can help and support. We started publicly supporting that project and saying, okay, we think this is undervalued for the following reasons. We started Twitter threads, and it was just because we really liked what the team was up to. We had you guys on for AMAs, and that was really that seeded something for me. It's just all we're doing is an extension of what I like doing anyways, which is just learning about projects, studying what they're up to, and obviously getting entry if I like the valuation. We're here on the it's covered microcap gem show, I think, right?
Don't say microcap show, bro. I can't do it.
Oh my goodness, man. Come on. We've been covering your portcos for 6 months, and come on.
Exactly. So just all this stuff. By the way, Mercy, I really appreciate that, man. I think there was the most fun emerged when we backed a project that was followed by who was it? Totally, and the Solana X account and the Solana mobile account, and of course it had a sniper, right? This was a month plus ago. It had a sniper who immediately got in and dumped within 30 seconds. And I think if you built a sniper on Believe, the very first thing you would do is curate all of the accounts that Solana mobile follows, and then put that thing to work. That was just we mostly ignore the FUD. I think that's what you're supposed to do, but we're just here steady building, still networking, connecting, incubating, and I can't wait to work with you guys. By the way, we need more incubators. We need not more launch pads. We need more incubators. Yes. We need more people who get hands-on, helping these founders win, and collaborating. There can't be too many reasons. Everyone's specialized at one thing mostly. Someone's really good at tech, another person's really good at comms, another person's going to be really good at finding whale holders and connecting them. And we need to pull these resources. We need to just join arms and just figure out how to make that happen. And I see ICM. I think we're definitely on the same page here. Startups aren't equitized yet. They're not on chain. I think we'll get there. We're talking to a few companies that intend to buy back some of their token with their revenue, which is, I don't know if anyone's currently doing it yet. Do you know? We're talking to 3 projects that are considering doing that. And
MetaDAO is a contributor in the DAO, and they already are tokenizing equity. They're doing some cool stuff. A lot of these guys doing this stuff, they don't get really the attention space that people that are doing the low cap stuff do, just because of the entry stage to it. Yep. But MetaDAO has now tokenized 3 to 4 different projects, and it's if you go on their page, you can blatantly see that they're tokenizing equity, and they're kind of I really respect these bull traders, these people who are willing to take this risk on and be the first mover here. They're risking they're risking a graduation to prison in the next term. Yes. So they're taking on such massive risks to do this. The only thing that we have to do with ICM.run is back these teams and support them. You know what I mean?
For sure. Oh yeah, and there's also Magic buying back with 25% of revenue. So we're starting to see inklings of what is possible with ICM. and where you can really take this beyond just like token utility, which is a lot in itself. But I really think that, you know, if this anything even remotely approximates equitizing these things on chain, bringing startups on chain, like we're going to make, you know, that AI cycle look like, in terms of cumulative market cap, like nothing. Like I don't, maybe even DeFi summer. I don't know. I don't know what the cap would be if we get there. So it's like, really, if you are in the trenches, or if you are hunting, if you do like micro cap gem hunting, I don't know of a better place where you can find more edge and where you can really use your skills in terms of assessing team, assessing tech, size of market, to find edge. And of course, like, you know, if you have an X following, or if you've been in CT for a while or in Web3 for a while, like you I'm not going to say you can make it, but you have a much higher chance of making it, in my opinion. So it's like, just so sorry, I'm coming down with a cold. So I'm just so excited for so many reasons.
Fish cake.
Yeah.
I don't know, Mercy, I don't mean to interrupt, but Fish Case, I don't know if we got your background, or like you didn't really explain what Believe Capital is doing for those that don't know. You want to do that for us?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we run our own fund. What we did is we actually took the transaction fees from our own token and put all that into our own fund, which is 2x since we started, just getting directly involved with these projects and helping them out. We buy back some of our own token with the profits from our trades. We have a whale community. So basically we have a community for people with 10 million tokens. That's 1%. We have a smaller community for 0.1%, 1 million token holders. But we're a fund and an incubator just helping projects win. You know, Ben was kind enough to engage with us like 4 or 5 times publicly on X. And that drove some pipeline and some deal flow to us. You know, we currently advise like a half dozen different projects. One of them are the top 5 ecosystem projects on Believe as well.
Feel free to tell us what you're holding, because I mean, this is what it's all about.
Yeah, so we got involved with Hegemony when it was just a few $100K market cap. Now it's a top, I believe, 5 ecosystem project. Yeah, hit 7 million, and I think now it's hovering around 5.7, right? So we got involved right down there, and then started supporting him, helping him with product, with roadmap. I mean, he's just a genius, crack developer, like won Math Olympiad National.
Of course.
And you know, he built a trading bot. I'm very bullish that project. You know, Viva. Oh, they sponsor this. That's great. Yeah, we're bullish as well. Launchcoin, so we're a team of 8 people. One of our lead analysts holds 4% of Launchcoin, and we definitely have some. Yeah, we definitely have some of that in our portfolio as well. Obviously our own token as well, and there's a new one we're going to announce in the next few days. Very excited about that one. Super receptive to feedback, also a crack developer, and we have multiple projects in the pipeline waiting to launch once the flywheel is announced, which I think is actually imminent this time. And you know, one of them's doing $500,000 in revenue and tends to buy back their token with some revenue. They'll convert their revenue using Circle or Sphere into Sol, and then buy back their own token. So they'll convert their fiat revenue to Sol, buy back their own token with their revenue. That's going to be really exciting. $500,000 ARR, annual recurring revenue. Another one doing over $1 million ARR, annual recurring revenue. And with that one, they intend to do the very same thing. That's a really exciting one. AI iOS app doing over $1 million revenue. That's intending to launch. Those are sidelined until the flywheel emerges. And yeah, you can see the candles there when we got the most Ben recognition, and you know, That's the Ben
Tell us
candle
about
right
your
there.
own ticker here. And hedge money, by the way, you may have seen a circle there. We covered them on the show right before that parabolic run. So,
nice.
you know, nice for you guys having a nice fat position there. I love it.
Yeah, right.
Tell us a bit about your own token here. Like what, again, what kind of, I don't dare I say flywheel, but what kind of, when someone owns the token, what are they really getting from Belief Capital?
Yep. So yeah, there's the whale holders chat where we tell people about the projects we're supporting ahead of time, when to expect any, let's say, catalysts or launches, which in itself, if you're a 1% supply holder and you get involved, we just let you know a little bit ahead of time. Hey, you might want to really look out for a launch tomorrow. There may or may not be a $1 million revenue company launching that you should look out for between these time windows. And I will absolutely let you know the second it drops right here in the private channel. There's also the fact that, with our fund, we buy back our own token with a percentage of the trading profits. So there's a little bit of, I don't know if anyone else does this, honestly, but like a revenue-based flywheel or a profit-based flywheel from our own fund.
Trading profits from the the portfolio companies that you're trading. Like, is it kind of like the carried interest? You're giving a portion of that, or how does that work?
Yeah, so it's like a liquid fund. We do some trading ourselves. We also get a very, very small allo from these founders, of which we've never sold. Like, we don't want to dump that for like that. That's not what we're here to do. But yeah, we get some trading, some token allo from the founders that we back and support, that we're just holding on to right now. And we do have a liquid fund. So when we find edge in a project, sometimes we don't necessarily have to incubate them. We just see, okay, this is obviously undervalued. There's good entry here. We can buy up some of it with our fund. We have a team of 8 analysts who are, if we have like an edge or something, I'm really thankful for. It's just that we have an engineer on the team. We have a comms and strategy expert. We have a ex head of DeFi at Binance as part of the team. Just super deep researchers, like good at LARP detecting and grift detecting as well, which is super important. And we just decide like, okay, we should get entry into this token. If we intend to do a quick trade, we don't necessarily, publicize it. And that's mostly just more stealth, something that we just do with our liquid fund. And we've done this multiple times, but when we exit that position, for instance, we had, I think we did one position where we netted 190 SOL profit, and we bought back our token with 100 of that SOL. And then the remaining 90 SOL went back into our fund, just as in the way of an example. So that's just 190
Nice.
SOL profit. 100 went back into buying our own token. 90 went back to just growing the fund. And that was actually our very first trade we executed. And that was with Pump Fund when it just launched. And we just found like really good entry on that one. And obviously we're not tweeting, hey, Pump Fund, but it's our fund. We can direct it any way we want. We let our holders know, hey, we took this position. Not financial advice. Nothing I ever say is financial advice, but this is why we took this position. This is the reasoning and the logic behind it. And we've done that multiple times since.
Have you traded this range down here on Pump Fund? It was looking very, very good considering they were doing 100% of revenue buybacks, or as close as possible. It seemed like down here in this range. It's now breaking out. Did you guys manage to get a piece of that, or were you saying when it originally launched and had the initial run to like $6 billion?
We did. We swung it a couple times. One pre-TGE, and that was 190 SOL profit. And in the last couple of weeks, we took a 3x leverage play on Hyperliquid when it was still sub TGE market cap, so 3.8, and we ended up being in prop. It like candled down a little bit, then shot back up, and we were able to, we just exited that position into profit. So yeah, we just looked at price over earnings.
Yeah.
And what they were up to, and we're just like, okay, this may actually be undervalued now.
Simple as.
Yeah. So
yeah, the only thing with Pump was like they were doing these crazy again, like down here in this range, especially in hindsight, it's really obvious, right? But the only issue was there was no clarity surrounding how long they're going to sustain these buybacks with 100% of revenue, and so I think like that maybe personally, it not scared me, but like it kept me from maybe sizing into this play. But yeah, I'm not sure if you were familiar, but we are partnered with Hegemony on the show to some extent. We have a ref code for them and their tech.
Awesome.
Yeah, can we actually pull that up, Dom? Let's pull that up because we'd love to promote that a little bit. You get 15% off if you use this code. We're really excited for the automated trading stuff that I don't even remember the dev's name, but that he's cooking on. And so, yeah, we kind of identified Hedge Money after our conversation with them as a high potential ICM Believe project. And yeah,
our team is convinced that they could be a top 1 or a top 2 project on the Believe ecosystem. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves, right? And they're going to open up that system for traders who hold enough of their tokens to access it.
Here. So this is the MCG code. So use MCG for 15% off. So first what you need to do is go to hedgemoney.fund, create your username, throw in a PIN code, password, and then you can find your way to the subscribe, use code MCG. It's a really good product, actually. Like we've been tracking kind of the performance of it, and it's pretty legit. And I think when automation turns on, this is going to be something that we're really interested in showing on the show consistently. But yeah,
that's so funny. I think we both got our attention set on Hegemony at pretty much the exact same time, which is awesome.
Yeah, very similar. You guys I think you guys had actually maybe publicly made your investment right before. I'm not going to name the name, but one of the people on your team I'm pretty close with. So we had an extensive conversation about Hegemony, amongst each other. But yeah.
Yeah, and credit to Dom. He was actually the first on our team to have a position. And now we have a position just through the fees or the referral fee that we've gotten, which is great. Supports the show, to be honest with you, because we're kind of, just self-funded out here making it happen. And we have a few show sponsors, but yeah.
Josh, do you want to pull up their terminal? I guess
absolutely. Yeah. I don't think they'll mind us showing this off, obviously, because it's like their product. But let me see if I can.
Well, maybe Fishcake would be better than at just explaining again. Believe Capital is an early investor in. They took a sizable position in Hegemony. They're obviously bullish on the future of it. Do you want to explain what it is, what they do? Give some context.
Yeah, essentially, what it does is it curates 2,500 different news sources. And what it does is it feeds them through an LLM and decides whether or not it's bullish in a very small time frame for the Solana price action. And it used to use Binance. Thankfully, I mean, we go back and forth with the developer, at least 100 messages each day on TG. I mean, that's what's required to incubate these things, like literally just getting hands-on in the capacity of a full-time person. And what they do now is they use Hyperliquid to execute sometimes 50x leverage positions on Solana. Depending on whether or not the LLM decides that this is bullish, bearish, and if it's neutral, which most of these news, most of the news articles, it just says, okay, there's nothing I can do here. For the most part, but sometimes it will say, okay, this is a bearish catalyst or a bullish catalyst for this project, for Sol. And then it'll take a leveraged position, usually lasting just a few seconds, say 30 seconds. And that's all automated. They intend to make it more advanced. I mean, that dev is just coding 12 plus hours a day. Like just, he executes this project executes and ships like a 25-person backed VC company that raised 8 figures. It's pretty
So if I were
incredible.
to explain what's going on stream here, so right now you have this news feed, and as Believe Capital mentioned the 2,500 news sources. What it's doing is it's pulling these in and using AI. It's analyzing the context of this news and understanding, as Believe Capital mentioned, is it a tradable piece of signal in a very short amount of time, shorter than humans can. So this is beating out, the human finger button clickers. And as you can see, the type of news sources coming in, a lot of Trump stuff in here, Trump tweets, etc. And then on the full log, you can kind of see how it's thinking. So you can see, all right, news source from, this Walter Bloomberg or Donald Trump himself, or an economic piece of data. It's putting on shorts, and then you can see the wins here. Now, one question I had, maybe if you understand how this works a little better than we do, it's capping losses at negative 24%, but the upside it'll let it run. Is that correct?
That is a very good question. One that I can't give you a definitive answer to. I think he's constantly tweaking the parameters around the tech and how he sets up those rails. He does modify it a lot, based on back testing and just trying to. Whatever answer I give you, I think it would change anyways in the future. I don't know. That'd be a good question for him, though.
No worries. But I think the premise here is that there's market moving information. As a human, by the time your eyes read a tweet and then you flip to your trading terminal to place an order, you're just not going to win, and you're going to be too slow. Whereas this automates that and gives that signal. You can see the trades are not long. So
let's be clear though, it's not fully automated yet. This is
not fully automated, but this is the brain behind. This is the trader behind the button clicking of automation. So if he can get this correct, then when it is automated, it's it's working. But you can see here.
So for the time being, I think the stop loss is set at 24%. By the way, there's no take profit cap percentage wise, and
these trades are 15-minute interval trades. I think what's really critical to know here is that where most leverage traders get into trouble is they're not disciplined enough to close a position at negative 24%. And that's where, when you defer kind of your trading to an algorithm, it doesn't really care how you feel about it. It doesn't care that you feel fear. Algorithms don't feel fear or exuberance. It just executes what the data says. So that's kind of, for those wondering, like the future trading, on the show, we've identified obviously hedge money is a high potential project and have a 15% off. Use code MCG. And Dom, I don't know if you can pull it up one more time, but is there anything more on this dashboard of Believe Capital that you think people should know about?
Well, yeah, I think he hired a quant recently, so it's not just a solo dev project anymore, to help him tweak his LLM so his win rate shoots up, and the bot might change the position size accordingly. And it might not insta close after 15 minutes with that max time horizon for each trade. So he's modifying it. He's molding this thing based on what's going to print or generate the most profit for, of course, holders, anyone who would end up using this and has enough token supply to take advantage of it. You have to have at least 0.5% and, get some. Their take rate is less and less the more you own, up to 2% supply. So, and I think that's why the price action is what it has been, and just incredibly bullish this project, and very very thankful to get to work with this. This
directionally, like obviously this is exactly where AI and trade is heading. At some point, you will be at such a disadvantage to trade manually that it probably just won't even exist. So I was fascinated by it. I'm fascinated by a logical working algorithm rather than like, you see these AI that trade based off, volume or Fibonacci, like whatever it might be. Rather, hegemony trades based off actual tangible news events, and then figures out what the best outcome is going to be, right? So I actually really like that methodology when it comes to execution. So really cool. Thanks for coming up and sharing some of your projects. And obviously we took over and chilled this a little bit too.
Fish Cake, we deserve a better stream, brother. Like, you joined the stream right at the mid stages. Just was a little nuts, brother. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, brother, I really appreciate your support. I really appreciate your support with onboarding your trading community to this PFP collection. When we put this collection together, we thought we really wanted people from the Belief Capital ecosystem to be a part of this. We're going to be airdropping to these NFTs. I'd prefer it not to be in the hands of a bunch of like quick Solana traders. I want it to be with like the fucking diamond ball holders that are like Belief Capital holders. Like those guys of like the Believe holders, man, are different. Is all I'm going to say, man. The Believe holders are different, you know? So I'm so grateful for you to be on board with this, bros.
Same. Yeah, no, it's been a pleasure. This is only the beginning, not just for ICM, but for us to partner up. Being on the show or working with ICM.run.
If you guys want to slip into the bundle, just know I'm probably going to be joining the Believe Capital, like 1% club as soon as this DAO goes live, so I can get the DAO in the club. So if you want to sneak in before me, go ahead. This is like
run Mercy.
I'm happy to pay the retail.
Hey, 600K market cap's pretty juicy there. I bought some.
Imagine that jumps to 6 million.
Motion.
Jokes. But no, I really can't wait to join the Believe Capital 1%er crew with the DAO. I think there's like the DAO, the funds we raise for the DAO, we really don't need as much of the funds. We're just going to use it to support and back and get involved with the ecosystem even closer, even better than we already have planned to do. So, and dude, we're going to cook with Believe Capital. I already know that wholeheartedly because I've already cooked with you. You know what I mean? I don't have to wonder how it's going to go. I know it's going to be good.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Yeah. Let's cook, boys.
Love it, Fish Cake. Thanks for talking, man.
It's going to be good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Oh, boys. Okay. Let's just settle in for a little second.
That
here.
segment there with Believe Capital was massive. Like, yeah, smart guys.
Yeah, I'm so glad the harsh phase of the NFT phase is over, and now we can get into like the building phase. I'm currently working with Dreadsong to drop out some content regarding how I hate to say the flywheel with the NFTs will work, but essentially like what to expect, like what are the utilities of this PFP collection. I think I got some DMs from some people. I don't want to give financial advice. I'm obviously the creator of this project, so take all that with a grain of salt, I'm about to say. But if you're multi-walleting, you should probably put them all under one wallet. You should probably hold these PFPs together under one wallet. The way that we'll be airdropping will be through a platform that requires you to connect a wallet that has all your PFPs in it. Probably be smart for you to have them all under one little wallet so you can have them together so you can claim those things. Do what you want with that information.
Alpha.
If you doubted us so far and you saw what we've done so far, don't double doubt. We're not done. Like this was just the free mint that just got everybody together. Like I know, like most times this is the stake. This is not the stake. You know what I mean? Not yet, at least.
I've been around NFTs for a very long time, going back to the beginning, and it's just this is the I don't know. This feels exciting. Like this is like when Gary Vee got CryptoPunks. Everyone was like super vibing in the Punks Discord, and I feel like this is kind of feeling like that moment where it's like NFTs around this mint specifically are not like lame. Like this shit's sick.
I can't wait to see my entire timeline just rocking PFPs, like rocking the ICM run PFPs. Like that's gonna be awesome.
NFTs are back, baby. Let's go.
I see the people rocking the Taboku PFPs. Have you guys been seeing that?
Yes, I really like that PFP collection. I like that. It's like when I think of PFP collections, I love deeply cultural PFP collections. That's like a perfect example of like a very culturally relevant team that like deeply understands culture, deeply understands like how can you hide things in plain view until it's everywhere, and then you're like, oh, it's been here in front of me the whole time. And that team's done a really good job. I watched that NFT launch. I watched that NFT, not NFT, but just like that art style rollout and that meme coin rollout.
Yeah. Taboku's doing it good. Taboku. I don't know.
JP. Welcome.
Yo, JP, what's up,
We know
bro?
who Mercy Street is.
Yo, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
JP.
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Yes.
All right, I'm outdoors in case you guys hear some cars or birds or stuff like that. So yeah.
You're all good.
Bros, I'm so hyped you're here, man. So like,
You're
guys,
back with us,
JP
Mercy, for the
is, like,
record?
one of my...
You're back with us? Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. Man, JP is like one of my closest friends in crypto that I had the chance to meet through working in the crypto space. Smart founder, co-founder of Merkle Labs, done some of the best Solana development in the crypto space. Behind X Combinator, really culturally relevant DAO fund launch. Also very early mover to ICM, covered the AI hackathon with Send AI and Coliseum very, very closely, helped incubate and launch many of those projects in a time period where there's zero rails for these teams. I mean, Zed, zero, nada, zip, zilch. There was no rails. And if it wasn't for JP, a lot of these teams and the XCOM team, a lot of these teams would just would have fallen flat on their face or never would have even attempted to launch. So a lot of what you see with, and even my PFP that you guys see on X that I wore before I swapped PFPs, the current PFP I have is inspired by Doge Capital, which is the PFP collection by Merkle and JP and Doge Father, who built a phenomenal dev-focused collection and community of holders. People from Monk DAO, people from Mad Lads, people from Backpack. Most of the most deeply Solana cultural people are part of this ecosystem and crew. And I was given a chance to try to CTO XCOM. I had a really great time running it up with these guys. I was a big holder of XCOM, and it gave me my exposure to the DAO fund ecosystem that brought us here today, which we would not have been possible if it wasn't for JP. And to give them their flowers, Doge Father and JP are also building a launchpad. They're playing for the wrong team, but I'm not mad at them because they're awesome. They're building a phenomenal ICM launchpad on top of Bonk Fund. And it's not your typical. This team really thought this through. I only wish it was on Meteora. I wish I could change your mind. JP, I wish I could change your mind, but I know you guys are dead set.
Well, let's hear the reasoning.
What's the reason?
Yeah. Well, I'll love to let JP share what they're doing and go into it.
Yeah, no, first of all, appreciate that's probably the best intro I've ever gotten. So appreciate that. Also,
you deserve that.
Also, congratulations on the mint, man. Like, I'm from the class of 2021 with NFTs. That's when Doge Capital minted, October 2021. And man, it's been a while since I minted something, and this brought that feeling back. So big congratulations, man. I know how stressful mint days and launch days can be too. So yeah, man, great job. You guys are handling amazing. And yeah, I mean, in terms of launch pads, I'm of the mindset of like, we're all on the same team, right? I think,
yes.
Yeah, I think regardless of what your CA ends with, right, who you're working with, I'm bullish on more and more launch pads in different ecosystems, because in internet capital markets, it's about, let's bring these businesses on chain. Let's build that bridge, right? And the more teams we have doing that, the better it is overall for, the end goal of ICM on Solana. So that's all I can go into as of reasoning. But there are more reasons, which I think will come to light soon with our Let's Launch Launchpad, which is a completely different model, not seen in this space. We're kind of, I know Mercy has seen it. I think he's a fan of it. It's going to be a product first type of ICM launchpad, with a loyalty program tied into it. So yeah, if you guys know the Wrecked Drinks brand, that's as much as I can go into it. But yeah, we're going to be following. Their model was a big inspiration for Let's Launch. So yeah, we're excited to roll it out soon. Doge Father is deep in development work with the team. We're working on putting the proper rails together for these teams. It's a completely new world when you're dealing with Web2 businesses, trying to get them into crypto. So, rails are required. So all that's being built, and yeah, I'm excited to start rolling it out soon.
Awesome. No, I'm excited to see it.
Dude, they're cooking. I just want to say, like, I keep saying it. I'm really sad it's not Meteora because it's good. It's really, really good. And I have to say, there's been quite a few ICM Launchpad teams that have approached me that have like built some stuff. And I just want to say that like what they're building is really unique. And the teams that they're building this for are the type of teams I hope that I'm lucky enough to get through our incubator. They won't need the type of like, I'm a hardworking guy. I'll work for my backs, but let me tell you, like Doge and JP, they got some pull. Like they're one of those guys, man. Like Doge Father and JP, man. Like, here's the game. Here's the truth. When you're the dev shop for Solana and you've been the dev shop for Solana for years, you get the right connections, not some connections, not a few, not a lot. You get the right connections, and they're definitely the right team. And I hope to support them with what we're doing with ICM.run. Anybody that's building ICM on top of Solana will be able to get support from this DAO. While projects we incubate are, of course, are going to be very Meteor aligned. 60% of the mentors are all Meteor. So you can assume probably most of them are going to go through Meteor. But ICM.run will not be judged by how successful its incubator projects are, at least not for me. I'll be judging ICM.run success by how much it helps the broader ICM ecosystem at large. And you guys are building there. So there's a home here for you. There's a reason why you guys are contributors in this DAO as well. By the way, they're one of the few communities we did a whitelist for PFPs with. One of the few. Because their holders are utility coin traders. It's a perfect example. And one of the only, by the way, there's only 8 trading communities for utility coins on chain. And X Combinator is one of the few of them,
Yeah. By the way, I love the Meteora team. I was at Accelerate and I met Soju, I met Malcolm, I met many of their team members. They actually helped us with X Combinator when we first started. We launched an initiative called X Apple. So I was basically a walking launch pad in Accelerate. You could just scan the sticker I had and you would launch a token in Telegram in about 30 seconds. So that was powered by Meteora. So regardless of who we're, working with currently, I have nothing but love for the Meteora team. And who knows, maybe there is a future where we work together on other initiatives. So yeah.
JP, I'd be really curious to know. It sounds like Mercy, based on what he said, has given you a lot of credit when it comes to your network and just the people are cracked. And would you say one of the biggest moats in this launchpad you're creating is your network?
I think that's a big factor. Yeah, I've been to multiple breakpoints. Starting in I think 2022 was my first one. We launched an NFT collection on Solana in 2021. We partnered with, I remember for our NFT, we did an IP collaboration where we used Monkey DAO's IP for traits in our NFT. That's just one of the partnerships. That was back in the day. So all of these. And Doge Father he's in the Asia region, so he's always, I take care of North America, Europe. He does all of Asia, so he's always at hackathons, different events, and I think this has been a massive factor in us being able to collaborate with these projects because there's a lot of trust and us showing consistency. Grinding through FTX, that was a very tough time for us. Grinding through all of these different factors. It gained a lot of trust, and people know that regardless, if we fail at something, it doesn't mean we're done. It's just it's just another stepping stone, and yeah, I think overall that's played a big factor in these partnerships.
And is your launchpad? It's ICM focus, is what it sounds like. Yeah.
Yes, the companies we are talking to, all of them have a business. They sell a product, and they are profitable. Those are 3 main components that we look for in business. So we're talking a few Web3-ish companies, but the main component is you need to have a product, right? You need to be selling a product. So that's kind of what the model's looking like.
So JP, we see, again, we've talked about the launchpad wars a couple times on here. So we see these launchpads pop up, come and go. What are you guys doing differently that's going to allow you to stand out, to sustain this, interest that might come to your launchpad for a longer period of time, rather than just pump up to, 100 million and then die to 0 and never be heard of again?
Yeah, yeah, it's a tough one. We all understand the metas. It's all about the meta. Sometimes people they look for the next shiny thing. What I think we're going to help people understand is that ICM is not something that's new. ICM is a term that's people are getting familiar with now, but this has been in Solana's roadmap for years. This encompasses RWA, this new Pokemon surge, collectibles. This is anything, any bridge that we're building from Web2 companies into Web3, which has been the goal for years now. It's just now becoming a quote unquote meta. So I think as people understand, this has been the end goal for Solana for a long time. that in combination with us getting the right partners, right, to help bring in, to help with the distribution side of things, because we're a very dev focused team. So getting the teams that can help us, bring in the eyes, that's going to be a big component. That's kind of one of the reasons we're partnering with who we're going to work with. Just one of them. And of course, bringing in actual cool brands that people do want to purchase, right? And not necessarily, for the token, but they could get a cool product that they could use. They could get a cool drink, and then that'll come eventually with a bonus. So yeah, it's rewarding actual loyalty, actual customers, consumers. That's the model we're going to go for, and we think in the long run it'll be successful. It'll be hard to I don't think anyone has built up only tech yet, but we're going to give it a shot. We're going to see how good we can do and how much we can sustain it.
I hope they apply for my incubator.
Hey, you're about to see it. Inshallah. No,
Yeah.
but dude, I think you're spot on with that. I'd be really curious to know how you plan on directing these tokens when it comes to implementing a beneficial and valuable token system that directly correlates with the company's success, right? Because that seems to be the pain point, and Mercy's talked about it. We're not here to just launch ICM meme coins where there's no actual tied value. How do you change it? How do you suggest it changes in the future? Like, what are your thoughts surrounding that?
That's a great question. That's a question that a lot of teams are actively, working on right now. I think if we're able to shift the mindset a little bit, I think, we're always criticizing founders. I think a little bit of this criticism needs to go towards the DGens as well, and they need to also, when they're aping into stuff, do a little research, actually, ape in because there's something you like there. There's something of value, work for your bags a little more is, I think, a change that needs to happen on Solana, on any chain overall. And if we're able to bring actual brands that have a product and that ship this product to the person that, and once you see it, and then that's bound to loyalty points, let's call it, I think that could click in people's mind and, kind of help shift that mindset that DJs currently have.
Awesome. And one more thought too. This has just been a question we've asked literally majority of the mentors that come on here. What do you think your strongest suit is, your biggest quality that you're bringing to ICM Run, and where do you think you're really going to be able to help to make a difference in the ICM Run?
So me personally, I think I could, I'd always try to provide value with my knowledge, but I think I can also connect them with different people in the space. I've been in Solana since 2021. So when there's an area that a team needs improvement on, and maybe there's not an ICM mentor that does that, I can, go out and talk to people that could be interested, So connection wise, since I do BD for X Combinator, so that's kind of my area of expertise. That comes with partnerships, things like that. And overall with the team at Merkle and Dogefather, we run a development studio. We're currently at around 15 developers. Dogefather wants to scale it to 100, and I believe he can do it. So yeah, we look to scale the dev team up. So yeah, 100%. So a lot of these teams, they might have an amazing idea, but execution, development wise, is a challenge. So we can facilitate that for many teams. So I think those two areas are where we can contribute ICM.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, we were talking to Tony about how important it is to have founders that are just full of grit, willing to push through. And, maybe they have that vision, that idea, but they lack resources or lack the tooling they need. And so, it's going to be really interesting to see how you can step in there and maybe give them a hand.
Yeah, 100%.
Cool. Josh, Mercy, what are you guys thinking?
Well, I can tell you with certainty that if we're lucky, we'll get a chance to co-incubate something between maybe X Combinator and ICM.Run. I don't know if JP, if you guys can talk about X Combinator and what you guys plan to do with it or not, but X Combinator's still a meteor, baby. You know what I mean? So, doors are closed. Let us know what you're doing with XCOM. You kind of shared some stuff with me. Doge did too as well, but I think there's some room for that. For sure.
Yeah. After the so you had mentioned we placed twice in the AI hackathon. We had our initial launchpad for AI. That was going great. We then had our Twitter suspended. It took us 3 months to get it back. That and kind of like the AI meta just took a sharp dive down. So we had to kind of like, as we've done many times, could just kind of put a pause on things, reevaluate, and get to building. And that's where Let's Launch. Actually, the idea of Let's Launch is like from back in May, we started working on it. So it's been a while. And yeah, right now for X Combinator, it's just, one of those heads down moments. We're actually pretty close to, waking back up. But yeah, we just had to take the time to build. I think there's a very good chance we do something with ICM.run. I think a lot of the companies that discuss with us, I think there's an opportunity that, ICM.run group, this chats with them first, evaluates, their proposition. And I think being one of the first to look at these projects is going to be a big benefit. And, who knows? I think there's a good chance that one of these projects that we launch, or maybe X Combinator itself, I don't know, can have a bigger role with ICM.run.
Yeah, we want to see the unicorns.
Yes, sir.
I got to step aside again real quick, guys. JP, much love, brother. I love you so much, man. We'll be talking very soon.
Yes, sir. See you.
JP, I think I'm pretty much covered on that. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Good luck with everything. Good luck with the raise coming up. Rooting for you guys. I did a little sweeping for the NFTs already. Nice. So yeah, man, excited.
You're the guy that got all of them, eh?
I don't know about that. I try to get a few. I'm a rarity guy. Like I like traits. This is just from like my 2021 NFT brain. So like I was picking ones out that I like. I tweeted one out that I really like. Yeah. So I'm a sucker for traits.
Is that the one you have as your PFP or?
No, my PFP is the Doge Capital. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you tweeted out though. The green, yeah, with the little alien chain on.
I added it into the replies to the show notes, but hey, sometime if you have an interesting ICM project come through your launch pad, yeah, we'd love to have you on the show, MCG, and welcome.
Spotlight them.
100%. Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Thanks, JP, man. Take it easy.
Thanks, JP.
Thanks. See ya.
Nice.
I guess we minted out. Obviously, that's done. I think let's see, 56, almost 57%. Obviously, this isn't going to just rip up because you have people that are have to get like actually go and do this. So.
Yeah. I would probably say that it's likely we're going to migrate somewhere between tomorrow and Sunday. So we got a little bit of time. These raises don't happen overnight. They're not these quick flips. We're gonna work.
We know Wenzel's not signing anything going down the highway.
No, God no. We spoke with Luca. We're getting him squared away when I hop off stream. We'll take care of that tonight. Yeah. Same with Vesper. She's deathly sick right now. Shout out Vesper. Still triumphing the timeline for us too. I'm sure I'll connect with Tony and get them all squared away too. And yeah, I'm obviously super stoked. I put this war room chat together too, basically for all of the contributors that wanted to support the launch. So I'm super stoked also to give them some more supply into the DAO. The point of an incubator is to pick out the people who are going to show up. So I'm really grateful. Today was a good test to see, are the people in this incubator people who can move a needle? Are they people who can impact? I never asked, by the way, just so everybody knows, I never asked any of these mentors or contributors to come up on the stage today previously. No one even knew we were doing this today. Like there was no itinerary scheduling planning.
None.
These are just people who really care. Like they really care about what we're trying to do here. And obviously they want to see what we're working on win beyond just price action, beyond just market cap. They want to see it win based off the premise that it will win. And they believe in the people who are backing this. And I know that sounds really foundery and whatnot, but I'm just really excited, man. I'm just so excited to get to the incubation stage. You know what I mean? Get to the phase where we're properly bringing products to market. Speaking of PFPs, bro, Splat, I kind of need one, bro. Raz, like, what's up with it, bro? Like, like, how much volume I got to do on the platform to get a 101? That's all I got to know, bro.
The IPs are crazy. The IP for Splat is crazy.
I would expect nothing less, though. I'm not gonna lie. I would expect nothing less from that team. Like, that team knows IP for sure. They know ball.
Rezo, what's good? Not with us. Let's go.
Mic check. Mic check.
We'll just
Hey, guys.
stare. Oh, what's good? What's good? We can hear you.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man.
Yo, what's up, Raz?
That's good, dude.
Watching Mercy stress
Hell
out
yeah,
live.
bro. What I gotta do for the 101, man? Like, what I gotta do for the 101?
I mean, it's been kind of crazy, but I mean, I'm in love with like the 101 I got from Splat, but I mean, I love the collection you guys just did. That's why I got a pretty good amount.
Appreciate that. I sincerely appreciate that. I want you guys to know that, like, I didn't go with the standard guy that generates massive collections. I went with the guy who charges like $200 to $300 for 101s. Yeah, I went for somebody who could really do that, because what I plan to do a lot of 101s, because this whole ICM meta, there's people that have been actively building this for the last, you know what I mean, last few months here, you know what I mean, and getting no recognition for it. So I wanted to make sure we got some 101s out for those people, but also for the art collection, I hate shitty PFPs, you know what I mean? Like, I hate just like dropping something just to drop it. So I felt like this is a bit like a timestamp, you know what I mean? And just like the current people who are building an ICM, if the bet's right, this will be the cultural timestamp that of who was present in the ICM era. If I'm wrong, we got a year, you know what I mean? That all depends. That all depends on like ICM season 2 loading, which I think you guys are betting on that case, building Splat.
Right. I think that's definitely something, like in the space in general, like we've been through like 10K collections and such, and I think a lot of people, they like having that like unique identity. So we saw that like with people like sweeping rares and stuff like this, and I think that's something that I really resonated with on the Splat side. The fact that like, fuck it, instead of like making a base and just like throwing traits on it, like let's like talk to like individuals, like, and ask them like, what would be your ideal PFP, like something that you would actually make your identity. And I think like to like kind of bump on the ICM side, I think like this is like the motto of like having a closer relation with your customers, right? Like being part of a product and also like part of its culture. So I mean, definitely resonate with what you guys are doing.
I sincerely appreciate that, man. For what it's worth, and I think you can probably relate to this too, Raz, like ICM.run I started months ago as a very passionate project. I had already incubated a project. God, I got to keep my mouth shut. I can't say what happened with it, but something crazy happened, went really well. And I wanted just to run it back. I fell in love with the incubation process from it. I just wanted to run it back. So I contacted like 2 or 3 people. I started contacting all the really smart people in my network like 2 or 3 months ago. I was like, guys, this ICM stuff is not little. It's going to get really big, and it's only going to get bigger. And I contacted like 100 smart people in my network that I knew. I got like 8 responses. And like those 8 people have already been on this stream, for what it's worth. Maybe one person hasn't, and dude, I initially was just planning to do this DAO with like 8 smart people of my friends and maybe 20 of their friends combined. We were going to incubate some projects. I wasn't expecting so much interest on the front end. I was expecting to create a use case, which would attract all of this attention. Conveniently, like all things in crypto, timing hit perfectly. Project Crypto drops days after I drop ICM.run. All the people, 100 people I hit up, all hit me back, like all in one night, basically, over the course of a night. And, what's that ICM thing you're talking about? And then, obviously, I started putting the pieces together. And the main thing is with ICM.run, I really just wanted to make sure, one, we need these ICM teams need distribution. The ICM trading base is probably the most fragmented trading base that exists. They're all just like, everybody's trading these utility coins. They're all in their own little world. So we basically whitelisted every single ICM trading community for this PFP collection. That's what you see mostly in this collection at the moment. All the whitelists were all just ICM traders, which is 2,000 people. Should be fair, not a lot of people, if we're all being very honest with ourselves. It's still a very small ecosystem, but some of these people are very serious about this and are putting some serious capital up for these coins, and they're not like 20-second traders. And you know, I always wanted this just to be like a nod to the people who are here. Like I wanted the PFPs and the drop just to be a nod to the people who've been here, that are here. Basically, everybody you see in the DAO are the people who've been here in the DAO. You know what I mean? For whatever it's worth, before the DAO got started. And I obviously really respect a lot of what you guys are doing with Splat. I've been obviously keeping up with it because of Adam. I've met him on enough spaces, and I think maybe in an in-person event at one point or another. That I started paying attention to him because I could tell like he understood game. I could tell Adam understood culture in this space, and how much like you really can't acquire purchase culture. You can only create nods to it. You know what I mean? And like allow people to find it if it exists. I really like that. That's what you guys done with Splat. You guys are building a really good cultural IP there that I even see it in just like all the different ways it's coming together. You know what I mean? Even as like an AI character too, which I'm sure you guys have plans for. And I need a plush. Like it's non-negotiable, bro. Like I'll literally chop my toe off to get a fucking like Splat plush. I'm not gonna lie. My girlfriend, I showed her the IP and she goes, I need a plush. Like she goes, when's the squishable partnership happening? Like type shit. Like.
You know, that's actually like Adam to me is like that's why they're like the genius in like this dude is the fact that like aside of like the the vision that he had for the product and such, it's also like the strategic side, right? Like he has a lot of experience. I'm a nerd, like personally, I come from like crypto mining, DeFi, and I completely like resonated with the aspect of like one building an IP that is user friendly in a sense, but that's friendly enough so that like the people that are scared of AI today, they can actually like look at this character and not directly think, oh, tech product, right? Because right now, like if you look at like most of like the AI Web3 based product, it's you forget the logo like 10 minutes after you're on the platform. But like keeping that like kind of pudgy penguin playbook where you build like emotional attachment to the character is, in my opinion, is key in like every product, right? Like something that's recognizable that people connect with like emotionally, and having an actual like massive product with like a huge use case that's scalable. That's why like I think Splat like has a real shot at like becoming something massive like over the months, the years. And I think it's a product also that adapts like to multiple cycles, right? Because the reality is that I have tons of like my friends that are like stock traders, investment bankers and such, and they always say the same thing. Like, I wish you were with me like 24/7, right? Because sometimes I send them plays. I taught them like back in like 2019, 2020, like when I started mining, I told everyone, hey, like get a miner and stuff like this, but like they didn't know how to set it up. But now, like with Splat, in my opinion, you have the opportunity to have like that actual like kind of like sidekick that's with you. And if you have like a question, and no question is dumb at the end of the day, we all started crypto not knowing shit,
Literally.
like
literally, and it's so taboo to not know how to trade. Like it's like people really like dunk on people who like everybody wants to pretend like they're the top trader, they know how to trade, they have the edge case,
like
but the truth is like I will be using Splat. I'm not like it's think about like the edge case too of like a coin just drop, like who's gonna like draw the fib on the fucking chart right in the moment, right? But if you have something like Splat right there that can just in real time recognize that this is a new coin, in real time detect it. Imagine when you guys start generating like MCPs with what you guys are building too. Like a lot of people don't see that yet, like AI and trading and how it'll interact yet, but I can tell just by the I've gotten access to the Splat interface. Shout out Adam. Sorry if I'm blowing up your trap, Adam, my bad. But like, I got access to it, and this is like for once, literally for the first time I've ever seen an AI integrated with trading where I went, okay, these guys clearly understand traders. Like they like a lot of AI trading products try to like market towards like AI guys. Like AI guys are not traders, boys. Like they're not the same. And traders don't give a fuck about any technology unless it gives them like a 0.001% lead time or like some type of edge in the trade, right? So the one thing that you guys have done really good is you guys have presented those cases very, very clearly. And it's very obvious that you guys understand that first. It feels like just from the product side that you guys are traders first. And this is a product that you guys wanted and had to build because you wanted it.
Right. Like I mean, at the end of the day, that's kind of what's interesting in like how like it's organized, like in the sense that like we're not devs, like the people that have like helped like contribute to the like building Splat, and like the people that have advised like to building Splat, we're all traders in some way. And the good thing is like we come from different sectors of the industry. Like I specialize in DeFi. I have my background, like I trade, but the reality is like I'm more of a DeFi guy. Like I love like farming protocols, like exploiting like protocols and stuff like this. But the reality is that you have EB, that's, I mean, probably one of the top 5 NFT trader of all time. He has like an insane track record, and Adam, who's like, he's one of the best like meme coin trader of like the last like 5 years. Like the guy has spawned like every early narrative. He has caught them and everything. And the good thing is like when you like get people that have like the same like perspective on like profiting obviously off like overall like Web3 in general, trading, but from like different horizons, you like kind of create this like pot of ideas and like knowledge that is very important, right? And then like coming together and saying like, hey, like we believe like this kind of analysis is like interesting, right? And but also like most people are not going to understand it. So like the reality is that Splat, in my opinion, is one, it doesn't only give you an edge when you trade, but it also saves you the most important thing in the world, right? Which is time. Because at the end of the day, I can do my TA every day. Like I know how to do TA. Do I want to do it? No, I obviously don't want to do it. But if I have like this little sidekick that takes care of it for me, like in one click, and gives me like like unbiased reasoning behind it, it's really important. That's why like ICM in general to me, it's like it's really important. Like in general, like aside of Splat, like I think there's a lot of like good products out there that are trying to really like integrate their users into like their ecosystem. And that's why like to me it's that's why we have to rotate from like meme coins, shit coins, like whatever you want to call them, to this, right? Because like at the end of the day, like instead of having like a dev that's just telling you, hey, this image is funny, you guys should make memes about it and like all rally behind it, etc. Now we actually have like the opportunity to rally like a group of people behind like legit products that have a use case and that can actually become scalable. Because the reality is that memes, like we all know this, like you jump on the train, but you don't know when the train is going to stop, right? With ICM in general, you have like products that are scalable, and if they end up being scalable, you have unlimited potential for users and the product themselves.
We did a full interview with Adam on Splat, and it's what you guys are doing to incentivize platform usage and the technology you're building with AI. It is incredible. It's super cool. Something that everyone should be just paying attention to and following. And to touch on Mercy's point earlier, like there is this taboo about if you don't know how to trade, you just get dunked on. And I'll be the first to tell you, I've spent years of my life learning how to trade, learning trading psychology, reading every book, studying Mark Douglas, studying Richard Wyckoff. And the truth of the matter is, unless you're doing 10,000 hours plus on these charts, you do not know how to trade. So the person you see on crypto Twitter sharing his unsolicited advice probably doesn't know what he's talking about. So like at the end of the day, 99% of people will benefit from AI giving them some level of advice. So truth be told, like Splat is a product that has a necessity, and it'll be really cool to see you guys roll that out. Hopefully pretty soon, right?
Yeah. I mean, right now, like there's the last like internal / private testing with like a lot of like high profile traders, and I mean everything is in order, but we like overall like everyone wants to make sure like that all the features are like fully like bulletproof, and it's like ballot testing like the last like, oh my god, this and dude, you guys did something with those NFTs, because I can't stop buying them. I'm really sorry, but I'm buying a lot of them right now.
Dude, they're so sick.
Nice.
They're so sick. I don't want to.
I'm a little like upset. I didn't sweep closer to 0.2. I swept around 0.3. I put some. I'm gonna put them into the treasury of the DAO.
Cool. I have 2% now.
I'm about this. We have a team supply. We have a team supply, and we have a promo supply. Probably if I get the permission from Dreadsong, I'm probably just going to put the team supply, not burn it, but we'll put it in the DAO treasury so it'll be claimable at the end of the DAO as well. Hopefully that'll take some circulating out a little bit, you know.
You can consider mine burned because I'm the biggest bag holder you'll ever meet. I love to be honest, dude. Like I really like them, and
I think it'll be good. I think you'll like back holding these. I don't like to oversell value of things that I know are good because it takes all the sizzle away from the steak. But I'm not going to tell anybody to sweep this floor. All I'm going to tell you is just we'll see what happens. You know, you know, if you faded the launch, you faded the whitelist. You probably are a little mad right now that you did, you know. If you faded that we weren't going to ship good utility for the NFTs, be my guest. That's all I'm going to say.
But it's not your last chance. Like there is a token that's going to be publicly tradable. I mean, these are publicly tradable. So like fade me once, shame on me, right? Or shame on you. Fade me twice, however the saying goes, but fade me 3 times, guys. You just don't do it. So you faded the whitelist, you faded the NFT public mint, you know, don't do it a 3rd time, right? That's without you know providing financial advice or whatever you want to call it. But Meteor said, "Bro swept the entire floor." Razzo went crazy.
I think it's good. I think, you know, and for what it's worth, I kind of was hoping people would just naturally to put 2 and 2 together. You look at this now. You look at what we're doing. We're only taking 1% of projects, guys. Like the remaining strategy that we'll use for we incubate projects is to reward this NFT collection, the PFP collection of traders in this community, because they're the ones that are going to be providing attention, liquidity, attention capital of the projects we incubate. Plus, we have a ton of other watering holes that we're currently building too, like the Luma. Shout out to everybody that signed up on Luma. You've got emails, you've got updates, you've got events added to your calendar. Razzo, you know, when you guys start talking and start bringing your product to life, I love for you to put those live streams on the ICM calendar. Everybody in this whole ecosystem has an appetite for these types of coins. And the main goal is just to build like a watering hole for builders like you and other ICM builders that can find people that are looking for exactly what you're building. You know what I mean? Like there's a massive appetite for this, but like, you know, Raz, how do you tell someone to go find ICM coins? There's nowhere. It's like it's like a fugazi. Like you got to search and hunt, you know? And one of the first things we really want to focus on ICM.run is like make it easy to find ICM coins. So this way we don't have to like have this private deck screener, you know, sharing shit, like private watch list shit, right? Like
Mercy, I'm so glad you said that because I was going to ask you when you were talking about it earlier. You know, you got like 7 different launch pads that are like have teamed up with ICM Run. And so I'm imagining the mentors of these launch pads are probably going to have the token that they're mentoring launch with them. You know, how are you going to be able to find these, identify them? And so it seems like you guys at ICM Run, ICM.run are just building out some sort of platform like a screener to be able to see all projects you incubate that are ICM related, etc.
Yeah. So first off, the main thing we're going to build with ICM.run is massive watering holes for Web 2 teams looking to tokenize, period. So we're going to be doing a lot of different events that onboard new Web 2 founders. We might not incubate any of those projects. We're only going to incubate maybe 30 to 40 projects, God willing. You know, we don't need to incubate, you know, 500 splats here to make a splash. We only need to incubate, you know, 1 to 3 really good teams for it to be really successful. So I give that 30 number very like loosely too, because you also we shouldn't try to not champion teams. If we have a really good team, we're going to champion that team really hard. But you know what comes to mind right now though mostly is I think I might be able to get away from what was the actual core question? I don't want to get away from the core question.
Yeah, I guess the core question was, are you guys going to build out a platform where we can see all ICM tokens, despite the launchpad in one place?
100%, yes. Now we might not be the ones that build it, but we will incubate the team. And if it's not us incubating the team, we will pioneer and push and support any team aggressively trying to make it very easy for people to find ICM coins. It is only in our best, you know, probably our best favor to support and champion a team that can do that really, really well, you know. And I think that vision looks like a product hunt crunch based type of platform that, you know, visualizes the startup value, visualize the ICM coin value differently, similar to how Time.Fund works, how they visualize the value. The different, you know, like a Time Fund coin, a Pump Fund coin, a Believe app coin, they're all kind of the same coin on chain. There might be some smart contract play. There might be some liquidity pull play going on. It's still just a tradable coin on the DEX, right? It's how the platforms portray the value is what's interesting, and where those opportunities are.
We've actually been really curious about this. Like, for instance, we have companies like Paragon that are using the revenue to buy it, but it doesn't really reflect super well in terms of, like CoinGecko's not showing that, Dex Screener's not showing that. Like, there's no way to communicate beyond just the basic token metrics. So, and then how do you rank them? So this is the other thing. It's not just like, oh, what's one company's price to earning ratio or any of that metric. It's like, how do they stack against each other? And then can investors or traders find value within that? That's kind of, I think needs to be addressed still.
I think, Josh, your mic just went to Goblin Town on us here.
Oh, gosh.
Goblin Town. We just got Jonah Blake, who's going to pop into the stream too. I'll ping you.
We got to get Kevin up here. Razzo, it was great chatting. We got to get Kevin. We've been stringing him on like all day. He was in earlier. But...
Dude, why are we
I was glad to talk with you guys.
Yeah.
Take care, guys.
Raz, we'll talk to you.
We'll be in DMs. I might have some more white hair PFPs for you. Adam's trying to take all of these from you, but if you want, we can go shopping in my wallet. If you want, I can hook you up with some.
Nah, I'll sweep the floor. I actually have my eyes on a couple.
There we go.
Peace, guys. Have a good one.
Nice.
GG's.
Kevin, there he is, man.
Hey guys,
oh,
what's up?
Kevin, bro, are you home?
I made it finally.
Are you home, or where are you?
I am home in Switzerland. Yes.
Oh, nice, man. You look good. You look rested. You look good.
You look good, man. Look at you. You look moisturized, healthy, unbothered.
I am. Thank you. It's like 11. But yeah.
Kevin,
what are you guys doing?
Did I see you with John at his vineyard in California? Was that you?
No, I think Reed. They look similar from like the distance.
You're right.
I think that's Reed from Fitted.
Yeah,
right.
Maybe it's the hair. It's the same.
I've got a clone. Interesting. Who's that?
Do you know Reed from Fitted?
No, I don't.
Really? Oh wow. I don't know if they look similar. I don't know why that was in my mind. But how you doing, Kevin?
I'm doing awesome. I mean, it's quite awesome. I've been following everything from my phone. I had to head out. I was like having a few meetings and all that. So it's like I was following everything that was happening, and it's been amazing seeing what you guys been doing. So,
actually, I'm glad you joined up because as of starting MCG and like working with MCG and this show, my Twitter DMs are horrendous. So this is the person to talk to, which I guess is a segue into how you and Mercy kind of know each other. You guys go back. Mercy, maybe you again edify Kevin. Let us know what he does. Let us know how you guys got.
I've never met the guy in my life, guys. He's a scammer.
It's the first time, right?
Dude, what can I say about Kevin, man? I know Kevin hates these, so I'm gonna really I'm gonna drag this one out. I left my last startup in March, and I'm not going to speak on why, but if anybody has a startup background, sometimes too many chiefs and not enough Indians is an issue. And my co-founder and I just really didn't see eye to eye ideologically. I'm very crypto-centric, and they felt otherwise. And I'd rather put 2% of my attention to something I want to do than 98% of my attention to something I don't want to do. And so I decided it was time for me to go. I gave them the keys to the business, and I sold them the equity, but they took over as the founder. And I was trading. I'll be honest, guys. Honestly, I made more money out of that last month leaving that startup than I did the whole 3 years building it, because I just had full time to trade, full time to catch signal. I wasn't so distracted, but I was trading. I'm a lender. I was lending a lot. I had some pretty big fucking lends out. I live very frugally. Kevin will tell you, I live very frugally. I live in Philly. My rent's $17.50 a month. I'm like a hippie. When I'm not building the Matrix, I'm out camping. I'm like a giga hippie. Like I know I might not look that way, but I'm a giga hippie that's very frugal. I plan to get married soon, so I'm like making a lot of long-term investments for myself and my family, and so I do a lot of AVE lending, and that just means sometimes I don't get to pull out for a while. So I was trading, and I was bored, and I was like, I'm a product builder at heart. I'd much rather be like building a knowledge center than I would be just like spending my day out trading. And I could feel my IQ points slipping. I'm not gonna lie, just full-time trading, my IQ is dropping. And I was like, I gotta work. I gotta have a job. I gotta do something. I need to be doing something. I had been lucky to be a customer of Kevin. I've used his product for years. If you do BD in crypto, for institutional crypto or anything, your DMs probably need help with it. So I was a customer of Kevin's. And when I left, I hit up the few founders I knew, like, hey, I'm looking for a startup gig. I'm not like, I don't need a 5K a year salary here, a 5K a month salary, right? I just need something to keep the lights on and stay busy and keep myself working and keep the skills sharp. Kevin was dumb enough to say yes. He brought me on, and he let me do product advisory on some product strategy. We're trying to ideate how we could like onboard more Web3 users. I was already paying attention to Believe, but they hadn't really hit that like big zone yet, where like the attention really dialed in just yet. Then obviously I saw what was happening. I brought the idea up to Kevin to tokenize on Believe app. We went through the process, and I think it just went so much better than ever I could have expected, at least for myself. And I think, Kevin, just to speak to you directly, brother, you're literally, when I build ICM.run, you're like the perfect model of like exactly like the perfect founder for this space, because like you took all the challenges that came your way, you saw everything that about the Web3 space, and you never complained, dude. You just took time to learn it. You took time to lock in and learn about the space. And like, obviously I can't leak where you are now. I'm sure you'll have that moment when that time is right, but things are looking pretty good. And I'm very so happy to have worked with you, brother, honestly. And I'm so glad you're here. It's a very fun 360 moment.
Yeah, it's been
Before
amazing.
you respond,
It's been amazing.
I got to unpack this. Okay, Mercy, it sounded like you were hinting at some things. You were saying, you're doing really good. I'm proud of you. Kevin, do you want to, is there something to tell us?
I mean, we're just in a happy moment, like we're like with Mercy, we're kind of like in our honeymoon. Not trying to take it away from your future wife, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of like where we are at right now.
So tell us about Inbox. Tell us about what you're working on there. You've rebranded as of like 2 months ago or something. Talk to us.
Exactly. So Inbox, which was TweetDM before, is basically a CRM and an X sales tool. So it allows you to outreach to people. It allows you to manage your DMs on X, and we're basically an all-in-one tool for X. If you're using X daily and you're sending messages, outreaching to people, keeping track with contacts, we're basically the tool to run your whole business. And yeah, we kind of made that move to go from TweetDM, which is kind of like where we got to know each other with Kalen, with Mercy, and where he was a customer for a few years. And now we kind of like rebranded to Inbox, where we're kind of like moving up to our next goal, which is expanding to other platforms. We're still working heavily on X, but we basically want to offer what we've been able to offer on X on other platforms, because we're seeing the need is like crazy on all the other platforms. And yeah, so throughout this whole year, we'll be growing out X, and then we'll be moving on to other platforms as well. So that's kind of like where we are.
I'm not sure if you can, like, you might leak stuff by doing this, but is there a way we could see like the platform and see how it organizes everything and turns it into, or maybe you have it on Twitter?
You should go to the Knowledge Center, Kevin. I basically recorded all of Inbox App's Knowledge Center, all in content, video content.
100%, the man.
I don't know anybody that makes 20 to 30 G's a month that would go out of their way to build a knowledge center for somebody, unless they're a complete fucking weirdo like me. Like, I don't know. I really live for that shit. I really live for like the grind of that stuff. But yeah, man.
Yeah, let me see here if I can quickly share my screen and show you.
Kevin, let me throw up a hypothetical. Hypothetical. If I'm Elon Musk, of course, my DMs are flooded. I see the X messaging, it's terrible. And I even saw, I'm not sure, there's a new chat beta out for X right now, so they're doing something, I guess, with that. But what if Elon Musk says, Kevin, dude, we need Inbox? What like would you be like, hey, I'm game, we're gonna do like a Twitter Pro situation and integrate it ASAP, or like how would that look?
So that could be one play, but the way I see things is that DMs are a mess on all platforms. So they're pretty hard to manage on X itself. There is a chance it's pretty hard as well on your Telegram. Like you probably have your few folders set up, but you're probably speaking with the same people on X and then on Telegram, right?
Yeah, my
And
Telegram both mess.
Right, exactly. And it's super hard to keep track of people. So even though it would be super appealing to solve that problem for X, I feel like there is an overall bigger problem to solve like across all platforms. And I think that's kind of like the direction we're going to be taking. Happy to, like, obviously if Elon is on the live, my DMs are open and organized, so come through. But yeah, so like we're generally trying to build the best platform and the most productive place for DMs. So if like I can maybe share quickly my screen.
You
here.
absolutely can. And so this is like kind of like the crux of why you guys rebranded from Tweet DM to Inbox, right?
Exactly. You got it.
Cool. All right, let's see.
So if I quickly share my screen here, I think you guys can put it on. Like this is just a chat that I had earlier today where like we have conversations here. We basically have the main inbox where you're able to like chat with people. So here we've got a chat with Yuri. Yuri is a cold lead. He is assigned to me. I can assign it to other people in my team. Everyone can see the messages, so it's a fully synced experience. So if Kalen wanted to see the messages, he would be able to just hop in the account, and if he has access to my account, he would be able to see the messages, reply to people, and as we can see here, we can see who's the person who interacted with that prospect, that person here. And yeah, it's a very easy tool. So all the messages, they're like a to-do list. So you go through them, you mark them as done. I won't go through it just because I don't want to leak stuff. That's just one course in a course.
Yeah, don't share your personal DMs.
Maybe what about that one down? There's like it's like 6, 7, 6, 7, like 6, 7 down on the list. I wonder what's that? Oh, look at that guy. You should definitely look into that. That guy.
No,
there's a few.
Dom, we need this for our inbound opportunity.
I know that's actually we do have to
we'll get this.
Yeah,
and
so that's more to manage your inbound, but you got like filters. You can filter by which messages are assigned to who. You can filter by the tags you put on people. You can assign statuses as well. See if there's like a warm lead that you're missing out a reply to. We've got a little bit of a pipeline as well where you can see like all your like people you have labeled as strangers, people that are friends, people that are cold leads, etc., etc. So it makes it easy. You can drag people around and like your whole team sees it. So it's like it makes it easier to like manage all that deal flow that happens on X for now. But like, obviously, like it's the same is going to happen on Telegram and other platforms.
And you guys have some notable people using this. I saw Newsfall uses this along with like a handful of others. They've been using this for a while, right? Obviously, they see some value in it. So do you just want to name drop some of those people real quick? Just flex your muscle a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we got Kalen here, who's been a user since about 2 years.
Can't say
I have to shout him out.
Mercy. Can't say Kalen.
He's like the biggest one. No, but we work with
I think I was on like a $2,000 a month package with you guys at one point, man. Like we were ripping.
You were.
What are you using? So $2,000. What are you using for that?
So back in the day, I had built. I'm so embarrassed it is a Twitter Spaces agency. Okay, don't judge me. All right, it's just I just got out of the business, and we would organize Twitter Spaces for like Animoca brands, for new brands that they're incubating, and we would need to go like secure like guests by narrative. So we would sometimes be reaching out to like 10 different people from 4 different accounts each per day for like 8 or 9 different events that week. So we needed a lot of accounts and a lot of infrastructure and a lot of volume because also reply rates at that time, unless you were at Gold Check, were pretty abysmal. You know what I mean? I think it's gotten better now. Like X has got a little more active. But yeah, I was on a pretty advanced package with those guys at one point with TweetDM just because I was like using it so aggressively much. But the value was there, and we continued to use it because the value was there. And I think like the other thing too, like Kevin has like continued to iterate the product over time, and that's like something that you don't find in teams even when they hit success. You know what I mean? You've
That
iterated
was
this product,
before
Kevin.
Tweet DM issued on Believe.
Correct.
Oh, cool.
Correct. 2022. 2022. Yeah.
And
And
the
for what it's
chart-
worth, shameless shill, every single founder that's a Web3 founder that's new to ICM, if you're doing BD outreach connection partnerships, you should be using Inbox app. Like you should 100% be using this product. There's no other product more built for you than this product, literally. Also, by Web3 standards, the highest security rated like inbox software for teams are using X for like Web3 users. There is no other inbox software that has the security layers that this product particularly does. There's a lot of inbox software out there that has no problem with the founder can go access your DMs. Kevin can't go load any of your DMs. Like he can't see your DMs. He can't access your stuff. We can't read your information and like sell your data on the back end of this thing, right? Like
Dude,
he's
that's
built
nuts.
it
That
for
actually
scalability.
happens?
Oh,
That
yeah.
happens?
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
It's going on with Facebook right now. You know what I mean? Every software for outreach for every software for not outreach, but every software for DMs are like that for the most part.
Yeah, they're all turning onto data. Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I can't
But,
believe I've been
yeah.
fading the inbox app for so long. Like I need this ASAP.
Yeah, we're gonna implement this to the show. Maybe let's we got a couple other people hanging out on stage, but
Real quick,
Kevin, let's do a quick chart.
You want to peep inbox chart? Because this thing looks great. I mean, you got we've seen the Believe life cycle, we'll call it, where you get the excitement pump. Okay, this is Tweet DM. They got Nusaval on. They got some great builders.
Yeah, what's the flywheel?
Flywheel. You get the hype, kind of dies down, low volume, and then like the true believer. This is like true believers getting here, right? And then you see price action like this, beautiful price action. Clearly, you have some faithful holders and a good holder base that's been built at this point. That's a nice chart. Again, one of the many. We talked about this earlier, Mercy. Like there are so many charts right now in Believe that just have gotten bottomed out and been bid up like hundreds of percentage from the lows, and it's just no one even notices right now. And I think inbox kind of fits in that category, just slowly grinding.
Yeah. Any update, maybe, Kevin, on the I don't want to call it flywheel, but revenue / just traction into the token? Is that something that you're doing, or?
Yeah, 100%. So we're working on that. We put out about $12,000 kind of reward program where we put out that money for people who are like helping us get reach on platforms and like helping us onboard customers to the Web2 to inbox. And we're kind of gonna revamp this and make it create higher incentives, because so far we haven't been able to pay out a lot of that fund that we've put together. So yeah, we're going to be making a few changes over the next couple of weeks. Especially we're going to be doing a big push acquisition wise, like in terms of us reaching our specific goals in terms of customers that we want to reach. And obviously we want to get we kind of want to align the whole community around our like product goals and reward the community on that. For us right now, like the big thing is either we go out and we pay some ads to like Facebook or like Google's, or we can just reward the community for helping us make
hustlers
that same work.
The hustlers work. So
exactly. I mean, I'm more willing to give money. I'm happy to pay more our believers than to just like go out there and like, keep on spending ads on Google or Meta, right? And I think that's more valuable. I mean, our communities, like they really believe in us, and I feel like that's kind of like a way to give back as well. And I kind of want to angle the whole token and the whole community around that.
Awesome.
So,
well, thanks for joining us, and we'll keep an eye on it.
My pleasure. Yeah, thanks for having me on. Glad we were able to make it.
Kevin, hit me back in the DMs. Let's get you on a full show. We'll get you a full interview, proper.
100%. Let's do it.
All right, all
right. I'll see you guys. Peace.
Good night.
Josh, do you have a friend in here?
I do. Jonah Blake. What's up, buddy? Welcome to the
How
channel.
you doing? It's been a minute, brother.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
You know what's ironic is you're already an equity holder of this company.
That's it. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's
yeah,
legendary.
Because like you remember you invested in Game Fund like
That's
5
right.
years ago. Real Agency is owned by Game Fund, and that controls my shares, which control your shares. So
that's, hey, I love it. Yeah, I was Mercy. I haven't told you this, but Jonah and I go way back, like
No way.
2021, 2020.
he gave. So fun fact: we were ahead of the curve with ICM. So this is a fun fact. I won't reveal the deal terms, right, for our sake, but I got his CryptoPunk, and in exchange, he got equity in my fund.
Oh,
And
that's
so
awesome.
my first punk was because of Josh in our transfer.
That's
what stage of the punk did you transfer in though? You know, was it a good trade?
It was a good part of the market. Yeah,
Good trade.
for sure.
Yeah. No complaints on my end, and good for me.
Yeah.
Hopefully Josh feels the same once we make $100 million on this.
That's it. Jonah, keep working the bags. I love it.
It's exit season, Poppy. It's exit season. It's that time. It's honestly, it's a really good time to be building on this stage because companies are getting acquired left and right.
But how do you two know each other? That's what I want to know.
Mercy? Oh, just Twitter Spaces, brother.
Yeah, Spaces.
Twitter
honestly.
Spaces, brother. Dude,
Yeah.
there's like 100 people left on Twitter Spaces. You have to know all of them.
Yeah, that's
basically. And also, for out of respect, Jonah has been building, like nonstop, since ever. I've been in the space since ever. Most hated, which is bullish. Most loved, bullish. You know,
I'm
he's
not
like
even that most hated.
You're very most. You got.
I don't know
most
who
hated.
gave me this brand. Most hated by who? Like what?
There was
Red
a
guy?
period of time where you definitely were.
Web3 gamers,
yeah.
bro, used to fucking hate you, dude. I love it. I love.
Well, yeah.
That's
I'm sorry I wouldn't show a game that you could make for $3 on itch.io and try and raise 4 million.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't have to
bullish
tell
fun.
you.
It was bullish fun. I said it's bullish fun.
Yeah. I'm not mad.
I
I'm not mad. Yeah, I'm good.
I know a thing or two about bullish
No,
fun.
but Jonah grinded through the bear market of like not only Web3 gaming, but just in general. And then Web3 gaming was down bad. So the fact that
I had a lot more hair when I got your CryptoPunk.
Yeah,
Let's just say that.
exactly. Yeah. Me too, to be honest with you. So
hell yeah, brother. Yeah, but you have kids to show for it.
Yeah, I do.
Wait, Josh, let me see the picture. You always carry on a picture of your CryptoPunk. Is this the one you got, Jonah, or is this a separate one?
The one he gave me. No, that's his.
That's mine.
By the way, I tried to do a negotiated batch deal for both of those, and he reneged me, and I got that one. That's right, the glasses and the orange hoodie.
Oh, is it? It's this one.
That's
right?
the one.
Yeah,
That was the one you gave me. Yeah.
Dang, bro, he's just ripping your art like that.
No, it's all right.
Bro, listen, he's the original father.
You gotta understand. I picked these up after the free mint it wasn't even called mint. We didn't call it back then. It was a free claim.
No, dude, your transfer was so clean that first off, I thought I was getting fleeced in the end. I'm like, oh my god, I just lost everything. But literally, when you go to the transaction history of that particular punk, there's only one or two other transactions before its birth date. So it was like, if you compare it to like TCG, since everyone thinks they're a Pokemon trader now, like this is like a flawless factory new gated kept, PSA 10 fucking Charizard, right? That's what he gave me. So it was fair.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I bought it for not a lot of money. And, at the end of the day, in 2017 on Ethereum that summer, there was nothing going on. Like there's no DeFi, there's no meme coins, there's nothing. There's literally like maybe ICOs are cooking.
There was a better time.
It was exchanges. Poloniex was hot. So it was like basically Poloniex, but on-chain stuff, like you had.
We had Augur. No, we had prediction markets. We had Augur.
Oh, Augur. No, Augur was a zero.
Time is a flat circle.
We had you had to use Mist Wallet.
We had D-Live. We had D-Live.
Put in the contract address, then do contract calls. Like it was not easy. But I saw digital media on the blockchain. I'm like, oh, that's going to be big. And, now we have everything going on. So, yeah, I mean, good journey. But like, this is like anything in the space is like you build up this history of stuff that you've done and people that you've met along the way and projects you've built. Some failed, some didn't. And that's just kind of how life is, right?
Remember when we were in the sandbox era?
Oh my gosh, we were just talking about that with
speaking of hindsight being 2020.
I was literally at Animoca
Yeah.
working in their subsidiary section when
Which one?
Sandbox
There's
got.
like 30.
I know. Yeah, I was working under Mindo. I know that whole team.
They're
Bro, hold
more
up. Before we shit talk,
yeah.
talk, I think Yat might be a contributor like in the next hour.
No, I'm not shit talking. No. Just to be clear. Just to be clear, I'm not shit talking.
Boys.
I'm not shit talking. I like Animoca. We all know what the issue with Sandbox is. It's not a shit. Everyone, you know, I think he'd agree as well.
Yeah, I think I was there. I was working under Mindo. I was working under like the COO there at the time. I was a very unwell paid contractor. And before Mimi even got there, before like the whole internal and Animoca cabal, this was before the fucking Bitcoin they dropped. What the fuck was it called? I'm shitting myself for this right now. The Hong Kong cabal coin, guys. What the fuck is it called?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. That was a while ago.
It was a while ago. I'm trying to remember what the fuck this coin was. It was so popular, it even got a chain. What was it called?
You mean Mochaverse?
Mochaverse.
Oh,
yes. So pre-Mochaverse, right when they were building Mochaverse is when I was there. Right after my Mario in the Fall like run, you know. So I was like,
you had a Mario in the Fall run.
So okay, fun fact.
Okay, so Kalen, I know you from back then. That's NFT tech, right? NFT tech.
So I'm the guy who brought Mario to fall to crypto Twitter, and he'll validate that. And I don't say that proudly. You don't see me wear it on Twitter for obvious reasons. I'm not like the most bullish on this. I was introduced to crypto Twitter because I helped Mario on Clubhouse in 2019. So in 2019, I helped Mario run it up on Clubhouse app. I was working at Columbia Records. I was in their viral music marketing department, and I would help find software vulnerabilities and social apps to spam. God's honest truth. And I found a vulnerability in Clubhouse app that allowed me to ping like people like Oprah Winfrey into rooms without like following each other. I was a fucking 24-year-old neat, terrible at talking and like not good at talking. Mario was like, Mario at the time, and he was better at talking. So he hosted, I invited guests. He got suspended 20 times. I never got into crypto or NFTs. Complete fucked up. Ended up like managing a fucking drug addicted artist for like all through COVID instead of like trading NFTs and making millions like everybody else.
They're all drug addicted.
All of them, bro. Like that was a good era. It was a good run, honestly. But yeah, and that's how I got introduced to crypto Twitter. He hit me up March 2022, asked me to help him run it back on crypto Twitter. At first, I was inviting like Brad Garlinghouse to spaces and booking cool guests on spaces. Then it started being like hitting up Congress people. And I'm like, I feel like this isn't like going the direction I thought. I was smelling the shit.
Next thing you know, you're like working for CNN out here.
Oh, Next thing you know, I'm getting contacted from CNN. But anyways, I decided it was like, all right, time to deuce and peace. But yeah, fun fact. Anyways, I hope that didn't just tank the market cap of the NFT.
How about I guess I'm up here for ICM. I submitted my one soul. I tried to put in 5, and I'm like, what the fuck? But,
we'll have more allocation. We will have more allocation. I'm shaking out some contributors who weren't active. It's a very small DAO. But if
I
you're
actually
active,
was going to say we should remove Jonah, and I'll take his one soul that he had.
It's funny you said that. I was gonna say we should just drop the NFT guys, right? Even Josh, Adam, Jonah, all gone, and I'll take it all.
Perfect. But what if I just show you my product working instead of talk about it?
Can I give so actually for Jonah, I do want to give an intro on why he's here and why he's important. I know everybody knows Jonah. I know everyone cares about like what he thinks, but I do want to also say like he was very early to ICM, and ICM on base is a completely fractionalized community. Virtuals doesn't even like look at ICM, doesn't even consider ICM as a concept. So frankly, right now, Jonah is like one of the only active, consistent ICM builders on the base ecosystem. ICM is going to proliferate every single chain. It'll happen to the mother chain. It'll happen to Abstract. It'll happen on Solana. It'll definitely will happen on base. And I'll admit, I'm a little against the Fed chain myself. I'm not big on base myself, but I do understand why it's normie coded. And if we're talking about the most normie coded chain for the most normie coded developer, which are Web2 founders, it does make a lot of sense that ICM is going to proliferate on base chain. And Jonah has first mover on that. And the only reason why I wanted Jonah part of this DAO is because this DAO is just for ICM in general. It's not about like the chain it's on. Mm-hmm. It's just that it makes sense because you're actively building here. And people who are trading Solana trade base shit for sure. Like I'm sure of that for sure. And obviously, as this ICM narrative continues to expand, there's a lot of benefit of like kumbayaing with the first movers, which is what the point of the DAO is at the end of the day. Like MCG show, you guys are here. I didn't go to Rasmussen Thread Guy. I wanted to build people who've been building culturally in ICM first. And that's why we're here. And then you have a really good product, period. We're going to be using it for clipping campaigns, which I'll obviously let you speak about for sure.
Awesome. So I chose base. It was for one simple thing. I do think Solana's faster and has a lot of really big advantages, but I'm building a product that has to work in Web 2. It has to be something that streamers and big brands are comfortable with. And when I say, oh, you can pay someone in stable coins on chain, they start getting this, a rash on their skin. They get allergies. I go, oh, well, Sploot is actually built on top of Coinbase. And they go, oh, okay. I go, okay. Because when you say base, it's one and the same. So when you say the word Coinbase, it's like saying Robinhood. It's like saying, they're very US friendly. So that's why we did it. And that seems to have worked. But we built for the last 10 months an algorithm that watches creators in real time every half second and creates what's called a hype score. This is proprietary, it's our own technology. And it's reading them in real time. And when the hype score meets a threshold, it creates a clip using our AI. And what it does is our algorithm calls the Twitch API and then produces the clip itself and then sends it back to our platform, which operates like a large CRM. There's a lot that's going to be added to it that I'm not showing today. There's some pretty cool shit. I just can't. I don't want to show it yet because there's some things I'm preparing for around the holidays. But it is working. It is live. In terms of traction, we have over 185 people on the wait list, over 130 creators. These are streamers, and 48 businesses already on the wait list. Of those 48, 15 are already paying customers as of the last week. We started about 2 weeks ago. And yeah, we're doing quite well.
Not to glaze the
So
world, the business waitlist too, ICM.run, when we do migrate
Hell
and
yeah.
go live, we'll be one of the first, I hope.
You will be. So the way it's going to work is right now we're doing gaming because our algorithm learns a lot through gaming. Then we're working on sports broadcasting immediately. We're going to start that in about the next month. We've talked to universities and colleges, and they love the idea of their sports being clipped and turned into content channels because that's, the NCAA is now NIL rights approved, which means people make a lot of money in college. So there's now an entertainment sector growing within college sports. So we're tackling that first. And then the goal is by Q1 of next year, we're going to go for more contextual learning, which means that we can do podcast and IRL streams, meaning, if Mr. B screams the word Red Bull, our algorithm will probably pick that up and make a clip with like a 60-second look back. So all this being next generation, it's in one sentence, it's Opus meets WAP if they had a baby and focused on live media. So with that, I can show you how it works if you would like to see it.
Yes, please.
Let's go. Let's see it.
All right. So I'm going to share my screen. Full screen. Now, keep in mind, there's still some like little alpha errors. Like, for example, our front end WebSocket keeps clicking back on and off. So I have to figure out with our Amazon guy why it's like happening. But the algorithm is running. I know this because clips are being generated. They cannot be generated without the algorithm running. So you'll see our platform. Let's just go to homepage. Just to make it clear, we are not just going to do Twitch. We're going to do Kick next, as well as Pump Fun. We've already talked to Pump. They are aware of us, very aware. So it's going to be on multiple platforms, but Twitch has the best API. It's very clean. Before I show you the streams, the way it works is you can have an organization just like Monday.com. This is our organization, and you have different roles, just like a Discord or Monday. They give them certain perms to download clips, manage clips, distribute, things of this nature. And before I show you the streams, you can do what's called a whitelist and blacklist function. What we do is we comb the entirety of Twitch by category. So, for example, all of these guys, including my channel, are in the Apex category. We can do any category, but my co-founder really likes Apex, so for whatever, right? So the way this works is if no one is whitelisted, it'll find the best potential creators in a category based on the algorithm. If someone's blacklisted, the algorithm is not reading them at all, and it's not being ingested. And if they're whitelisted, they get first priority, meaning if there's a streamer and it's me and a streamer, well, it's going to pick me first because the provider, the brand, wants to focus on me as a creator. So, and you can search the entirety of Twitch. Like this already works. I did this already. So here is our dashboard. Now, this is happening live, okay? To prove to you that it's live, and keep in mind, the algorithm is running, but the WebSocket keeps disconnecting. And so I'm bringing in a second guy to fix this. But what you normally see is this is running every half second and measuring him. But this is working. In fact, he was clipped about 5 minutes ago, might be clipped in real time. But let me show you to prove that this is happening in real time. So here's Twitch. So this is him on Twitch right now. He's with 2,793 live viewers. And here it is on our site. So this is happening in real time. Just wanted to show that as proof because crypto has a lot of criminals. Let's see what one of our clips did. I have no idea why or what it did. I've seen a few clips earlier. Let's see what this clip is about.
God, I haven't played Apex in so long.
I tried playing Apex and it just was like, couldn't figure it out. I'm a Battlefield guy.
Okay, so from what we know with the algorithm, the reason why I did this is multiple people in his party started talking, which is what we call a potential action moment. So that's why it clipped that moment.
But Jonah, is anybody tuning in? Is anybody tuning in AI like this right now to like detect those things? Like, are there any other competitors right now that are trying to do AI tuning specifically?
There are on Web 2, but none of them are like us. So one of them is Restream, which you guys are using right now. But let me tell you the difference. So with Restream, they have what's called 12-hour post-processing. We don't post-process. We do it in real time.
Real time, that's fire.
What's happening here is every half second, again, you don't see it here, but every half second this is running, and every half second it's determining if it needs to clip the last 60 seconds look back, plus I think 10 seconds forward, right? It's also clipping a fuck ton. We're doing about, just on Apex alone, not our other clients, about 300 to 400 clips a day. It's a lot of fucking clips. Here's past clips. So here's Monday. He was playing. He stuck in the Apex category for whatever reason, even though he played a different game. So here is 234 clips. You can see how many were today. Now, we don't care about the amount. We're narrowing down what the algorithm's looking for. So we don't care that it did that many per day. What we care about is the algorithm is slowly getting fine-tuned into doing less clips that are more targeted. But let's say you like this clip. What the fuck? All right, so he's watching Zach D Films. I know this channel. Okay, so whatever. He's watching Zach D Films. So what I can do, if I'm the administrator or if I have the permission, is I can download the clip. Give it a sec. Oh, I don't have the best internet because it's storming outside. But anyway, it does work. The download clip is successful. Now, that's one part. The other part, we have a notification system here. Also, people want dark mode. There's fucking dark mode. So for clips, now we have started building out a new part of our system, and we haven't said that much about this yet. But what if not only you had the AI clips, but you built an entire CRM for all of your clippers that are both human and AI together in one dashboard? So I don't have the local test to show you. My co-founder showed it to me this morning when we were pitching to another studio. But what's happening here is we built a dashboard that clippers can go through. Oh, I guess the video did show up. The clippers can go through this software and pick videos they want. They can also like. So if you go like, you have a folder here, or you unseen, they're in our unseen folder here. But what that means is we can build our own version, which we already have working behind the scenes, our own version of Google Drive. So we have what's called a Sploot drive or a Sploot folder. As a business, as an organization, you go into here, you're going to set up your own folder. The folder is going to have different parameters as well as what kind of hype score you want. And then you can send that folder to your clippers, who will then have this dashboard at their disposal. We're then building, which is not live yet, what's called clippers in this tab. This is what we're going to call phase 2 of Sploot, where it's like a marketplace. And we can track what all of our clippers are doing within a campaign, not only with our AI clips, but our human clips. And this is how we become basically a much better version of WAP. Everything real time, everything in one platform, everything distributed, everything monitored, managed, half second of data on all of your creators and how your game or your brand is performing. and you'll be able to pay them all on chain using stables. And that's what we're doing.
Wow.
I really like the concept of training the AI. I think that there's going to be like a lot of use cases for that. When I was talking with Adam with Splat, like people don't understand like how much that accelerates over time. And imagine when one thing I really like about Splat is the concept of like maybe if you have prompts that you've built that are very unique to your edge, the fact that you could share prompts would be cool. That if you guys
we did
kind
it.
of like,
we did something better than that. So we have what's called.
I love that answer.
So we have something called creator profiling. So we basically built our version of a Myers-Briggs test for every creator. So when a creator is indexed, it does what's called a 10-minute look back. And the algorithm is trying to determine if it's like me, like I'm a very monotone, I'm like Moist critical, right? Like very monotone, but my content's still valuable. So my threshold score may be 15 and my baseline's 5, right? As an example. But maybe Adam is very loud on stream, right? He's cussing, he's yelling, he's vaping, there's loud music. That doesn't mean that every clip should be downloaded, that not all clips are worth that. So maybe that means his baseline is 15, but his threshold is 25. So we're doing creator profiling first. We're also then doing tagging. So one thing we want to do is not just through the category of the platform, but based on the tags that are on your stream title, we could be targeting as well, and other parts of metadata around the search. Because what's going to happen is we're going to have so many clips in this database that we basically become a search engine for creative content. And so we're also building our own metadata around how to find a clip based on AI. In terms of like prompting, that's probably going to be a later next year thing. What I'm more interested in is building an MCP that can be patched in from different programs who want to use our software. And then, a Sploot made clip can be programmed in ChatGPT or in Anthropic code. And that's where we get our real tentacles. But I do see what you're saying with general prompting.
I do think the concept that I really like the most about that is that I feel like the truth is sooner or later the AI will get 20x better than a person ever could when it comes to finding those like very specific moments. And it probably won't happen like quickly. It'll be more like cyborg like where you'll have clippers using the AI, but in time that gap's just going to continue to close.
That's the idea. The idea is like in let's say 5 years, the AI is so good you may not need someone. But just because you don't need someone to clip it doesn't mean you don't need headless distribution, which is
who's going to own all these theme pages by that time too. Is it going to be a person or will it be an AI that owns all these theme pages, right? Like
let's just say that that's Sploot phase 3.
That's fire. Okay, that's really cool.
Let's just say maybe I invent headless channels out of thin air on our platform and then I sell them to brands.
That's kind of smart.
We have the entire distribution.
The district, yeah. I think a lot.
I love what you're telling me here, Jonah Blake. It's great. Keep it up.
I only wish
that's phase 3. We're not ready for that yet.
Well, I agree.
Yeah, that's a phase. That's not a today. And we want people to make money with us, but it'd be great if we had the entire thing from end to end where we control it, and then people can opt in to earn by managing it.
There's a cool team I want to get you. Do you know DAO's World, Jonah?
I've heard the name. I don't know them personally.
They're like the multi-chain DAO Fund. DAO Funds only does Solana. They're super Solana maxi guys. They're never going to leave Solana. AZ Flynn, he's one of the mentors in this DAO.
I know AZ Flynn.
Cool. Founder of DAO's World. Yeah. One thing I was telling him, like, it definitely makes sense that someone's going to start an ICM-centric incubator focused on base specifically. Mm-hmm. I'm already like talking to a few people from the virtuals team that's like evaluating that as an angle, because I think we've all agreed like we're launch padded out, right? Like I don't think
no more launch pads.
I think we're all kind of tired of it. I think like these on-chain incubators as an angle is a lot better. It's a far better, like for me, it's the ultimate bet on my skill. I don't need money. I just need a way to create value for what I know how to create value on, right? If I could, the treasury of the DAO if I had this DAO before, the treasury of the DAO would be 150K right now because of Inbox app. You know what I mean? Already right out the gate. And I don't need that 150K. I don't need to sell on the chart. I can hold that out for 2 or 3 years. And this concept of doing that makes so much more sense, like long-term in the space, because also think about it too. Like, I mean, you come from like this new permissionless launchpad space is like, I would say it's catching a lot of attention right now, but for the most part, it was centralized launchpads that kind of had the.
I made
had
a joke with my co-founder about this. I said, Austin, what if we did it so every clip is minted on a chain with a token attached? Because we can do 400 like clips an hour.
I'm not gonna lie.
We're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna do that. It was a joke. But
you would need like a Jesse crime candle on that to make it worth it.
The joke we're gonna make is if we wanted to DDoS a chain, we would just patch into any chain and turn this algorithm on and just congest the entire network with clips.
That's hilarious, actually.
We're not gonna do that, obviously.
Shout out, what I'll say, shout out the crime candle guys. Like, I don't hate it. I play ball. I don't hate it. I don't hate that Jesse and these guys know their crime and coins on chain. Like, a lot of the bonk fun launches are crime candles.
Solana did it first.
Right. I trade rugs all day, so like I ain't mad at a crime candle, but I do think though that it's probably smart that if a team can bring value to projects and help them launch a coin for it probably makes more sense for them to create an incubator on chain than like launch a fucking launch pad. As somebody who's probably like the best positioned right now to create a launch pad out of most people and raise a fucking over amount of money to go do it. I don't want that job. Like, does that sound crazy to say? Like, that is like a full-time job. I've met every single successful Launchpad founder I've ever met, and they look older year by year. Like, it is like probably also you just deal with like some of the worst people too in that space. Like the centralized launchpad space, also you just deal with like there's some of the shittiest, most extractive people you can meet. And I like this concept because I get to work with people that frankly could do well without me. You know what I mean? And I feel good about that with this incubator, that I'm probably the water boy on this mentor crew. Like, I'm honestly a straight water boy, and most of the mentors could like run circles around me. But I feel that way. And I do think ICM on base is going to grow. I'm not excited to bridge, but I will bridge. I will fucking bridge to base.
Who knows? We could always open up a new pool and migrate. I'm not doing any of that today. I want the product to be, in market and doing really well. But one thing to keep in mind is Solana has more volume, but Base has from my experience, Solana has more volume and more traders, but Base has longer term holders,
Definitely.
which has been pretty good for me because it took us 10 months to build this software. And on Solana, if you told anyone it would take 10 months, they would never buy it because their concept of time is like 3 days.
It's changing. I would say the Believe app ecosystem for the first time, because I happen to run probably one of the I would say exclusive, but a good little Believe app group chat. Happy to add anybody in here.
I hope it changes. I'd be very happy if it did. That was one of the reasons we did Base first, because when I did this 10 or 11 months ago, I was like, okay, I'm going to launch the Sploot token. Everyone's going to ask when software. I'm going to do it for I don't know, 3 weeks.
Is that my motion? Is that our little motion candle right there? All right. We got a little base motion. I'll take it.
Speaking of motion, just to show you how long it takes to build, go back to the 5 months ago when we're at almost 150K market cap.
Motion,
yeah.
So it takes a long time to come back and build something.
I would say that for what it's worth, most good Believe app coins also kind of mirror this type of chart.
You're telling me people are fading Jonah Blake on the 17th of April? I mean, right at the market bottom? Come on.
It is what it is, I saw that and I did. Well, all those green candles, funny enough for me, in there, I bought back my own token. No, not those, not the recent ones. The ones at the 150K. Those are me.
Smart.
I was like, all right, well, this is the floor of my own token. I'll buy it on market and just own more of it.
Yeah, we did that with a lot of the teams I supported too that launched on Believe app. I was able to help them do a lot of their supply acquisition. It makes sense. I think also what really excites me. Have you guys all watched KOL Scan? Did you guys watch that acquisition from Pump Fund? Guys, I'm so bullish on that. I'm so bullish on acquisition meta, boys. Revenue meta, good. Acquisition meta, really, really, really good. I do really like the concept of companies acquiring or mostly acquiring all the equity in products that are already tokenized. it's very clear it works. It's very clear that like there's a use case for it.
We need to shout out those who the ETH-OGs, the people who held ETH and were told ETH whatever ETH, I don't even care. But yeah, they held in there. ETH was looking shit for a while, and then now they're winning. They're doing well.
Yeah, shout out to ETH, man. I'll admit it. I definitely grave dance.
But look, trust me, as of recently of April, people were dancing on.
I grave dance. I'll admit it. Hand in the air, fully grave dance, and I was wrong. And that's what I love about the space, man, because you really learn nobody fucking knows anything, like realistically anything. If everybody really knew it worked for like even an ICM launchpad, my favorite thing to hear is when armchair KOLs try to tell a launchpad founder why they're bad for the space. It's so funny to me because it's like, truthfully, there actually is no existing ICM launchpad that has done as much volume as Believe app, and everybody loves to like cast stones, but clearly they're the market leader. And if you're going to say something's bad, there needs to be something equivalently good to compare it to. You can't have something be bad if there isn't something comparably good. And I think there's a lot of like these armchair takes. I was on those spaces with you, Jonah, where everyone's giving these armchair fucking takes. I was on space with you, Adam, where everyone's giving these armchair fucking takes. I promise you, those people ever worked with an ICM coin. I promise you, those people ever fair launched a token ever once in their life. They've always been on the institutional crypto side. They've always been on the fucking retail buying them outside of the Spark. It's such an easy tell. It's like such an easy tell. And I think like, it may sound like an L take. Maybe it's like a super left curve take, but I think on-chain grossly outpaces off-chain finance over the next 20 years. I think IPOing on-chain is going to be way bigger than IPOing on public. Maybe right now, maybe not right now. Maybe we just do it now because it's faster. But I do think in the global liquidity layer of the whole fucking internet that likely in 30 years, it's probably faster on-chain than it is on NASDAQ. But, we're going to fucking fuck around and find out. I'll tell you that. That's for sure.
Hell yeah, brother.
Real quick, Mercy, you said you're bullish on acquisitions of already existing crypto products. Yeah. Dude, didn't Pump Fund buy? And I am too, by the way, for the record. But after Pump Fund acquired Coalscan, didn't they just say, hey, by the way, like the Coalscan token, cooked. Like we don't want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think if you look at do you guys have the chart for Coalscan? Let's look at it. I actually haven't looked at it recently. I only watched the crime candle that happened after it got acquired. Let's take a look.
Yeah, they didn't acquire the token, eh?
No, yeah, right.
Dude, I was, but by the way, the market cap was at 100K for a really, 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 really long time. And now it's at 769K. So, I mean, that's still a 7X from the floor. I know.
Yeah, look at that. So it was chilling. So yeah, it was chilling at realistically, what is this, 50K? Is that a 50K market cap? Chilling at 50K for a while. You had your insiders buy it up like a week before and then just candled to 22
16 mil. Dude, it's nuts. Yeah, I saw 16, went to 22, is that right?
Yeah.
Traders. What was the top traders on that one? God.
Oh man.
221K, 172K, 113K, 104K, 96K. Let's go. Beating the fucking trenches. That's crazy. Top traders on that one is legendary.
Yeah.
Bye guys. I gotta go.
Peace, bros. Thanks for joining, bros.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, Jonah.
Check your DMs. We're gonna have. I'll DM you.
Hell yeah, brother. We'll do. Enjoy your day. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, bros. Peace.
See you, bro. I think, and we lost Adam too, so we got just us now. Do we want to
So funny. I haven't seen Sploot at all, but obviously I've been connected with Jonah for a while, so that's good to see that. Nice demo on stream for the first time.
Mercy, real quick. I think we explained this, but maybe not. Can you tell everyone the importance of having these people that we're having on today, like come on and explain what they're building and their roles in ICM run?
Of course. Yeah, I think just like the goal of ICM.run is to support ICM builders. The whole DAO is that. You guys are part of this DAO, and you guys are here for that reason too. I didn't try to start some side stream off you guys and like try to like fucking dunk on you guys. Like it makes way more sense to make you guys the fucking ICM GCR. And like build that like reputation capital with you guys, just like how I'm building that reputation capital with these builders. But a lot of people when they launch coins too, they treat the attention capital that they get from it, or even NFTs like how we are, or in this raise that we're doing, they treat the attention capital like they're Robert De Niro. I'm not Robert fucking De Niro here, guys. Like people who sell a ton, tune in and it's like see what we're doing. They probably quickly figure out I'm not the smartest fucking one in the room here. But I think for me, it's about taking this attention liquidity and spreading it out where it has the best chance to stick, right? Where the attention comes in and it sticks. I'm probably not the stickiest, but I do know MCG is, and I know what you guys are building is. So as we grow in the space and as new projects enter, MCG needs to be the catalyst for that, the primary stream for that. And I feel that way deeply because you guys didn't just ask for it, you guys earned it. You guys went out there and fucking grinded at it. And I feel that way about Jonah. I feel that way about the mentors. I feel that way about Adam. I feel that way about all of these people who are here. They all are very bullish on this. Listen, a 420 soul raise for this type of project and this type of opportunity is like jokes. It's complete jokes. It's bollocks jokes. And I did that very much so intentionally to kind of just laugh in the face of like most institutional crypto launches that happen in this space, that like you really don't need to have this over diluted, overdone thing. And yeah, I didn't ask anybody to be here today. I didn't ask you guys to do this. You know, I didn't come to you guys and like say, oh, can we work something out? I'm not saying that to dunk on you guys either. I'm saying just to like, I only wanted to align with people who wanted to align. And I just gave the room for people to align. And if people believed in that, they believed in it. They didn't. And that's okay with me. You know, I don't firmly believe that I need to convince anybody ICM's good. I don't believe firmly that I need to like convince anybody that what I'm building is important. If you feel that way, I have room, and I want people to come on board with me. Like as we build this out, I will be here if ICM season 2 takes until next year. You know what I mean? Still doing this shit. You know.
With that, I gotta hop because I got my kids are home. But Kalen, this has been a phenomenal stream and real life kids action right here. But I'll let Dom pick it up and continue to host. But yeah, thanks a lot for jumping on here.
Honor, bro. Thank you guys for hosting this for us. Genuinely, it means
dude, this has been awesome. This has been amazing. I'm glad. We were thinking we just hang up here, kind of have an open mic, get a few people from your mentor list come up. It just turned into a full panel, just back to back to back to back. But like it's so important we have these people up here because it gets you and you as the audience and us a better idea of, you know, why Mercy went and chose these people to have meaningful impacts on ICM.run, right? It's not just loosey-goosey. Again, it was a very tight circle. He has a small raise, but he recruited, if you want to call it that, the best of the best. And so like that's the purpose of having these guys on here, not for them to shill their products or shill what they're working on, but again, just to show that they have industry experience. They really
they're
do
builders.
This.
Period.
That's right. Yeah, they're builders.
You know?
But I don't know. I don't know if we have anyone else on. The thing is, at this point, we, you know, the mint or we've minted out. The raise is ongoing, and you think, you know, that should last till when was your over the weekend?
Over the weekend, yeah. I think anywhere between like Sunday and Monday is probably when we'll be migrating. If you want to stay in the loop, just notifications on X. Sign up on the Luma so you can get the email. We're going to probably email out first the moment we migrate because that'll be the fastest way to reach everybody. And then we'll go tell everybody else on socials and everything like that. So sign up on the Luma. You know, hopefully you'll be seeing Microcap Gem Show getting listed on there more. We'll be hopefully listing some more streams from you guys on there so people can learn more about ICM coins. And yeah, I'm excited for how it goes.
Yeah, messaging is important. So, super cool. I don't know. I don't know where we go from here. I feel like we've kind of covered it all. There's not much left to really sit and talk about. I think it's time for you to maybe get a drink and celebrate a little bit, maybe, and just work on next steps, I guess.
Job's not done. I'm gonna probably take a tasty break walk and just breathe a little bit, like catch a full breath of air. My legs are so sore from sitting for 7 hours. I gotta go stretch and probably go for a run or something. But yeah, I mean, this would not have been possible without you guys in Microcap Gems. I really sincerely appreciate everything you guys have done for the ICM space. That's why I wanted you guys a part of the style. That's why I wanted you guys to give away these NFTs to your community. I'm not going to say that this was the biggest lick of NFT history, but I'm happy to see the floor price where it's at. I'm happy to see that the people who believed got the benefit of believing, and the people that found out got in fast enough to find out, and yeah, future looks bright for ICM.
Any closing thoughts? I mean, you directed people to the Luma. Follow ICM.run. They'll obviously be putting all the updates out there. Follow Mercy. Follow every single mentor we had on the show today. And I'm sure it's going to take a while because this is a long stream, but we're going to try to get each and every one clipped up, maybe individual segments, maybe, just clips from each one, but we're going to try to do that. Maybe even offer, again, if you guys want to go in and do that, we'd love to see these clips circulating Twitter, getting the word out, and there might be something for you, right? Not going to guarantee it, but please do. So hopefully you see that more on your feed. I think it's a good time to close it off then. Yeah, Mercy?
Let's close it off. It's been a good one. It's been a good one and a long one.